All right. Are we all set?
Sure.
Nice.
Ew.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everybody. How was everybody?
Long, awkward silence. Should
That's
we?
the best part.
Hmm?
That's the best part, always.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, you can just sign off now.
Okay.
All right.
Nice
As
stream,
good as it's
That
everyone.
was fun.
Yeah. Yeah. So, introductions, I suppose. We haven't done this in a long time. I guess we're kind of rusty.
Who am I?
I'm Sakamoto. Wait a minute.
Oh.
You're Okita.
Oh no. But am I the real one? I don't know.
Is anyone here going to just like suddenly get white hair during the course of this stream and then we never mention it again?
This game is awkward.
I
Right.
thought that was a lighting glitch. I don't know though.
See, I was. We're actually starting to talk about the game without introducing
Yeah.
ourselves. Hello,
Go
everyone.
ahead, BigNoNo.
I'm BigNoNo. Um I don't know. I played this game regrettably, and no, am one of those Yakuza speedrunners. I was looking forward to a new Yakuza game, so I played it, and here I am to give my thoughts on it. That's all there's really to say. Panda?
1 second.
Oh no.
Sorry, I'm just casually dying over here. Hello, I'm Panda. I think I speedrun this game, well, the original one anyway. But yes, I am I guess purely a Yakuza streamer now and speedrunner, because apparently fuck every other game. And yeah,
Hey,
here
you
we
did
are.
Fatal Frame at GDQ recently.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. Are you going to run the new one? Because everyone who runs a video game is obligated to run all tools and
I
remotes.
actually would love to. The reason why I didn't run the original 4 is because of the damn piano that you had to use the Wiimote.
Oh god.
It was terrible.
Oh, is that a thing?
Yeah. Well, they fixed it for the new one.
Oh, nice.
Well, hopefully.
I'm really interested in it. I probably won't get to it for a long time because I've neglected to play most of the series. I've played only the first Fatal Frame, so I'm gonna need to catch up. But I'm definitely interested in it down the line.
Yeah, you should definitely play it. It's my favorite after the second game, so I think it's definitely worth playing. All right, Dr. T, we kind of got.
Hi, I'm Chops. I don't really stream much. I don't really do speedruns much anymore. I never played the original Ishin, but here I am on this podcast because I just like to hear the sound of my own voice. I don't know.
That's like everyone who does a podcast. That's basically
Yeah.
the reason.
I just need to be here to stand opposed to BigNoNo. I have to be the light in his darkness, I guess.
Yep, that's a decent way of looking at it. Yeah. So here we are.
So is that where we generally stand? Big No-No's like, fuck this game. Dr. T's like, I love this game.
And
What
you,
are
And then
your
I'm just in the
thoughts,
middle.
Panda?
you in the middle, taking it from both sides, essentially.
Oh no.
Um,
Should have put you in the middle in the picture.
but yeah, I actually, when I first started thinking about, oh, I should probably switch over to the actual like podcast scene. Sorry, everyone, I haven't done this in a while. Um, when I first started, like when we first started talking about this Spoilercast seriously, I always thought the image I would use was the one from Chapter 9, where it's Ryoma in the middle, like separating Saigo and Katsura. And obviously, me and Dr. T would be Saigo and Katsura in this scenario. The problem is you really can't see their faces. Like it completely almost cuts off their faces in that picture. So it would be either try to be very artistic and like redo a lot of the picture, which I know I'm not good enough to do, or just pick something else. And then I was like, okay, there's this picture where you have four people. So what would you do about the fourth? And then I remember like every time Panda sees Hijikata, she goes, "Sir, that's illegal," and it just came to me.
Is illegal. Also,
It is.
the name on your podcast thing,
Oh
you have to
no!
update
God damn it!
it.
This isn't Yakuza 2?
Jesus.
I'm sure Nono would rather talk about Yakuza 2 right now.
Oh, with what I've been going through with that game recently, you are very wrong.
Oh, right.
I
Forgot
I
you started
was
running
I
it.
was on world record pace today, and I got soft locked.
Classic.
Yep.
Did you fall through the floor?
I didn't fall through. See, here's the thing. I don't know if this is like a known. Fixing the title while talking about this, very professional. I don't know if this is a known bug, but I had a weird thing where it was the beginning of chapter 9, and I was going to the taxi to the funeral, and I couldn't, like, every time I tried walking down Tenkaichi, the camera would give me, like, it would look at Stardust, and I could enter Stardust and then control Kiryu and go back out and then start walking around again. But then after a while, it would, like, the camera angle would change to Stardust again, and I wouldn't be able to move anymore. And the only thing I could do was go into Stardust and do the whole thing again.
That's weird.
Weird.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't asked any more veteran OG2 runner if they've ever run into that one, but yeah, it was very frustrating because I wasn't even on that good of a run, but I was on a really good pace. But yeah, so I am more inclined to talk about a game that's not Yakuza 2 today for a change.
Well, good, because I want to talk about Ishin. And I'm
I
gonna have a
bet you.
I'm gonna have a great time being like, man, this part was so cool, and you're both gonna be like, yeah, that was the original. The remake doesn't do anything special.
Well, we'll get into that, but yeah, since Panda, you're the resident Ishin expert. Um, since you have put in, you've platinumed the original Ishin, so you had to put at least like 5,000 hours into it, by my account. Um, yeah, why don't you just take us through it?
All right, so this is a game.
Good.
Yep, it's a game. So basically, we start off with Sakamoto Ryoma, who's basically he's giving like an overview, I guess, of like what's happening, which basically in this, I guess it's a city he's from, Tosa, there is a social class hierarchy with like the samurai. So like the highest level of samurai is a joshi, and the lowest one being a goshi. And the problem is that, like, for example, what you see in the beginning opening scene, if you see a joshi on the street, you're just supposed to immediately bow down to them, like they're your master. But the problem, so this is after Ryoma has basically been in, I believe, Edo, and he was doing sword training for a year. He comes back, and of course, as soon as he gets on like the main street, Joshi show up. So he goes to bow down, but there's a little girl who is basically has appendicitis, which shows she's crying because she's in pain, and her mom is trying to get her help. And of course, these Joshi show up. Terrible timing. And then they, of course, the woman's just like, fuck this shit, and goes to leave. And then the Joshi stop her and basically, are like, what are you doing? And then they go to basically strike her down for basically back talking them. And Ryoma basically steps in, beats their asses. And then, of course, the cops come basically and throw him in jail. And then, his basically adoptive father, Toyo, shows up and essentially saves him. And that's pretty much like the start of the game. It just literally throws you right into the problems that are happening in Tosa, and basically that the class system sucks and they want to change it.
Class warfare, let's go.
I do yeah, exactly. That's like the communist, me being a filthy communist, right away I'm like, yeah, this game rules. That's me
All
playing
in.
the original. All in. I did like that there's a decent excuse for why the game starts you off with a hand-to-hand combat tutorial. Because he's like, I have to fight you, but I can't kill you, so I can't use my sword, which I thought was kind of, a decent way of introducing it.
Yeah, no, you're right. It is a decent way of introducing it. Though, I guess because of Ryoma being who he is, it didn't really save him because, of course, he's in the jail cell and he backtalks basically the jailer and was about to die when Toyo shows up. So I guess in the end, for him, it didn't really matter if he killed them or not because he was about to die.
Mm.
Yeah, it really seems like he just does not give a single fuck when he gets back to Tosa.
Yeah.
Like he's just all ready to try and fight everything, which very quickly would have gotten him killed if Toyo hadn't showed up. Which I don't know if he like knew he was about to show up and that's why he was so ballsy, or if he just is always that ballsy. I think it's probably the latter.
Yeah, I think he's always just like that.
Yeah, it seems to be. He definitely seems resigned to whatever happens to him. Like he's not expecting to get saved. At least that's the vibe I got from the way he was talking to both the jailer and Toyo when he does show up. Um, but yeah, that's. I guess that's it's a bit awkward here because I think, like you said, Doctor T, you didn't play the original, and me and Panda both did. She way more than I did. Um, but maybe it's a good time to talk about. We probably shouldn't go to the original too much, just because only there's one of us who haven't played it. But like, how did you feel when you started off Panda? Because I had issues pretty much immediately going in.
Oh, really? So are we talking about in the remake you had issues going in, or just in general?
I think we can just, in general, talk about the beginning of the game, but for me, it's like very colored by playing the original. Because again, I've talked about this to a lot of people. I feel like this game on PC, I hear on console things are better. I feel like this game on PC just looks dreadful.
Yeah.
Um,
I agree. I don't know what
there's
it
some.
is. It's just, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is.
I think it's like the character models are good in and of themselves. I think there's a lot of PS2 grade textures in the game. Like really that bad. And the lighting, something is just off with the lighting, and it makes a lot of things look bad, especially in the nighttime scenes, because that's when like lantern light gets on people and on character models and make it seem really, really, I don't know, washed out, I guess.
Yeah, I've like obviously I didn't have the original compared to, but just like playing the game and like seeing the jump between the in-game graphics and the nicely made cutscene graphics was like way more jarring than it should have been for a 2023 game. uh,
Mm.
so yeah, I definitely felt like the graphics were just kind of off the whole time. But I just kind of got used to it, and then they stopped bothering me after like a chapter or two. So I don't think it was a big deal for me. I think I had significantly fewer performance issues than you did, which is a whole other thing.
Yeah, I think that I don't know if you played it post the patch
I
or
played it before, but the
oh,
patch only came out like yesterday.
oh right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I that's another thing I hear is way better on console. On PC, it was like pretty much every boss fight I would die at least once to there being some fancy graphical effect that just completely tanked the performance. And by the time I could control the character again, I was already dead. But I don't know. Maybe it's to do with my hardware. That kind of thing can happen.
I was fortunate enough to have just built this computer last year, I think.
Oh.
So I would have that where it would stutter the first time an effect happened, but it was like a half second stutter at most, and it didn't like linger or anything like that, so it was never a problem.
Right.
Otherwise, the game ran at 120 FPS very consistently, like more consistently than other, or like any Dragon Engine game or anything.
Mm. Yeah. Fair enough. So, yeah, we're at a part where I guess Ryoma meets with Toya.
Yes. So basically, Toyo gets Ryoma out. Ryoma ends up meeting with Toyo, and he's basically saying, basically laying down their plan of, I guess they want to overthrow the system there and get rid of the class system. And they have what they call the Tosa Loyalist Party, saying they support the Emperor, but they're also aiming to bring down the social system in Tosa. And I guess apparently Takechi is like leading the Loyalist Party there.
Hmm.
And of course, Ryoma being Ryoma is like, if you hate the government, Toyo, why are you working with them? And then, he basically explains that, I guess technically he's in a good spot to, he's almost like a double agent in a way, but they don't really
Hmm.
explain it that way, but you can kind of look at him like that. But yeah, basically, so he learns of the Tosa Loyalist Party, and Toyo's like, yeah, you should go meet up with Takechi, haha. And so Ryoma goes to do that. I guess in that period we would have the sword fighting tutorial, which I never really had any issues with. The only issue I have is in the remake. I don't like that they added blocking. We really don't need to be taught how to block, but
Oh God, yeah. Look forward to that. Look forward to that in speedruns of this game, I guess.
yeah, because it still has the same downfall of all the other Yakuza games of like, because we speedrun on easy, the AI is less aggressive, so it takes them a while to actually attack you to fulfill the block, like, I guess, progression.
Yeah,
Classic Yakuza speedrun tutorial.
Yep.
yeah. I wonder if that's one of those cases where you want to like switch to hard just for that tutorial or something. Um,
Oh yeah,
but
that's a good
yeah,
point. On PC, that would definitely. I mean, you could do it on console too. I guess it would just be faster, probably.
yeah. Um,
Are you actually able to switch difficulties mid-run? I never
Yes.
checked. All right,
this
that's
is
good.
actually one of those games where I'm pretty sure it lets you switch to legend, even maybe even to Ishin.
Mm. I wouldn't know about Ishin. I didn't pay the DLC to unlock it.
Yeah, it's not really worth it. um, yeah, the tutorial itself is whatever. Well, we'll get to the combat system a bit later, I guess. The one thing that did kind of we were talking about being excited about hell yeah class warfare. Um, it's kind of funny that they talk about we want to bring down the class system, but also restore the emperor because that makes sense. Um,
Yeah,
but it
that is
is.
just this is a
Hmm?
funny thing about like the loyalist movement in general is that they're all backing the emperor, and the emperor you think would be the opposite of a progressive movement, but I guess it all worked out in the end. So
Uh, to an extent, yes. I
It
mean, it is very different times and different conditions, and um, like if you read about this is something that the game kind of touches on, and we might talk about it later. But Sakamoto Ryoma was, a bit more progressive than just being pro emperor. He was actually
mhm.
looking to make like a more U.S. based democracy to the extent that you find that progressive.
Yeah, and I almost kind of took it like they were accepting like the lesser of two evils because it didn't really sound like they were thrilled with the emperor, but they were less thrilled with like the shogunate.
Mm.
Yeah, I guess they do end up like multiple times, multiple different parts of the loyalists try to use the emperor as just a like piece of the board rather than something they actually care about. Like there's plots to kill him, there's plots to kidnap him, there's plots to burn stuff down. There's all these different things. Nobody seems to like really care all that much about him.
Mm.
Yeah, no, but you bring up a good point. He does kind of just seem to be there, and that's it.
Yeah, I guess he's mostly just appropriately enough, he's a figurehead. He's used as a rallying cry for the loyalists,
Mm.
which is exactly the position he's in now under the shogunate.
All right, any other thoughts on that? Because next we pretty much after that tutorial you run into Gahe, who
Oh yeah.
doesn't last very long. But yeah,
Oh
he
yeah, that
he
guy.
he basically tells you that Hanpeta is looking for you. So Ryoma goes to the basically the dojo where Hanpeta is, and like he enters. You get the whole cheesy like, "Hey, it's you. Hey, bro, what's up?" And then basically Hanpeta like immediately makes an announcement. By the way, this is the first time they've seen each other. He just immediately announces that Ryoma is second in command, and everyone's basically like, the fuck? Which is kind of understandably so. They don't know anything about this man. So anyway, he ends up
Wait,
dismissing
wait,
them.
when you say first time they've seen each other, you mean like Ryoma and the Loyalists, not Ryoma and Takechi.
No, I mean like it's the first time in a year that
Oh yeah, yeah.
Hanpeta and Ryoma have seen each other. So like Ryoma has no knowledge of this second in command thing. It's as new to him as it is to everybody else in the room. Because
Hmm.
Ryoma looks at him and he's like, "Are you sure this is okay?" And he's like, "It's fine." But yeah, he basically dismisses everyone, and they talk amongst themselves, and basically are going over their plans to change Tosa, and that they want Ryoma's help, and say that they plan to kick off a raid at Kochi Castle. And he says it's a raid, but he wants it to end without violence. And he's hoping that Toyo will attempt to force the older members in control into retirement. So he's basically just hoping that all the older members will step down. And then, I guess they can just take over. I don't know. It kind of sounds like they're looking through rose tinted glasses to me, but whatever. So that's pretty much the end of that. And Ryoma gets a pistol from Hanpeta, which that ends up going into the pistol fighting tutorial and the wild dance tutorial, which I don't really have anything specific to comment about either of those.
that's when the actual video game starts, because we all know that the video game doesn't really start until you get a gun.
Yeah,
Of
exactly.
course.
I do like that. I think a lot of people have talked about how, especially in this game because it's Shibusawa, how it's kind of too obvious that Takechi is going to become a villain,
Hmm.
and I don't think like. This is actually where I'm defending the game and saying I don't think that's supposed to be a surprise. Like I don't feel like the game is really trying to build him up as a positive figure, which kind of makes it weird where he starts talking about the whole thing about how it's not enough to restore the emperor. We need a system where everyone advances according to talent and not just according to their social position. And it seems to almost paint that as a villainous speech. Um, it comes back in the finale, but the game does a bit of the typical Yakuza both sides thing where it's like, oh, this is not democratic, but this might be too democratic. The way Takechi talks, which is kind of weird, the way they paint it.
Yeah, the having the old character faces definitely makes you have certain feelings about these characters when they show up, and yeah, I think that just from obviously from seeing Shibusawa, it's just like, oh yeah, this guy's clearly going to be the final boss fight. But also just like the way he's acting, the way he's clearly not quite aligned with Toyo is definitely leading to something going on uh, later down the line. It's not like they were trying to hide it all that much.
Mm.
They also at one point like make a uh, they very obviously point out the scar on his back,
Hmm.
and it's just like, yeah, this definitely won't matter in the future, huh?
It's funny that you get a Chekhov's gun moment at the same time that it introduces the actual gun of the game.
So then, yeah, after all that, you end up going back to you're basically going back to the dojo to meet with Anpeta again. And this is when we meet Izo, who is not Nishiki. And apparently, him and the people with him are disgruntled that Ryoma just walked in here and he's second in command, and they believe that Izo would be better suited to this. So basically, they fight. Of course, Ryoma wins. And then Ryoma ends up telling them that basically, like, tell everybody in the Loyalist Party that if anyone has a problem with me, I'll take them on anytime. And then Hanpeta just casually shows up, and then he's like, "Did you see that?" And he's like, "Yeah."
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, he's like, "It's fine." And then after that, they basically just make their way to Kochi Castle because they're going to meet up with Toyo.
He basically says something like he says something like, look, these people are stressed," or something. Like he really just dismisses the fact that they
Attacked him,
tried to
yeah.
murder someone else in the party. um the one thing that I was really relieved at with the remake, if we're going to like just quickly compare to the original, um to those who don't know, the original Ishin, like the biggest problem with that game is that there's a certain sequence of combos you can do to basically soft lock any boss, except for a couple of exceptions. And you basically do a guard break, then do like a 2-hit combo to get the boss to do the falling down animation. Then you do another combo as they're on the ground, and then as they're getting up, you guard break, and then you repeat this whole cycle. And like thankfully that's not a thing in the in the remake. In the remake they really rebalanced the sword so that it's not quite as completely broken as it is in the original. So there's that. and now there's other things that are broken that I'm sure we'll get to a bit later. But at least it's not quite that simple that you can just do it from the very beginning with your base stats and equipment.
There's more interesting options for broken, I think.
Yes, I would agree with that.
All right, so we're heading to Kochi Castle now.
So basically, once they meet up with Toyo in the castle, Toyo basically starts going over the plan again, how they're going to force the old governors out and reform Tosa, abolishing the social rank system that's currently in place. He's basically saying like we're going to do it tomorrow, and Ryoma's like, isn't that a little sudden? And then Toyo basically is like, well, what do you mean? You've been gone. We've been planning this thing this like whole time. And he's like, oh, I guess so. And then basically he asks,
World doesn't revolve around you, Ryoma.
yeah,
Jeez.
exactly. He says, however, there is one thing bothering him. He asks Ryoma if it's second in command, if it's true Ryoma's second in command, and Hanpeta was the one who gave him the rank. And then Hanpeta basically is like, is that a problem? And then he basically reminds them that like when they do this, when they force everyone out, like they're gonna gain a lot of political power in Tosa, and he doesn't feel like Ryoma's up to snuff. He doesn't think Ryoma can handle that position. And the funny thing about it is Ryoma was totally fine with that decision. Hanpeta, on the other hand, was not. He seemed to be very upset that Ryoma couldn't be second in command, even though Ryoma was fine with it.
Yeah, and I feel like either the game script is messed up or there's something very wrong. Well, there's a lot of things wrong with the localization. We'll get to that, but um, or there's something wrong with the localization because what they say, like the way this dialogue happens, at least in the subtitles, does not fit with what they say in the later parts of the game. Especially the exchange they have in the finale. I feel.
Well, I think uh, like what Toyo's leading to, like he gets cut off literally before he can talk, but like he's about to say he doesn't think that Ryoma being second command is correct because he wants him first in command. Like he doesn't trust Takechi or something like that. Like I think that's what he's leading to, and I think
Yeah.
Takechi understands that. Like he knows what's coming. He wants Ryoma to be under him so he can control him or something like that. I think that's what it's leading to. It's just
Yeah,
not
I agree with that. I kind of,
super
that's how
clear.
I took it as well, is that he was so upset that Ryoma couldn't be second because he knew that Ryoma, while we love him, he is naive and gullible, and he would just kind of do whatever Takechi said. He would be a good pawn.
Classic, yeah, because the protagonist himbo moment.
Yeah. But yeah,
No, I mean,
oh, go ahead.
sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead, because I was going to just continue.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah, I agree with you that that's apparently the intent. But if you read the actual text of what's being said in that cutscene, it does not say that. Toyo actually says that Ryoma is not ready or something like that. Like he implies that he's not, ready for that position, but it's not like, you're not ready to be second in command, you're ready to be first in command. Like he wouldn't really say things that way, in an actual conversation. So I think that was probably the intent. He was probably saying something like he shouldn't be second in command because he should be first, or the leader. But that's just not how it comes across in the subtitles.
Yeah, I'm reading the KHH or what is it? Yeah, KHH subs thing. And I think instead of you're not ready, I think what he was supposed to say is you're not suited to be second in command.
Yes,
Mhm.
I think
that
they
makes
fucked
a
that
lot of
up.
sense.
Yeah, that
That
worked.
makes a lot. And by the way, if we're talking, I'm gonna trash the fucking localization in this game. Let me tell you, my favorite line in the original when when Ryoma and Toyo first get together after prison. Toyo says one of my favorite lines in anything. He says something like, I think the only person who can fix Tosa is someone who loves it more than anything and hates it more than anything. which is such a good line, and they completely butchered it in the localization. He just says, "Oh, I think the person to fix Tosa should love and hate Tosa more than anything." It takes away like the surprise of the last part of that
Oh,
sentence.
the hate part.
So yeah, it just like it says them both like right next to each other, so it takes away from like it doesn't, it's no longer a punchline. You know what I mean?
Mm. Yeah, it loses the impact of that.
Yeah, impact. That's right. But sorry, yeah, go ahead.
But yeah, like literally as Hanpeta questions Toyo and Toyo's about to explain, literally a man just breaks into the room and basically kills Toyo. And then while Toyo's dying, of course, the man flees, and then very conveniently, Hanpeta's like, I'll go after him, you look after Toyo, which totally isn't a setup at all.
There's also like a solid like minute of this whole thing going on with Ryoma reacting and Hanpeta just like sitting there the whole time.
Yeah, I know, that was so awkward. He just, Hanpeta literally just watched the whole thing, which I guess once you get to later parts of the game, it makes sense why that was the case. But yeah, I feel like he could have been like a little more convincing as an actor there.
Yeah.
Like, not making himself look so suspicious, I guess. Then again, to be fair, we're talking about Ryoma, who he has to fool, so that doesn't seem to be very hard.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, he easily fools Ryoma.
I love Ryoma, but he's a little dense sometimes.
Little bit, yes, little bit.
Yeah, so basically, Toyo's dying in his arms, and Toyo's trying to explain to him, like, you need to get the fuck out of here, because this is gonna look bad. And Ryoma, being, you know, the very kind and dense motherfucker that he is, he basically stays there the entire time until he takes his, like, last breath. And then, of course, at that moment, basically the police bust in and are like, what's going on here? So he's automatically suspect number one. Because no one else is in the room, so who could it be? Yeah, then he runs, and he's like, oh yeah, I guess I should run now. And then this...
Make himself even look more guilty.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, it just dawned on me that this is yet another time that, you know, our protagonist is caught seeming to have killed the patriarch while actually taking the blame for his kyodai.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
There's a decent amount of like Yakuza 1 references in this.
Yeah.
So then basically, yeah, as Ryoma's running, this triggers a very long set piece in the original, not very long set piece in the remake, in my opinion.
Yeah, because you don't have to spend 5 minutes shooting down that armored guy with with the barrel.
Yeah, he started in jail, now we're at a funeral, yeah, exactly. But yeah, so I guess my first praise for the remake here is they got rid of Furniture Guy. Well, he's not gone, but he's a lot easier to deal with. The Furniture Guy in the original game, I have no idea what the hell they were going for, because, like, he takes so much, like, you have to hit him so much to just get him out of the way.
And you have a gun, so it's not like it's even a threat.
Well, even in the original, the gun is actually not very good in the beginning.
Hmm.
So the problem is...
But like you can attack him from far away. Like he doesn't move in the original,
well,
does
he doesn't, but the problem in the original is he pretty much is always blocking. The only time he has an open point is like when he raises the little barrel thing he's holding, and at the bottom of the swing, that's when you can hit him with bullets.
he? Hmm.
But pretty much to get him to do that attack, you would have to bait it out, which I guess I would expect that from people who've played the series, but I don't know if I would expect that from people who are like newer to the series, so I could see how someone could easily get frustrated there. I mean, hell, I get frustrated there in the speedrun because I just want this man to get the hell out of my way.
It is ridiculous, and the thing is, on the one hand, I'm like, it's a good change, but I'm a bit disappointed because I thought maybe in this remake we'll get more of a sense of what the hell they were going for with that guy.
Mm,
Because the only thing I could think of was in Sword, when you do a charge attack, you get like this little moment. You get some iframes essentially during the charge, and I thought maybe they wanted you to use that, but that seems kind of weird for anyone who's not a speedrunner to bother with.
right.
So yeah, I still don't get it. Having said that, we can like I will say for this entire set piece, what makes the whole game feel a lot more balanced in its combat is that sword isn't quite as broken as we've explained, but also now Wild Dancer and Gun feel way more viable from the beginning.
Mm,
Because when you start on in the original, Gun and Wild Dance are absolute trash, and you have to put a lot of levels into them for them to be any good. And here you can just come out swinging, and you finally have good crowd control fighting styles, which is definitely a plus.
That's good because I really enjoyed the Wild Dancer from the get go. So
Hmm.
sounds like I would not have enjoyed it as much in original.
yeah, it's even in the original, it's still my favorite style. But yeah, it needs a little bit. It needs a little bit of investment, but not nearly as much as Gun does.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Because when I played the original, I used the gun. So in this is a little bit head, but there's basically a set piece later on where they basically introduce the gun and like the bullets and what they want you to do with it. That's the only
Oh.
time I used it
Hmm.
in my first playthrough because I thought the gun sucked. I didn't get it at all. It wasn't until I started doing my platinum run that I understood the gun. But then again, at that point, my gun was like pretty much max level.
Hmm.
What's to understand? You just point and shoot. It's simple.
Gun requires no skill.
Oh,
Um. Yeah.
but yeah,
So
Job pass furniture guy.
other than that, I don't really have much to say about this set piece other than I think it's funny that if you fail the QTE and have Ryoma land on his head, that's faster.
yeah, that's pretty interesting that there's no. It's even faster in the remake, isn't it?
Yeah, because he like instantly gets up. You don't even have to like tap X.
Mm,
That rules.
He just gets up and you're just like, "Oh, okay, I guess."
that's pretty funny. Um. No, yeah, it's good. The thing is, and this kind of connects to the boss fight coming up. And to something that Phoenix said in my chat that early game Sword felt awful until you get attack speed. And Sword is weirdly, I don't think it's like terrible, but it is weirdly unwieldy. Like I don't know that there's a consistent way of being effective at fighting bosses with the sword in the early game, because it seems like that you can't stun lock them anymore, but the upshot of that is that they just basically block anything that's not a like one or two light attacks. So you basically play a game of dodge attack, hit them with two light attacks, dodge attack, hit them with two light attacks, da 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 da. Which also is not great. And I guess the other fighting styles are better for bosses, but I don't know. To me, like running around with the gun to fight bosses does kind of feel a bit tedious. Because you need to build up the distance with them, and then take a few pot shots, and then keep running and take a few more pot shots. It's very different later in the game when you get stronger guns and you put more points into gun and you can like I don't know use special ammo and stuff like that. But early game, it really felt like there wasn't anything great you can do with bosses.
Yeah, I found that first boss to be the worst boss fight in the game just because like nothing felt particularly good. Like I really did not like the sword at the very start. I found it just like slow and frustrating to use. and then like gun was just clunky. Brawler did literally zero damage. Well,
Mm.
Dancer, you could just too easily get knocked out, and it was just like that first boss was just such a struggle. Uh, Eventually, once things were leveled up around like halfway through the game, I enjoyed all of the styles except for Brawler doing zero damage. But uh, yeah, at that start, it was rough.
What do you think about the boss fight, No?
Yeah, I gotta say I felt the same way. I was again glad that what I said at the time was I'm glad that this is no longer trivial. But it does feel like I haven't figured out any fun way to fight enemies with to fight bosses essentially, and I don't think I ever did. Like bosses just never really became fun to me in this game. Which is a big problem. The only exception really was Chapter 9. We'll get to that, but yeah, most bosses it just felt like a matter of, you know, very slowly dodging and then, and then abusing the moment that they're open. But even then, it's again just like a couple of light attacks. I don't know. I'm not claiming to be the best in this game, but yeah, I did feel very, I guess, frustrated with that aspect.
Did you both play your first playthrough on Legend for the remake?
Mm-mm.
I played on hard, which is what I do with all Yakuza games, because I find that that's a good enough challenge without being frustrating. I would never start a first playthrough on Legend. That's too much for me.
Mm.
I
I
played
just
on
played through on
normal.
normal,
Yeah.
so I never found like I was never really in danger of dying for anything. Like at worst, I would use a couple heals for a boss. Uh,
Hmm.
but like still, I think that first boss fight was probably the closest to dying, just because like there's no options and you only have whatever few heals you picked up on the way.
Right.
Um, Otherwise, I felt like none of the other bosses were like not too difficult or too complicated of a challenge.
Hmm.
Any other thoughts on the masked man?
Yeah, Panda, you still haven't given yours. I
Um,
don't think.
so the thing is I actually like that fight. The problem though is that uh I don't know if it's because I know who that is. So I can't remember. I don't remember disliking the fight first time I played. I don't remember anything like specific. I guess I kind of liked that I liked the difficulty spike there, I guess, cuz you could tell I guess like I could tell very easily that I wasn't supposed to beat this guy. I was just like trying to survive basically because the fight is I wouldn't say it's a short fight in the original.
Mm,
Like I guess if you're proficient with the sword then yes, but I guess for probably for most people they probably would struggle with that fight, I would think.
so if you're talking original, in the original, actually, it took me quite a few tries to beat him. That's the fight where I actually figured out the soft lock. Like that's where I realized, and I actually really loved the game because of it. Because I was like, oh, the game is requiring you to use everything you have to beat this guy. I just didn't realize the same thing would work for every boss in the game. But it was very challenging at first until I figured out the method.
Yeah, and for that reason, that's why I'm like, I don't know if I like the fight like just now, like in hindsight, or originally I might not have felt that way, but I can't remember.
Mm. Yeah, fair enough.
It probably would have been better as like a you're allowed to lose the fight kind of fight, just because it is such a big difficulty increase.
Right, yeah. Kind of
Mm.
He
like
could have had
Majima.
like a yeah, he could have had like Hanpei jump out in front of the sword and take the hit or something like that. And then Masked Man runs off. And then it just would have been fine for the story.
Mm.
Yeah, that would have worked because I mean, basically right after this, Hunpei does end up getting slashed by the masked man.
Yeah. Conveniently non-lethally.
Yeah.
Um.
Yeah, that's my only thoughts.
Mm. Yeah. So
So yeah,
then we get to
the final
yeah.
part. This part is so dumb to me. I don't know. Every time I see it, I laugh. But so the end of this chapter, basically, Hunpeita's hurt because he got slashed by the masked man. You're basically fleeing with him. You're trying to carry him, and then eventually he ends up collapsing. I believe you end up getting to like I believe it's a shrine that you end up like leaving Hunpeita
I think
in.
so, yeah.
Yeah, because like the police catch up to them, and he's just like, "Look, they don't know you're involved. They know I am. Like, you need to stay." And basically, he says like one of us has to survive to lead the Toso Loyalist Party. And then he basically leaves him in the building, and then he turns around and tells the cops basically that I'm gonna go find out who did this and I'll be back. And then he jumps off a cliff. And every time I see that scene, I'm like, what if he landed on a rock or something? Like, I don't, it just seems like such a dumb jump. I don't know. He
Like,
was
he
so
knows what he's
confident.
doing.
Yeah.
All confidence, no thought. I also thought it was hilarious that, like, it's not like he locked Hanpei in the shrine or anything like that. He just closed the door
Yeah, he just
and he's
closes
just
it.
like, no, let me out. It's like, bro, you can just open the door
Yeah, he could. Yeah, I
if you
don't think
really
he
wanted to.
locks it or anything. He could have just got out.
No, I'm too slashed by sword to open door. Oh no. Anime moment. It kind of is. It kind of
Yeah,
is.
it pretty much is.
Hold on, I was playing an anime. Oh no.
Oh no. Am I a weeb now?
Oh no. This is just
Um.
like one of my Japanese animes.
Oh my god. That's the illusion. He locks him up in the shrine just like Snake locks up. No, Otacon locks himself up in the thing. Never mind. I completely forgot how Metal Gear Solid goes. But yeah, this brings us to chapter 2, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yep.
So basically, for chapter 2, basically the main point of chapter 2 is we see Ryoma. He's staying in an inn. The basically the owner Otose. You see her talking to him a little bit, and then you see a girl who works there, Oryo, also doing the same. Um, they don't really have any like meaningful conversation at that point, but at some point Ryoma leaves, and he basically what he's been doing in he's basically in Kyoto, and he's basically been going around to different dojos looking for a user of the Tenin Rishin style of sword fighting, because that's basically the only thing he knows about this masked man is that he used this style. So he's been trying to track him down by going to random dojos and like fighting everyone in the dojo, which seems really inefficient, but that's what he did.
That's all he knows.
I do I do really love Saito's characterization in this part, like the little thing where Oreo wakes him up in the morning and he does the little
Oh yeah.
gesture of oh, the dice are calling me. I love
Yeah,
that.
I love
And
that.
then he like pretends to be hungover on the street and then switches to your typical Kiryu Kazuma look of determination. That's great stuff.
Yeah. Also, side note, Otose and Oreo are like the only two that I couldn't place. Like I could recognize them as Yakuza characters, but I
Mm.
couldn't place who they were until I looked it up afterwards.
Mm.
And I'm not sure if that's me or if that's a comment on just how boring those characters were, or a comment on RGG's design of women characters.
I personally I like Park as a character in Yakuza 5, and I also did recognize her. Yuki, I think if I didn't know in advance that she was going to be that character, I'm not sure I would have recognized her either.
Right. Yeah, I agree. I feel like without Yuki's hair, like her short bob, I feel like it's hard to tell it's her.
Mm.
Mhm.
I
She's
get.
also like
Oh, go ahead.
she's like technically a main character because she's introduced in like the main story when you get um the cabaret club side game, but like she's not really a main character, so I wouldn't have thought of her when thinking of them picking characters to adapt.
Yeah. She has been in multiple, well, in two games though. Like she's been in K2 and in the club as well.
Yeah. Park I just forgot because I don't care about her.
Yeah, no garlic. I agree. I like Yuki and Park in this game. It's just I can understand how people wouldn't be able to tell like who they are.
Mm.
I hadn't, to be honest though, like I'd already played the original, so I knew. But I also hadn't really been that long for me since I played Yakuza 5, since I did the platinum. So it's like
Hmm.
Mide is fresh in my mind.
Mm.
All right, now we can just skip everything and talk about Saigo and Ryoma's fighting in the bathhouse. I'm kidding.
Almost.
We could probably skip a lot of what else happens in this chapter because it's kind of
Yeah, there's not much that goes on. Really, I think the only significant thing, which is kind of is the virtue system, and that's just because like
oh god.
the virtue system is actually really important in this game. Because that's basically your what CP and like Zero and other games.
Yes.
Yeah.
And your damage for New Game Plus.
Yeah, and your damage for New Game Plus. In the
I don't
remake
want to talk about
anyway.
that.
the priest is the MVP. The priest is pretty good.
The priest is a good character. I like how they'd like kept using him more in different things. Like
Yeah,
I
I'm.
don't know if you ever did Bakami Tai
Yeah, I love
at
how
the
they
singing
included
thing,
him in
but
that. I was like, why is he
that was
here?
that was probably my favorite music video for Bakami Tai.
That was really funny. And the thing is, I kind of. It actually eluded me in my first playthrough that he was the same guy in the Haruka thing, like the guy you meet when the guy you see when you meet Haruka, because I actually
Mhm.
played Ishin, the original Ishin, in like very small portions until about the middle of the game. So I just didn't remember him, I guess. But yeah, you realize that oh, this guy actually shows up quite a bit in the game.
What the hell is the last karaoke song in the list? So that's a new song, actually.
I that was the most miserable karaoke song I've ever played. Not because of the video, but because it's just so difficult because it just like keeps switching the tempo on the notes.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only one I didn't get over 90 first try.
Oh yeah, that's right. They did. They nerfed the song in the new update, like Padkey said.
Uh,
Mm,
maybe worth trying again.
yeah,
I'm just sad because I grinded out like completing that, and now they nerfed it. I'm like, thanks.
you should
Gonna write them a
You should
strongly
do
worded email to my congressman.
exactly. I was gonna say you should do like the rent, not the rent, the student debt loan thing, and just say, "Well, I suffered, so why shouldn't other people suffer?"
Yeah, exactly.
Um,
So what else happens in
So
this
yeah,
chapter?
pretty
You
much.
see,
Oh, go ahead.
you see Yahe again.
Yeah, you see Yahe. That actually introduces the one and only chase sequence. So one thing I will praise about this
yeah,
game, it still has chase sequences, but I feel like they're way better in this game. Because you usually just have to go up to the person and press circle, and that's it. The chase is over. Like, you don't have to kick
Uh,
them and get their health down, and yeah. You just have to
I don't
catch
know if
them.
this. Sorry,
But
I don't know if this is a 120 FPS thing, but did you ever have any of the characters just spin in the circle?
yes, I don't know
Okay.
why. I don't know what's wrong
I,
with them.
I think it was one of the ninjas maybe in the side content, but like you start the chase, he goes around a corner and he just spun
Oh,
in a circle
was
until
it
I caught him.
the blue ninjas when you had to
It might
catch
have
10 of
been.
them? Yeah, they were all spinning. I don't know what was wrong with them.
Yeah, I had it. There was one like really blatantly obvious, but I had it a few times. It was just so goofy.
But yeah,
There's one. Yeah,
oh, go
yeah. It
ahead.
happens on stairs sometimes. One. It happened like when he was crossing a bridge. He couldn't figure out which side he wanted to go off of. It was dumb.
yeah. I gotta
Sorry.
say, no, that's fine. I just have to confess, I did literally zero side content in this game. Well, no, not literally zero, but I only did a few sub stories, and I didn't do any karaoke stuff because my thinking was, oh, I'm just going to mainline the main game on my first playthrough just to like see the main story beats that they may have changed or characters they added, and then on my like on Legend I'll do everything, and then I just decided not to ever touch this game again, which is yeah. But I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. There's only one of these chase sequences in the main game.
Yes, there's only
Um,
one. And it's actually kind of reverse because
yeah,
you're not chasing, you're being chased, so you're hiding.
Mhm.
yeah. Other than that, I only did the ones in the Ultimate Challenges thing, which weren't quite as miserable as I feared they would be. Just there was one involving chickens that was very miserable, but other than that, it was fine.
Did you do a lot of content when you played the original?
A fair bit. I didn't do all the sub stories because it was, I was doing Google. I was using Google Lens for anything that wasn't
Hmm.
an engine. Sorry, a pre-rendered cutscene. So it was kind of miserable to do a lot of the stuff, but I actually did quite a few sub stories and side content in the original. Yeah, when I was playing that.
Yeah, because like I think that, excuse me, is what made this so much better for me. Playing through the remake with an actual localization, like whatever comments you have about the localization, just having that versus a machine translation for all the sign content is just such an upgrade.
Yeah.
It made me happy that I didn't try playing through the original with machine translation because I think a lot of these sub stories are really fucking good, and they just would not have landed with a machine translation.
Yeah, that's definitely a fair point, and that's like the one thing where I think maybe I'll play through the remake once more just to be able to experience all the sub stories, with an actual localization. Because there's stuff like the Tosa dialect sub story, where
Hmm.
with a translation, like, what's the point of doing that with a translation? Like, it would not make any sense. Um, and then
Yeah,
there's the
and
one with the long stories that the one lady tells you. Like, there's a lot of sub stories that are very language based, and it
yeah,
just doesn't work if you don't have the localization.
yeah. I think the long story one is just like a Yakuza tradition sub story where it just dumps a bunch of information and then quizzes you on it, and I thought that was just fucking great because it's so stupid. But I had a great time with it.
Yeah. Um,
What about you,
because
Panda? I
I did
assume you
so.
did. You've done all of the side content
Yes,
many
I've
times
done
at this
all of the
point.
side content. I haven't. So there is new side content in the remake. I have not done all of it. Like, I haven't really started Bacchus's stuff or like any of like the newer people that were added, kind of thing.
Mm.
But
Yeah, I
I,
What?
assumed it was only like a handful of sub stories that were added.
but yeah, I am aware of like, I'm not 100% on it, but I know like Bacchus's has like these, I guess they're like memories you find around town that they look like the prize tickets. So you have to like
Mm-hmm.
pick them all up and then I guess you bring them back to him and he talks about it, I guess.
Hmm.
And you have to find all of
Yeah,
that for the completion. Just and to fight Amon because you need all of them to complete the sub story.
Right.
yeah, that was the only sub story I didn't finish before finishing the game was two of his sub stories. I didn't even find him until like the very end of the game, and I think I had like half of the memoirs at that point or something.
Mm-hmm.
So I spent a while just running around trying to get them all before I finished the game, and eventually hit the point where I was like, I'm just gonna fucking finish the game now, and I'll look up the memoirs later. And it ended up just being one that I had to look up, which kind of pissed me off.
Was it the one that was near the temple?
No, it was the one in Gion.
Okay. Because that
I
was
just
the
never
one
went
at the
back there.
temple was the one Froob was missing. That someone in his chat put their life at stake. So that day was funny. So Froob was trying to finish up stuff and he it was kind of just cheeky, but basically people kept telling him to do this and that and stuff wasn't working, so he was like, okay, anyone else who has an idea, if you're willing to put your life on the line, and then basically if you were wrong, you were basically timed out. But nope, that guy was right. That's where it was. He got to live.
Shout out to that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, so basically at the end of your chase sequence where you're hiding, who's actually Katsura, but he's going by Nibori Matsusuke, not Akiyama, just suddenly just comes out of nowhere and basically is like tells Ryoma that he's safe and he's safe for now. Shinsengumi are gone or whatever, and then Ryoma's trying to leave and basically Nibori asks him if he found anybody who uses the Tenon Rishin style. Because what might not have picked up before is in that dojo that Ryoma was in earlier, Nibori was actually there eavesdropping. And that scene is actually really weird because he's inside the dojo for the beginning part and then he's on the outside. And I'm like, how did no one manage to see this man walk out?
Yeah, he is like really blatantly obvious, and Ryoma just does not
Yeah, I'm
notice.
like, what? Okay. But yeah, he basically wants to make a deal with him and you know tells him that if he goes to this bathhouse and tells them that he's Nibori Matsusuke, that he can meet with basically the florist who will be able to give him information on person he's looking for, or at least somebody who uses the style.
The Bathist of Psy.
Yeah.
Bats.
He's basically Sai no Furoya, which is basically like the proprietor of the bathhouse. At least in
Mm.
Japanese. In English it does not. It's actually translated. But
Yeah.
any thoughts on that part with not Akiyama?
It's just probably I've started out this game quite a few times because I wanted to test speedrun stuff and also test some higher difficulty stuff. Easily the most annoying part of starting a playthrough of the game. Like, my God, do I hate everything in chapter two up to the bathhouse.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot
Like
of
it is,
lore dumping, it feels like.
yeah, lore
Lore and
dumping.
mechanics dumping.
Yeah, like I kind of get that this stuff is to an extent a necessity, but like chase sequences, really, couldn't we have left those in the past?
Where cutscene skips.
Yeah, exactly. That's the big one of the most disappointing things about, well, there's a long list for me, but that's a real disappointing thing about this remake is that very I think nothing is skippable that wasn't skippable before. Correct me if I'm wrong.
The only thing that's skippable now is you can skip the boss introduction for Okita and Izo, but
Oh yeah.
Izo's is at the end and Majima's isn't.
Hmm. See, everybody whines so much about Dragon Engine, but the second it's gone, oh man, look at all this quality of life that's gone that you're missing.
Well, you're not wrong. If this game, you know what? The thing I dislike about Dragon Engine games is how sloppy the combat is. Given how fucking sloppy the combat is in this game, you can bring back the Dragon Engine. It's fine. Um, no, seriously, it's man. We'll get to that in some of the later boss fights, but yeah, I had some very frustrating moments with the combat mechanics in this game.
Anything else?
It's hard to understand what not Akiyama's motivation is, because he's basically like tries to strike a deal, and Ryoma's just like, no, fuck off. And he's like, okay, well, here, just have the information for free anyway. Maybe it'll like make you like me or something.
Yeah.
Like, there's multiple times in the story where Akiyama just like only does good things for Ryoma. And Ryoma like never does anything for him apart from let him go that one time, I think. And that's only because he thinks he's getting something out of it. It's just interesting. It's
Yeah.
interesting how that character works.
I think the problem, which I don't know if it's a problem or not, but I can see the confusion, is like you learn later basically that he seemed to have been hired or something by Hanpeta to like basically track Ryoma and keep an eye on him and maybe possibly help him, question mark. I don't understand why you would help him though, because it seems to go against everything that Hanpeta is doing. So that part was always kind of weird to me, but
Yeah. I
Yeah, there's a lot
guess.
of. Hmm?
Sorry, go ahead. No, no.
No, no, no.
I guess Hampeta still did love his brother, question mark, and didn't want him to die.
yeah, I guess so.
Well, I think at least until the end of this chapter, Hanpeda still thinks he might be able to win Ryoma over.
That's true. Good point.
Mm,
And then when it doesn't work, things change, and the way he uses other people, like, for example, Oreo, which we'll get to, also changes.
hmm All right,
Yes.
let's get on to the what Panda wants to talk about.
Yeah, yeah. The
so
terrible crime that's been perpetrated in the
yeah.
remake.
Oh God.
So basically, if we fast forward, because nothing really significant happens other than well, that happens after, but we'll get to that. So basically, we're at the bathhouse. Um, Ryoma tells the dude that he's, Nibori, and he's here to talk to the florist. He goes and talks to the florist. The florist basically explains that, he basically says that for your own good, it's probably good that they don't really know anything about each other. And then Ryoma's like, sure, whatever, okay. And then he basically tells them that basically the person he's looking for would be in the Shinsengumi, because only the people in the Shinsengumi know this sword style, the Tenin Rishin style. So that's a really good clue for Ryoma. But pretty much like right when he says that, Ryoma asks if like any of the members went to Tosa a year ago, and then Sai basically says that like if that information would cost him way too much, like basically that Ryoma probably can't afford it. And then he says that, you know, whatever, that's good enough. And then pretty much as soon as they say that, we have Saigo, not Ryuji, who just stumbles in. He basically beat up the attendant because nobody should be coming into the bathhouse right now because the florist basically has it rented out, you know, just for him. So he comes in, he's not supposed to be here. He basically is like, whatever, I have something I want to ask you. And then he goes to step into the bath, and the bath is apparently too hot for him. So he gets mad at the attendant, throws the attendant into the bath, telling him to get cold water to cool it down. And then basically this is when Ryoma is basically tired of all this shit, and he goes to leave and says that he doesn't like his attitude. And of course, that's when Saigo grabs his shoulder and basically is like, you know, what about my attitude? You know, like, say that to me again kind of thing. And then, yeah, basically Ryoma gets mad, smacks his hand away, and they end up fighting. And then, of course, the florist is disappointed because now his bath has been ruined. And this probably is like the best fight in the series. The entire series and the entire RGG series, because they fight
just mechanically very good.
Yeah, they fight. Well, actually, it kind of is, because it's Ryoma actually, because he's naked, because you're in a bathhouse, he has no equipment. So pretty much the only thing you have to rely on is hand to hand, which most people haven't leveled hand to hand yet. So you end up in a position of fuck, probably like immediately starting the fight. And yeah, the whole thing is like when they're fighting, there's the scene where it's basically a QTE that you have to do, and Ryoma ends up slapping Saigo's ass. If you fail the QTE instead, Saigo picks Ryoma up and yeets him into the wall, basically, like a torpedo. But in that scene, yeah, you basically see him slap his ass, but in the remake, the fog is so dense that you literally see absolutely nothing. You just hear the smack. And I don't know if that was accidental or if that's just a Unreal Engine thing, because I'm not really like very familiar with Unreal Engine. But yeah, it's just kind of weird because right before they fight, you see the florist's butt clear as day. Like there's no steam blocking it. So I'm leaning towards it's a mistake, but I don't know.
I love the idea. I love the idea of some Sega executive looking at this game and just going, "That's too gay. They won't like it in the West. It's too gay for people who like Yakuza in the West. Remove the wet butt immediately."
There's definitely never been any homoerotic undertones in the Yakuza games before.
No, nor does anyone who likes these games enjoy that sort of thing.
Nope.
Obviously.
Yeah, I would chalk it up to just them being very unfamiliar with Unreal Engine. Like it does feel like this game was made with, you know, $10 in a week of time.
$10
for them to figure out Unreal Engine. So like when the QTE starts and it
and this comes
zooms
from
on,
a guy who's positive on this game.
yeah, I know. When it zooms in on the ass and it's just like white, you see like the vague outline of an arm maybe, and that's it. Like if you didn't know what the original was, you would have no idea what was happening. Like there's no way that's intentional.
Hmm.
Yeah, because he could be slapping anything at that point.
I mean, you couldn't even really tell that he was slapping anything. Like you can't even really make out what his hand is doing.
He could have accidentally slapped himself.
Yeah. You know what kind of makes it more gay if you can't see what they're doing? Who
That's what I
knows
was
what
gonna
they're
say.
doing
It
under there?
actually makes it kind of worse in a way that you have no idea what happened.
It's like, when you take a random show and you just bleep out random words so it makes it sound like it's doing something worse than it actually is. It's the same thing.
Yeah. Maybe he's slapping his balls.
Yeah, that's what I was going for.
So yeah, basically because that's exactly what would happen after a
Sorry.
bathhouse fight. Yeah, Saigo's like, "Hey, you want to go out for drinks?"
Usually you're supposed to do the drinks first, but hey, whatever.
Dating in the modern world of 1869. Um, or is it 67? I forget the exact year this is
I think
taking
it's
place.
67.
67. Okay, yeah. So yeah, they go drinking.
And yeah, I don't
Yeah.
think
Oh,
really anything happens that's important there other than at the end, Saigo basically reveals who he is, that he's Saigo Kichinosuke, the army commander for Satsuma Domain,
Mm,
which at this point in the game means absolutely nothing to us because we have no idea what Satsuma has anything to do with any of this, at least not yet anyway.
yeah.
yeah, he ends up being a very important character, but you just have no context for anything at this point. It's just like when I saw that come up, I'm just like, I'm not going to remember that name
Yeah.
because I have no context. Yeah, it ends up being. Well, actually, there's one thing that the old Yakuza games have that I really miss is the like character profiles thing with like the map of how
Oh,
everybody relates. So I
Hmm.
would just check that every now and then I would be able to see like, Saigo was under Satsuma domain and it like help add context. But I just kind of miss that feature. It's
They
really
didn't do
cool.
that for this game, did they? No.
No, they did do it for this game.
Oh, they did? Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's why I bring it up because it was there and I would look at it every now and then.
mm.
Um,
Yeah. I
yeah.
guess for people who for Japanese players who actually grew up with the history, um, this would be a lot more of like a reveal that it's this
Mm-hmm.
guy from history. But
Yeah.
it is weird that like even the original, which was a Japan only game, it had those little tooltips where if you pause, they did this in this game as well, where you can
Mm-hmm.
pause
Mm-hmm.
and it explains some of the terms. And I like that was even in the original kind of felt like it was woefully underused, but especially here where it's a game that's meant to be accessible for people in the West as well. Like they explain about four terms for the entirety of the game. It's like
The town names,
Tosa,
basically.
yeah, like three town names and I think like the name of the Loyalist Party or something like that, and
Yeah.
that's pretty much it.
That was a really good mechanic that they just did not do enough with.
Mm.
And it was always like at the start when it was doing it, and I would see it pop up with glossary. I'm like, oh, cool, something new. And it would just be like Ito again for the 10th
Yeah,
time. I'm like, could
yeah,
you at
that's
least like
also
highlight it in the text so I know what I'm looking at and don't
yeah,
waste
exactly.
time?
That was a very weird decision. Um, yeah, but other than that, no, good slapping.
It also is just like a fun fight. Uh, I think that brawler in this game is really fun. It's just too weak to use in most fights. So like
Mm-hmm.
being forced to use it here and like mess around with the parry and stuff, I thought was pretty cool.
It's a decently fun fight. The problem is that, and again, I don't know if this is like a bug or just rebalancing. It felt basically impossible to grab and use heat moves in this game, whereas in the original, that's a very viable way of fighting Saigo in that fight.
Mm,
I wonder if it's a frame rate thing.
Yeah, that
I'd
could
be
also be.
curious to try that out on different frame rates to see, because yeah, it was impossible to grab him. Because that's really your damage, the way you do damage in that fight is just heat moves. But you couldn't do any, because you couldn't get him on the ground. And you couldn't, like, for example, if you got him near a wall and you grabbed him, like you managed to grab him, even if you were mashing triangle, he would still get out of your grab before you could use a wall heat move, so it was like, god damn it.
Yeah, that happened to me as well. And Padkey's saying in chat that he had problems with it on 60 FPS as well.
Just too
It
slippery.
says you can do the wall heat moves if you enable. Yeah, if you enable the auto hit moves in the accessibility thing, but that's kind of, I don't know, not the best way of doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's strange. And grabs in general are, that's another thing. Like the one thing um where you'd think hand to hand would shine would be grabs, but not only are there all these issues with actually getting the heat moves off, it does this really annoying thing where whenever you grab anyone from behind, Ryoma automatically flips them over to the front, which is like, why would you do that? That's not been a thing in any previous game, and it feels like a big limit on how effective grabs can even be, because it feels like by the time you can do anything, when he flips them around, you're already like they're already breaking out of your grab, you know? Can't grab them sometimes because they have, yeah, that as well.
Yeah, the only thing where you just like reach to grab and you just kind of bounce off them. It's like, why? They're just standing
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, exactly.
But I did really like how the parry worked for Brawler, even though it gets like extremely overpowered once you leveled it up, where you can just parry literally everything and just stay invincible forever.
It felt a lot like the parry from Snake Style in Lost Judgment,
Yeah,
with also like being about as overly generous with the timing and such.
yeah.
And
Later
I
on, when I was
but
messing around, there was like a solid, like 2 second period between when I hit the button when it actually parried. It was a bit ridiculous. Sorry, Panda.
oh no, I was just gonna say I've heard people say it's like Tanimura's parry, but I can't say or not because I barely played Yakuza 4.
That's understandable.
Yeah, Tanimura parry. I think the window on that one is a bit more reasonable. Like it's not super generous, but it's not. It's also not super precise. The problem with Tanimura's parry is that it's crap. Like you can't follow it up with anything. It literally doesn't help. At least on higher difficulties. Maybe on easy and normal, but like playing it casually and doing the legend playthrough, like anytime you parry a boss or anything, they just immediately break out of whatever stun you put them into. So it helps you avoid damage, I guess, but it doesn't really help you deal any.
You can follow it up with the one specific heat move, and that's it.
Yeah.
All right.
Anything else?
God, Ryuji's just so cool. Sorry, continue.
But yeah, I guess we'll kind of fast forward here because we're basically going to end up in Mukurogai. The reason we end up there is Ryoma's going back to the inn. He sees commotion on the street. It ends up that Yahe, the guy who you meet in the beginning for like 2 seconds, and you meet him again in this chapter for like 2 more seconds, for a total of like 4 seconds. He is now dead. And then
Up to a real one.
mysterious guy who we can never tell who he is comes up behind you and basically says that, something to the effect of, Shimada Yahe was basically someone who couldn't keep their mouth shut. And Ryoma basically is like, are you who killed him? And then he just basically says something to the effect of, I'm not your enemy. Oh yeah, by the way, just meet me in Mukoto Guy. So you end up going to talk to a boatman. You go to Mukoto Guy. You don't. The game actually ends here because you just go play mahjong for the rest of the game. So yeah, that's it. That's all that happens.
I don't want to talk about Mahjong. I don't know how many times I try playing that game, and it's just like, I don't want bamboo tiles, and then I only draw bamboo tiles for the next hour.
But yeah, you basically you get to Mukoto Guy, you end up getting surrounded by these men, and turns out Izo draws his sword on you. Big surprise. That was the mysterious man from like 3 minutes ago.
Which, like, I don't get how Ryoma didn't recognize him. Like, it's supposed to be. People tried when I pointed this out. People tried saying something like, "Oh, he's only seen him once a year ago," but he immediately recognizes him once he takes the hat off. It's only with the hat on that he's like, "Oh my god, who is this mystery man who has the exact same hair and even clothes as the guy I met a year ago?" You know?
Yeah, I
It
don't.
was
It's weird.
Ryoma was having an out of body experience, and his point of view was actually from above, looking down at the hat that was covering all his features. It's very silly.
So yeah, you basically have a fight with you basically fight Izo. Nothing really special happens. He basically tells you that Hanpeita's waiting for you, and you go meet with Hanpeita, and you know you end up learning that I guess since Hanpeita is like the leader of the loyalists, that like basically he's being hunted by what the Bakufu, I guess,
Yeah.
and basically he explains that he's now like Tosa Domain's Kyoto liaison, and that he's now a Joshi basically, and he tells Ryoma like because of everything that happened, the loyalist party survived, and then they joined forces with the old men of Tosa, basically the men they were trying to oust out, and the thing they would have done if Toyo didn't die. And then basically, of course, Ryoma's absolutely pissed now because he's like, basically, you're telling me that you joined the guys who basically had Toyo killed. And this is actually really weird. I honestly feel like Hanpeita's kind of gaslighting Ryoma here a bit because he just acts like nothing is wrong with this at all. Like this whole scene is like very bizarre to me because like Hanpeita's just like, yes, I don't understand what your problem is. Like almost like Toyo never died or anything, or like that he hasn't been ousted from Tosa for a year. I don't know, it's really weird to me.
Yeah, he's very much just like, why do you care so much about finding the one who killed our dad? Like it doesn't matter. Just move on already. Come on. Just get with the times.
Yeah, basically that's the main contention here. Hanpeita wants Ryoma to just like forget trying to find the killer and, go join him and be a part of the loyalists again. And Ryoma basically doesn't understand how he can just let it go. And, basically says that he has to do this. He has to find who killed Toyo.
Yeah, it's weird, and it's one of those. I read it as kind of an extension of what I was talking about in chapter one when you meet Takechi for the first time, and again, it feeds into this idea that the game seems to keep coming back to is that Takechi just wanted people to be too equal, and that leads him to do like he's an extremist, and that leads him to do all these terrible things. And again, it's that weird both sides mentality of what if too democratic, what if too much equality. It's one thing where one of the reasons why I started really disliking this game's, I guess, perspective, if not story, just yet, because it really does not make sense when you think about it too much. But they just need to villainize him and to kind of show his descent into evil, I guess, and they do it in a very awkward way because it doesn't make sense when you think about it.
I wouldn't really agree with that reading. I don't think it's that
Okay.
he's acting too democratic or anything, because it's clearly he's getting a lot out of this, like everything that came from it.
Mm.
It really talks about it
So you
more
think he's selling out?
in yeah,
Yeah,
like
I
we'll
could see
talk about
that.
it more when Date's character appears, because he
Mm.
he brings up these points where it's just like, after Toyo died, he went up a class. He's now a Joshi now. Uh, he has
Oh.
like a lot of power and everything. Like he made out like kings from this. Like it's not so much that like he's an extremist and he's trying to do all these things. It's more like that's just a facade, and he's really just out for himself the whole time. So like
Right.
well, obviously hunting down Toyo's killer is bad for him because it was him, but
Right.
even like keeping up appearances, like hunting down Toyo's killer doesn't do anything to help him, whereas like getting Ryoma to join him here and like push the agenda of the loyalist party does help him. So that's what he wants.
Which, yeah, that part um is something that, well, we'll get to that, I think, around the last fight with Izo or something like that. But yeah, I also wanted to touch on that. But the part with him, moving up a class or something, that must have eluded me. So yeah, that's a good point.
Oh yeah, yeah. He does say in this scene that he's basically a Joshi, which I
Mm-hmm.
think Ryoma also kind of makes like a little bit of a face of like, so you're like one of the people now that we despised, basically.
Mm.
Yeah.
Like it was weird too because Hanpeta said it like, "Oh, I'm a Joshi now. Aren't you glad for me?" And Ryoma's like, "No, I'm not actually." But
Oh wait, you're one of the baddies now.
It's weird that he even thought he would be, to be honest.
yeah, I mean, because it's true. Because like in the beginning, so Toyo is actually also a Joshi. Um, and Ryoma even questioned him like in the beginning, basically saying like, "Why are you working with the people we're trying to overthrow?" Basically, like, "Why
Mm-hmm.
are you okay with this?" But I feel like Toyo explained himself way better than Hanpeta was just like, I don't see the problem.
Yeah, Toyo, I kind of got the impression that he was. Again, I might be, you know, not understanding parts of the plot or something, but I kind of feel like he was always in that social class and he uses that position to help the cause. Whereas Takechi, uh, he got into that position later and is now, just using it to collaborate with the rulers of Tosa.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think in a way, like Takechi's obviously glad that Toyo's gone because if Takechi was a Joshi while Toyo was still around, he wouldn't be able to fully enjoy the benefits of being a Joshi. Like he
Mm-hmm.
couldn't be a basically absolute bastard to everybody like the other Joshi were in the beginning. Which and I kind of
Right.
feel like Hanpeta wanted to do that. Like he wanted that status.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't know if he would be like as outright evil, but he definitely wanted to be out from under the shadow of Toyo so he could do what he wanted.
Yeah, I guess he just totally felt like Toyo was standing in his way.
Yeah.
Mm.
So yeah, basically they immediately have a falling out and because uh one of the big significant things that happens in this scene, which I feel like if you're not like up on like Japanese like culture with the like the suffixes and stuff, So he always calls Hanpeta by his first name, and usually when you're calling people by their first name in Japanese, you're really close. But he actually says Takechi-san after that. So that's kind of like a ooh burn, like I don't see you as my brother anymore. Because he didn't even call him Kyodai.
Mm.
Because after he says that, you can see Takechi makes a face like, did you just fucking like, not call me by my first name anymore?
Hmm.
Yeah, because normally he would call him Hanpeta. He wouldn't call him Takechi. So yeah, he calls him Takechi-san, and that was basically like, all right, I'm tired of your ass. I'm leaving. Which is
Basically, a fuck you, buddy.
yeah, basically, which is what happens. That Ryoma just walks out, and Hanpeta's pissed, and basically just starts throwing shit when Ryoma leaves, and that's basically the scene. Because Ryoma is determined to find the killer no matter what. Which, of course, Hanpeta would be mad at, because if Ryoma figures it out, he's gonna figure out that it's him.
Right.
Which, honestly, I'm kind of surprised that. I don't know, it almost kind of came. I don't know if it came off to you guys like this, but it came off to me like Hanpeta never considered that Ryoma would be this stuck on finding who did it. And I'm
He does kind of
honestly,
seem surprised, yeah.
yeah, and I'm honestly really surprised that he's surprised.
It's like he doesn't know Ryoma very well, despite
Yeah,
them
yeah.
growing up together. And like he definitely did change after his time in Edo. Like I think that made him more progressive and everything. But like
Mm.
there's no way he changed that. Like he must have always been a himbo, right? He
I
couldn't
mean,
have changed
based
that
on how
much.
Toyo was talking, it sounded that way because, Toyo kind of said something to the effect of, like, of course you would end up in here. Of course you would,
Mm-hmm.
immediately be arrested upon arriving back in Tosa. Like, like Toyo didn't seem surprised at all that he was just looking at Ryoma in a jail cell as soon as he returned.
Yeah.
Mm.
But now that I think about it, I don't know. I guess Hanpeta doesn't know about any of that, right? No, I don't know if that would really be important, but yeah, I don't know if Hanpeta was aware that as soon as Ryoma came back, he basically defied Joshi's, ended up in a jail cell, and then Toyo saved him.
Yeah. I mean he never explicitly learned about it. Don't know if that would have been mentioned or not.
Yeah, and it's hard to say if that would have been like significant to the plot at all, like if he knew.
I think it's probably just that Hanpeda is like just picturing what he wants Ryoma to be, and like he wants him to be his lapdog rather than what Ryoma actually is. And Ryoma's probably the only person who actually pushes back at him. Like he kind
Mm-hmm.
of just gets his way with everybody else. So he's just surprised when, this one person doesn't just do what he wants. I guess that's probably what it is.
Mm. Yeah, I guess you do. We do learn later in the game that Ryoma's always had this very starry-eyed perspective on Takechi, and always maybe even had an outsized admiration for him, I guess, because he
Mm-hmm.
does say something like, "Oh, he was always better than me at everything," um, and it is very common for the bigger brother to like take this sort of admiration from a younger brother as like for granted.
Mm-hmm.
Brother in this case in a slightly different sense, but still.
I mean, they were effectively brothers. It's the same as
Yeah.
like Kiryu and Nishiki grew up together under foster care.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, the parallels with Yakuza 1. Who could see that coming? It is kind of interesting that they didn't cast Nishiki for that role.
Oh, for Hanpeta?
Yeah.
I th- I wonder if it's because it would be very hard to take Nishiki seriously as like someone who people follow.
Yeah, I guess I could. Yeah, I could see that.
Maybe. I mean, more of that kind of attitude is from K1, where he's shown to be completely incompetent the entire game. Again, in Yakuza 1, he doesn't really seem all that competent. Like, it seems like he's being played around by everybody, but, like, he knew he was what he was doing the whole time. I don't know.
Phoenix says would have been too obvious in the original game, which again I just feel like Hanpeta being a villain is not supposed to be a surprise to us. It's only ever a surprise to Ryoma, I think, but we can get to
Yeah.
that a bit later in the
Yeah, we'll
discussion.
definitely touch on that later with some other plot points.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then instead they cast Nishiki into this other role who's like kind of a rival, so that one does kind of still work for Nishiki. The like Izo and Ryoma do kind of have a similar relationship as Nishiki and Kiryu.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Maybe they just I don't know if the original voice actor for Hanpeda was like a bigger name that they got for it or not.
I think there's also the fact that Hanpeta, for all of his significance to the plot as a character, he's not really in this much, that much. Um, and
No,
maybe they wanted. Hmm?
basically just the start and the end.
Yeah, and it might be an issue of maybe they wanted to give Nishki's actor more screen time, or maybe they didn't want to pay for like the guy paying Takechi to be in it for that much. I don't know.
I do think though, I kind of wonder if really what they were going for is not really that you were seeing Hanpeta, but more that you were seeing the basically the consequences of what Hanpeta was doing. Like even
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
in Yo, which was obviously nowhere near Tosa.
Mm-hmm.
Because I kind of feel like maybe I'm wrong, but I kind of feel like if Hanpeta was there, Ryoma's the kind of person I feel like who would dismiss it, but if he's not there and he's just seeing all of this, because I almost feel like Nakaoka, not Date, kind of like has to slowly like nail this into Ryoma's head of how like Hanpeta is manipulating everybody and getting everybody to do his bidding. Because I feel like
Mm-hmm.
Ryoma's like, no, not him, he couldn't do it. And then over time he gets to, well, maybe he did it. And then eventually he gets to, okay, he fucking did it, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's kind of what I'm getting at. Which, like, the real turning point. Well, the first big turning point for that is the final fight with Izo, and the second one is when there's the Omiya Inn incident. I guess
Mm-hmm.
those are the big two, and that's where Ryoma really like starts understanding what's going on. I feel.
Yeah, he definitely like spends the whole game not accepting that Hanpeda is the other Ryoma, even though it's very, very, very obvious to everybody
Mhm.
else. Uh, but yeah, he doesn't really accept it until he sees him himself. But that's a much later chapter. We're only at chapter 3.
Yeah.
It's been like
We
2
haven't even
hours.
started chapter 3.
Yeah. There's a lot to mention. Um, well, the speedrun for this game apparently is going to be like 4 hours long, so we're doing cutscene percent essentially.
Slightly faster than the OG.
Um, yeah.
All right, so I guess to kind of speedrun chapter 3. Basically the chapter 3 starts out with Ryoma in front of the inn and Oreo basically saying, "Are you stupid?" Basically, like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And Otose comes out and is like, "What are y'all doing?" And then basically Oreo's like, "He's gonna go join the Shinsengumi, he's gonna do it." And then Otose is basically like, okay, I guess. And then basically Ryoma kind of takes a stance of, "What do you care? You're gonna get paid now."
Yeah, I guess the whole this chapter is weird, and I think the whole way the game and this isn't an issue with the remake. This was weird to me in the original as well. I think this whole chapter really shows like the weird ambiguity that the game of the game's portrayal of the Shinsengumi. Because on the one hand, the game constantly shows us like just how violent and brutal they are. Um, and they just like they're constantly just murdering people for what is rarely a very good reason.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Okita basically wants to essentially wants to murder anyone trying out for the organization. And is only really like tempered by Nagakura. And later on, we have in this game not Sarah. In the original, it was not Katsuragi from Yakuza 4.
Pretty big
Um,
blow up.
yeah, and Ryoma like he gets the challenge to defeat him, like fight him to the death, and he refuses to kill him, and then Hijikata does it instead.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all very strange because these all seem to be scenes that are propping us up to think, oh, these guys are kind of hardcore. They're not cool guys. But then by the end of the game, it's like Nagakura giving a speech about the importance of friendship, and I don't know. It's very very strange. It's like the game couldn't quite decide what to do with these guys.
Yeah, there's a little bit of whiplash that happens.
I think the reason it's like that is at the start, like in this chapter, they're all following Kondo's ideals, and basically, like, he just wants the strongest people ever to do whatever his goal is. And over time, Ryoma's dumb himbo energy just kind of like gets to them over time, and he just like kind of changes all their minds about how they were going about everything. So I think that's what it's trying to show. It doesn't really do a good job of it because they basically go from murder hobos to best friends kind of instantly. But I think that's the idea of what it is.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Because
and
like at the start they're just like, we need the strongest people at whatever cost, and that's why they're ready to just fucking murder anybody. And by the end it's just like, actually this Realm guy has some pretty good ideas. Maybe we don't need to murder.
That's possible. Yeah, yeah. I can see that.
so yeah, this chapter is mainly Ryoma going to Shinsengumi HQ to join. He ends up fighting Nagakura. Nagakura is basically like, "Okay, cool, you pass." Then Okita shows up and is basically like, "LOL, no." So they kind of have like a teeny tiny little fight, and then Hichikata comes out and is like, can y'all like stop?" And then basically Hichikata is like tells him to meet him in Gion at
And this is
at
the part
night.
of the game where, sorry,
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say this is the part of the game where everyone gets extremely horny.
Yeah, because Hichikata is just beautiful. It's illegal. You shouldn't be this pretty.
It's funny because I think he's a more interesting character in here than he is in 3, so
Oh, by far.
it's actually it's actually good that they brought him back.
Like it's
Gave
not
him
even
more
close.
justice.
I'm always really confused when people are like, "Oh my God, Mine, he was such a good," and like he is the most boring villain I could think of in the entire series. Um, yeah, I don't know. The actor is good. Like he's got a good actor, so like you say, I'm glad they brought him back. But I never really got the interest in Mine.
Yeah, Mine's character is very popular in Japan, which I
Mhm.
think is part of the reason why he was included in this game.
Yeah,
Like even in the
that's
original, because the original, like, it's I don't know, it's kind of funny because I saw people talking about that in this game for the remake, about it being fan servicey, and I'm like, this game was always fan service. That's
yeah.
literally what this game is. It's Ryuga Gotoku fan service. The game, like, I don't.
Yeah. You know, uh, you know the Red Letter Media. I can't remember. I think it was about like Rogue One or something like one of those crappy Star Wars movies. And it's just like, I clapped when I saw it. It's like that's literally me for this entire video game. Just the whole time, just losing my mind because they showed the character that I know.
um, yeah. I mean, it is very fan servicey, which makes that like there was that one that one time like not the one thing where they said they didn't bring Mac back because they didn't feel like they they needed a needless like a what how did they call it, like a
They
frivolous cameo or something like
Yeah,
that.
they said something like
It's
they
like
didn't want to just insert, they didn't want to shoehorn a character basically in for nothing. And I'm like, that's like half the characters in this game. What do you mean?
it's because he's black.
I mean, there is a disturbing lack of Gary Buster Holmes in this game.
Hmm.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know. I kind of feel like they should have just kept that to themselves about not including Mac, because as soon as they revealed that, I was like very disappointed in them.
Yeah.
Yeah. God, this game has streamers in it.
Yeah, there's literally a cat girl, but we can't have a black person. That doesn't make sense in 1800s Japan, right?
Yeah, not historically accurate. Um, yeah, I don't know, man. Honestly, the cat girl isn't the one that
Yanners?
disturbs me the most. Yeah, Nyanners is whatever. Like I've said this before. Of all the things you could put into a Yakuza game from the modern age, a cat girl seems like the thing that's most fitting.
Hmm.
Some of the other streamers included in that are a bit more dubious to me.
I literally don't know any of them. I just like put all those cards on my reserve
Ah,
slots for the health and then never use them.
you're an old man.
I am.
No, I'm
I'm not
honestly
in with any of the kids.
honestly I don't really know most of them either, except for Caw Carnage. Like I know the name, but it's not like I know what the person does or anything. Um, but yeah, that actually, I mean, speaking of battle cards, that actually ties into the next chapter, right?
I think it's chapter 5 when we get those.
Yeah, it's chapter 5 when we get, so the, not the next
Oh, I thought
chapter,
it was
chapter
four.
after.
Okay, okay,
No,
yeah.
chapter 4 we get Haruka.
Mm.
The
Is there
character that
anything else
saved
going
this
on in chapter
game.
3? No, we went through all
Yeah,
of
so
3.
basically for 3 to end it, the main significant thing is you go to meet Hichikata at this Ryote, which is basically like, I guess, a fancy restaurant, I guess you could say. Um
Yeah,
and
that's one of those
Hichikata,
things that should have been in the glossary and it just never was.
yeah,
Yeah,
you're right. Yeah. So Ryoma comes in and is like, "This is weird. There's only one seat." And then Ichikata's like, "Well, you wouldn't want to get blood everywhere." And he's like, "What?" And then yeah, that's when it's revealed that you're gonna fight. You're basically gonna fight. Not Sera. Which, what is his name? I always forget his name.
Yamanani?
Yeah, Keisuke. Yeah, yeah. Yamanami. So yeah, basically Hijikata's like, one of you is dying here. Fight, basically. And of course, it's Ryoma wins, but he doesn't kill him, and he basically turns around to leave, and then as soon as he turns around, Hijikata stabs the other guy, and then Ryoma turns around like surprise Pikachu face, and Hijikata's like, "What? I told you one of you wasn't leaving alive." And then after that, Hijikata basically is like, "Hey, you want to be the third captain of the Shinsengumi?" Haha.
A position just opened up.
Yeah, because that's when you find out that that's who this guy was that you just flopped.
I find it really funny that they made him like an actual returning Yakuza character, but they didn't give him any lines. So he's just kind of there.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
Interesting.
not the
Weird.
only time that happens in this game
Yeah.
either.
So interesting thing, localization Jason said that for the record, the glossary isn't working correctly. And he said he's doubtful it will get patched, but he said that they did around 100 entries for it, and he doesn't know what happened.
That makes sense.
That's very strange.
So that's very
But-
disappointing to hear that
So they had them do
RGG
all
dropped the
this
ball
work?
there.
That that supports my theory that this was made with like $10 in a week.
Yeah, like I feel like if they went through all that trouble to, provide the glossary and then they just don't implement it, that's kind of sad.
Yeah, that's frustrating.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that happened to you, Jason.
Yeah, not cool. Not cool.
Yeah, personally, I think the localization fucking rules. I know other people have problems with it, but I very much appreciated having it.
I have a extremely minor gripe with it, and it's so minor that it doesn't matter at all, really. So
Okay.
my only gripe is that when you're playing mahjong,
Oh, that, yeah.
yes, I understand why, but the hand pinfu, it's kanji for pinfu is heiwa, which would be peace, but in this context for mahjong, you
That's
read
what peace means.
yes,
I've gotten,
yes.
I've gotten
You,
peace. I'm like, what the fuck is
in this
peace?
context, you would read it as pinfu for mahjong because it basically means no points hand. That's the only thing, because I remember when I was playing mahjong and I got pinfu and I saw the text right, and then when you win, Ryoma reads his hand and he said pinfu, and I sat there for a moment, like my brain had to like reboot. And I was really confused, and I still didn't get it. It actually took me like 5 hands of getting pinfu for it to dawn on me that piece was pinfu, and then I had to like put all the pieces together, and I was like, oh, okay, that's what that is.
Haha, the pieces together, the puns.
Yep. But that's it. That's just because I play way too much mahjong. Probably more than the average Yakuza.
Yeah, I play very little. I'm not super familiar, so I was just like, what the fuck is peace? I guess I just don't know that one, and moved on. I didn't realize it could just be referencing something else.
But yeah, overall the localization I thought was fine.
To me, again, this feels awkward with localization Jason around. But to me, there's a lot of stuff that bothers me about it. One thing was the choice to make everyone sound like they're either. I couldn't quite home in on if the intent was to make them sound like they're rednecks, or if it was to make them sound British, and both were very strange because there's like we were talking about that one character, like the loyalist guy who Izo kills in chapter 2.
I've already forgotten his name.
Oh, Yahe?
Yeah, Yahi, yes. And whenever he talks to you, he goes like "by gum," and I'm like, I lost it every time that character spoke because like why the fuck is he talking like that?
Uh,
And That's like on one extreme, and then on the other extreme, there's a lot of characters talking like they've been on Twitter way too much. Um, this is more in the sub stories to be fair, like the internet speak. That's where you see a lot of it. Um, like someone says bet at one point, like how in certain vernaculars you say bet instead of you bet. That was weird to see.
I don't even remember seeing that. But yeah, it's definitely a lot more in the sub stories and stuff where people are way more lax and more modern. I think in general, what they're trying to go for is like the people from Tosa are basically like country hicks, effectively. Especially I think historically, like uh, the Goshen are like country samurai kind of thing.
Right.
And then, usually for the Kyoto accent, they have like a more southern sounding accent in the localization. Like that's been a thing for all the Yakuza games.
Yeah, the Kansai Ben. I feel like, yeah, I don't know. I can understand that though, because I feel like I don't really know if there's like a very good one-to-one like English way to describe a Kansai Ben. I always kind of took it as like you just kind of do your best kind of thing because I don't know if
Yeah,
there's really a thing to compare it to.
like like I don't know. My personal preference is in these things where you can't really translate it is to just not. Um, because to me it's way more distracting when a character in what is supposed to be Bakumatsu Japan, you're like, well, my stars and garters. There's not really someone saying that, but things to that effect. It's way more confusing to have that than to just have standard English vernacular. But I don't know. That might just be me. That might just be a preference thing. I
I
do
think
have
if it
more.
was,
Hmm?
sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say. I think I have more like a more. I don't know. Uh, a different issue that I would like to raise about the finale, but we'll get to that. We'll talk about that when we get to that point.
I was just gonna say, like, I feel like if the main story was like more classic-y sounding, I think it would be a lot worse. But like in general, the main plot, like all those stuff, is just like talking like normal modern day kind of speak. So I don't think it's like uh, that much of a I forgot the word, like just a difference between the main story and the sub story stuff. But if it was like trying to sound ye old times and then the sub stories were modern times, it would have been way worse.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, I'm not 100% sure, but I guess I just assumed that it was just trying to ease the burden on the player of, being able to read everything somewhat easily. Because the only one person I've
Mm.
had issue with so far, it's not like an issue with the localization, it's just like that's how this man talks, but the basically Aguri the ugly man who basically
Mm.
has like a Shakespearean like that's what he talks in. That is like hard to read. So like if the entire game was something like that, I feel like I would just be exhausted and just wouldn't play.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
it was good for that sub story
yeah,
though.
it was good
I
for
do
that sub
feel like
story,
it worked
but
for that sub story.
I feel like after that, if it would have kept like other people would have talked like that, I think I would have just got really tired.
Right.
Sub story localization did not feel like the Yakuza 1 dub. You need to go back and watch the Yakuza 1 dub again.
Yeah, because the one dub
It's
is
the Yakuza 1
something.
dub is so much worse than this and so much worse like executed.
But yeah. So, what are we up to?
So we are on chapter 4, which starts with all of the commanders in the Shinsengumi barracks are having an emergency meeting, and 1 year in Edo made you a fucking. All of the officers are having a meeting. They're kind of. I don't even actually understand. Like, every time I watch this scene, it just feels like everyone's having like a conversation amongst themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Because someone's like, "Where's Kondo?" and then someone else is like talking about some other thing, and then all of a sudden Ryoma shows up, and then Hijikata makes Okita get out of his seat so he can sit down, and I don't know. They all just seem to be
This does
disgruntled
seem,
for like no reason other than they
I mean, it
can.
does seem very accurate to real life work meetings where
Yeah,
everybody is just
True.
doing their own fucking thing.
Yeah, but basically the
no one's
main. Oh,
listening.
go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, basically the main gist of this scene is everyone seems disgruntled that Kondo isn't there again, and he just hasn't been there, and Hijikata's like, it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. He's fine. Everything's fine. And then, of course, Ryoma pops in, and everyone's like, why the fuck is he the third captain, huh? You know, the same deal he went through when Takechi made
Which
him the second person in the Loyalist Party.
which is a fair question, by the way. I myself was like, yeah, why is he the third the third division captain?
Yeah. I mean, okay, they never really explained this, but I feel like Hijikata knew
No,
that
yeah,
something, like, Ryoma was just fishy, but, like, he also had power to back himself up, so he was actually useful to them, so he kept them around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the same thing as I was saying before. It's just like Kondo just wants strength. Like they all knew. Well, not they all. Like Kondo and Hijikata and a couple other people already knew it was Ryoma. They already knew that he was been searching around for Tenon Rishin users. They just don't care. Like they just want powerful people, and that's it. So that's why they just like fast tracked him in because he's really fucking strong.
yeah. I feel like it all makes sense, especially when you find like with the reveals that come later. But it's not it's not unreasonable of them to be confused. I like put it that
Yeah,
way.
Yeah,
yeah,
no, I
it's reasonable
agree.
for everybody else to just be like, "What the fuck is this guy?"
Yeah, because on that note, I think, like, Matsuraba, so that's, wow, what's his name in the actual game?
Morinaga.
Morinaga, yeah. I feel like he would have possibly lived if he was a stronger character. Like, if he was as strong as Ryoma, I don't think they would have been so quick to off him, because I'm sure they knew about him too, right? Like, they
Yeah.
had to have known. I highly doubt they found out in what, chapter 6 is when that set piece happens. I highly doubt they found out then, so I think it's kind of just whoever was more useful got to stay.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Not to mention, I
And
mean, let's be honest, would they have been able to stop Ryoma? I don't
it
think
would
they
definitely
would
would
have
have been a
been able to.
shorter game if they just decided to fight right there and right then, and he just
Ryoma just
killed
takes out
all
the
of them.
entire Shinsengumi. That's the end of the game.
This
Yeah.
game's fine until chapter 6, where you have to fight like 10 bosses at the same time. Kind of a difficulty spike.
That would be so insane just to do like a 1v10 of bosses. And
But
then like
I,
Kondo shows up halfway through.
I mean, to me, Hijikata alone would be a pretty big threat. I don't know about either of you. I struggled with Hijikata in this game, in the remake.
I was shocked that they actually made you do those 3 fights and like force you to win. But that's another thing.
Yeah, well, I do have stuff to say about that when we get to that point.
Yeah, I think it's just this scene basically just sets up that there's very Like they even openly say that there's like two factions in the Shinsengumi right now, and they're like getting close to a breaking point. Like the game's not trying to hide the fact that there's internal strife.
Yeah, at one point, I don't remember if it's this meeting or the next one where Hijikata says there are no factions in the Shinsengumi. And when
I think
someone
it's this
says
one.
that, you know that there are factions.
Yeah, it's this
Yeah.
one because he says it in response to Sanosuke, so not Aizawa. Because Aizawa basically is upset that Yamanami was basically just killed since he was one of the original members. And then Hijikata's like, we don't care, whoever abandons the Shinsengumi dies. Like,
Mm-hmm.
all traitors will be killed. And then he basically ends the meeting with that.
They also say that he committed seppuku,
Yeah.
which, like, Ryoma's just like, huh? But I don't know why they made that point. Like, I don't think it really makes a difference if he killed himself or if he was killed by Ichikata.
I guess because it was seen as, I would think it would be seen as more noble, I guess, if he did that. I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah.
But I
I guess
guess,
they would have more of a problem with it if Hijikata killed him.
yeah, but I think that's the thing is they all knew it was bullshit and that either Hijikata or someone else killed him.
Mm-hmm.
But no one wanted to, like, point fingers there. Because I also think that's one of the reasons why the Shinsengumi kind of, like, even though everyone's kind of at each other's throats, everything kind of stays together because, like, in order to do something, you have to have the power to back it up. So, like, if you're gonna directly confront one of the members, you need to be able to beat their ass, basically. And if you can't do that, then you're better off just being quiet.
Mm.
And as we see, most of the people do not have the power.
Yeah, like, yeah, exactly. Unless you're Ryoma, then you stay quiet. Everyone just wants to fight you anyway, so.
Yep.
And yeah,
You gotta
that,
pick on the new guy.
yeah. Then that's basically that. Then you know that at some point, Todo Heisuke, the 8th captain, is gonna basically show you around. That won't take place until chapter 5, so the next chapter. And then basically the next thing you do is you meet Haruka, who both of her parents have died and she's in a lot of debt.
Oh,
And she's basically screwed until Ryoma's like, I'll pay her debt.
Mm.
And that's basically the whole synopsis of Another Life, is that you're basically paying off Haruka's debt so that she can stay in her home, basically.
Yeah, I don't have much to say about this part because I just didn't do much with it either in the original or in this game. In the original, because I felt like it would be kind of a pain without understanding language, and in this, just because I wasn't enjoying the game too much by that point. Only thing I can really say to all this is, man, they made Haruka so adorable in this
She is so
in this
cute in
game.
this game. I love
It's
it.
yeah.
Yeah. So the original was helpful to me because I learned vegetables in Japanese.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love this minigame to death. The farming is very relaxing. The
yeah.
cooking is fun too, and I enjoy fishing in this game. So yeah, I spent a lot of time just farming, basically, in this game.
Yeah, I thought this whole thing just kind of ruled. All of it was just really nice and comfy. And the way it's like paced out where you don't really want to necessarily grind it all right away. You can just kind of go back whenever and get some veggies and stuff. I thought it was really cool. The only problem I had with it is that water looks like shit and it's impossible to tell when your fishing lure is under the water.
Yeah.
Uh, and
Which
you
again is
basically have to play at night because you can't see the
Yep,
shapes
yep, yep.
during the day of
Yeah.
the fish.
which by the way is another ridiculous thing because the water in the original looks amazing. It's actually like some of the best water I've seen in a video game.
Yeah, I don't know why it just looks so bad in this game.
Mm.
So like I didn't end up doing that much fishing just because it was such a struggle to to try to tell when the thing was in the red marker.
Mm-hmm.
Like half the time you couldn't even see where the surface of the water was. It like just didn't render it, and I was just like, okay, I guess I'll guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, the just the farming was fun. The cooking was fun, although I did get a little bored of the mini games because they don't really change at
Mm-hmm.
all. I liked the little scenes with Haruka, but I never got the last scene, like the where you use the bed. I don't know if you have to
Oh,
like be maxed out or something with her.
you can only be at night too.
Oh, that's weird. Yeah, I never got that one, but
So
I did get the other scenes.
I do think you need some sort of rank. I don't know what the rank is, but yeah, then it also has to be at night. Because any other
I think I
time,
was,
like, just nothing will happen.
I think I was like one away from max, and then I tried sleeping, and it just didn't happen. I was just like, all right, I guess I'm not doing this one, and it was a bit disappointing because I wanted to see more of it.
Yeah, if you're at max now, I would definitely just change it to night and try again.
Yeah, I'll do that after this.
Because I don't know. It could depend on her debt, but I'm assuming if you're at max rank, you probably have paid off all or most of her debt.
I'm one away from max rank, and I've paid, I think, 3 parts of the debt, so over half.
Yeah, because I guess that's possible that it's linked to her debt somehow. I don't know. You think I would know, but
This is the problem with such a new game is I don't have Sirig Z just to tell me what to do.
That is a problem. How does anyone route legend strats or sorry, how does anyone route legend for these games without Sirig Z? I have no idea.
Which I think there was another person who just focused on doing the completion guide, so maybe he has stuff about it.
Mm.
Haruka. No, he does not have details.
but
It's
yeah,
kind of random when they'll trigger. I don't think that's the case.
I don't think that's the case either. So
Anyway, Haruka good.
yeah, Haruka's good, very good.
Mm.
So then basically after that, Ryoma goes back to the inn. He basically is like, hey, I joined the Shinsengumi, how are you guys? And basically Otose calls Orio out to come basically look after his uniform. She refuses, saying that she's not going to have anything to do with basically murderers, and runs off. And then yeah, and then basically this part is hilarious to me because Otose has to explain to Ryoma why she's so disappointed. Like, yes, her father was killed by the Shinsengumi, but also it's kind of disappointing for her that, you know, someone she really looks up to and likes, you know, joined the Shinsengumi that she despises. And then he's like, she's into me? And then she's like, you are, what the like, where have you been, sir? Yeah, so she basically sends him off to go, you know, fix things with Oreo. Which you end up doing. You basically Ryoma ends up telling her that, like, you know, with in my position with the as being the third captain, I can use my influence for good, and he also explains that he's there to find someone.
Don't worry, I'm not a murderer.
Yeah.
I just joined the gang of murderers.
Yeah, exactly. Which honestly is also kind of ironic too, because Ryoma was just basically grilling Hanpeta for sticking with basically the old men who they were going against in Tosa, but yet here is Ryoma joining the Shinsengumi.
Yeah, that's I that irony escaped me. I was just going to like make a comment about how Ryoma is going to reform the Shinsengumi. He's going to give them sensitivity training.
Sensitivity trading.
It's just a few bad apples. Once we get rid of those bad apples, then the special police force will be fine.
Yes. Just a few good apples who happen to be like the entirety of the captains of the Shinsengumi. No big
Yeah, exactly.
deal. Yeah.
Then I guess to continue our speedrun, Ryoma goes back to the inn, basically lets Otose know that he made amends with Oreo, and then she tells him that someone came here looking for him, and then so he basically goes to Kiyomizudera, which is basically like a big shrine, to meet with Nakaoka, not Date. Um, basically, yeah, I guess in a way, Nakaoka basically tells Ryoma that he too is also looking for the person who killed Toyo, and that basically that person was him. And then basically Ryoma ends up saying something like, "Well, I'm right here. You can kill me." And then then he says something like, "But I think that you know that I didn't do it," kind of thing. And Toyo is basically like, yeah, but he basically says that he was what basically Nakaoka was Toyo's retainer, basically. So he knew basically what was going on that night. He knew that he knew that Toyo was meeting Ryoma and Takechi, and then I believe he also knew about the plan for the next night, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, he says basically like he can't forgive the person who killed him, Sakamoto Ryoma, and then he basically is like, "What, you're gonna kill me?" And then he's like, "It's just a joke," because he knows that him being the killer is just the public story, but the real killer is someone else, basically. And then Ryoma's like, "Okay, so who did it?" And then Nakaoka's like, "Well, I think Takechi did it." And then, of course, Ryoma's like, surprised Pikachu face, like, "How dare you? Like, how could you say that?" And then, yeah, this is basically where Nakaoka points out that Takechi had a lot to gain from Toyo's death. He became a Joshi. He has an important position now, and that basically that position is why he's here in Kyoto. Basically,
Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting that he wasn't necessarily looking for Ryoma to show up here. Like, as he appears, he said he was fishing for Henpeta, and it's just that Ryoma is the one who happened to show up. So, like, he is already all in on Takechi being the bad guy, and he's like ready to go after him with Ryoma. But then Ryoma's just like, "What the fuck, no!" So he kind of like backpedals a little. It's just like, okay, well, let's just chase the masked man because like that will give you your answers. Uh, so it is also there's drilling going on apparently right beside me right now. Perfect timing. Uh, so I
That's
think
fine.
it is the thing where he has to like build up confidence over time for Ryoma to go after Takechi.
By the way, to me, the drilling just sounds like someone's going woo
yeah.
right next to you, which is
It
actually
literally
very pleasant.
it sounds like it's literally the wall beside me. It is so loud.
But
um,
then yeah, I think Ryoma then tells him that, basically that's what he tells him is he missed one thing though. Like, yes, he knew he was correct in that he knew Toyo's plans, obviously, because he's his retainer, but then Ryoma's like, but there was another man there. And that was the masked man, which I don't think Nakaoka knew about because that would make sense. It would be kind of weird if he knew about it. So then basically Ryoma's like, we have to figure out who this masked man is. And then, of course, as soon as that happens, the Tosa Loyalist Party shows up to basically kill the both of them. Actually, they show up to kill Nakaoka, but they're also not going to just let Ryoma leave. So they're just going to, kill him too. Why not?
Yeah, I'm not sure if they even realize who Ryoma is. They're just like, you're meeting with this guy we want to kill, so we're gonna kill you too.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't think they realized who he was. And then, yeah, that's basically this set piece introduces like some of the gun mechanics and how they want you to use the gun. And I think this is also your introduction to armored enemies. because the final boss here
Oh yeah.
has armor, which you can use the gun to basically get rid of special. And I think the only other thing that happens is, yeah, Nakoka just says he's gonna keep searching. He's gonna search the Shinsengumi for the killer with Ryoma and basically forget about Takechi for now. And then he also mentioned that apparently Takechi was summoned back by Yodo to go back to Tosa. So that's kind of dubious.
Yeah. This is the set piece, by the way, that was the major part of the demo,
Mm-hmm.
of the combat demo that they released like a couple of days, I think, before the game came out.
I think it was
Or
like literally the day before. The day
it's
before the
yeah, it might have been the early access,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
And like it's like the one in the demo is balanced for having a lot of overpowered cards and stuff like that, which they let you use. This one, like in the game itself, it's thankfully a lot more forgiving. Um, but yeah, this is where you start using a lot of gun. Um, this set piece, I feel like it was probably more frustrating on the original. Again, just because gun wasn't very good, so you just had to go through it with sword. Um, and this, by the way, is one of those set pieces that if you die, it sends you all the way back to the beginning of it, even on lower difficulties.
Mm-hmm.
And what's way worse in this game, I feel, is the boss. Like that boss, I absolutely hated that boss. Um, and his moveset gets used for the most annoying enemy class later in the game, I think. But like
It's
he's got
always
this.
the big guys in Yakuza
It's
games
always
that are
the
so
big boys.
annoying.
Yep. Um, Man, I don't know about either of you, but like that one attack where he does like I don't know, it's like four swings, and then he does what you think would be a last swing, and then he does a tiny little final swing, which that
Yeah,
like does as much damage as anything else.
Mm-hmm.
you go in for an attack because you think it's fine, but then there's just a lingering hitbox like on his elbow, and
Yeah,
it gets me every time.
yeah, that wasn't fun. Those guys like once you, especially because I don't remember if this is just in the demo or if it's in the set in the full game as well. But this is where at some point you get acid rounds like right next to that boss, and that's a big hint of hey, acid rounds are pretty good against armor. Um, so yeah, the gun is very useful there.
Yeah, I think they actually highlight it in the proper game.
Yeah.
Where there's like, hey, look, you should pick these up.
Mm. Um, but yeah, no. Other than that, I think it was fine. It's just even in the original game, I think the decision of having a boss like that's kind of because the entire chapter there's not a whole lot going on up to that point combat wise, right?
No,
So it
not
is kind
really.
of weird. Yeah, so it is kind of weird that it's like this big set piece and then just kind of no real boss fight. But otherwise it's fine.
Yeah, it's literally the only forced combat in the whole chapter. Everything else is just like lore and mechanic dump.
Mm.
That we made it through chapter 4.
Yeah. Um, do you want to maybe take a quick break before we continue?
Sure.
Yeah, break would be good.
All right. Then yeah, we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Alrighty, guys. Take a quick break and then we'll be back. Make sure you stretch and get water. But yeah, I'm
Hello?
here and good to go.
All right.
Somebody had an accident on the floor I had to clean up.
Oh,
Oh,
I'm sure
I
that's
assume one of the cats.
premium. Yes, one of the cats. Premium podcast content right here.
Well, hey, everyone wants to know about the cats. That is true. Um, yeah. So we're done with the temple. So chapter 5.
all right. So yeah, with
More
chapter
plot and mechanics.
yeah, with chapter 5, you pretty much skip the entire beginning because it's really just Ryoma going to the barracks, and Toto walks really, really slowly, showing you around
I love how
the
they kept
barracks.
the I love how they kept how weird his head looks when you walk behind him and he's looking at you backwards as he's walking.
Yeah, because he keeps like turning, and his head just keeps like turning towards you and then going forward and turning towards you and going forward.
Like a fucking owl.
Yep, it's really awkward. And then yeah, the game introduces the battle dungeon, which everybody loves.
Oh god.
Definitely, no one dislikes the battle dungeon.
Yeah.
Battle
Yeah,
Dungeon is so weird because like it feels like it's one of those like randomized mini dungeons that gets thrown into games, except none of it is randomized. So it's just like they handcrafted these really boring arenas. Why?
It's as if it's sort of like Bloodborne Chalice dungeons, except they fixed like the one seed that generates them.
Yeah, it's so strange. And you have to do so fucking many to get to them on. Uh, I don't I don't know why they did it like that.
yeah, you pretty much to fight Amon, you have to do all the sub stories, the entire battle dungeon, and then you actually have to repeat the final battle dungeon.
Jesus.
Yep.
Yeah, I
I
never.
just
Sorry.
I just had like Panda, I just had your stream open with you grinding some stuff as I just made my way through the entire last section of Battle Dungeons with like the sound basically muted because I got so tired of hearing the same sword slashes.
Yep. I don't even blame you. Actually, I didn't do it yet, but I probably will do it this time. Actually, the first time I did that for my platinum for the OG, I actually played Yakuza music while I was doing it because it was that
Oh
boring.
yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Because people were confused, like, what's happening? Like, we're grinding, it's boring, we need something to do.
Uh, well,
Yeah.
it's also like that's Battle Dungeon is basically the only way to get so many of the materials, and it's like
Mm-hmm.
such a rare drop for any individual thing that it's so tedious.
Yep.
I spent when I found out about the virtue seal that did like the infinite damage, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I spent a good couple hours just trying to get that sword, and it's just like, all right, fuck this. I'm not getting it. I don't care anymore. I'm done.
Yeah, which shout outs to Ross for even finding out where to get the damn thing.
God.
I feel like we would
So
still be looking for it to this day.
Probably.
probably. Yeah. To me, the thing is, the battle dungeon can only be as interesting as the combat system, and I don't really
Mm.
enjoy the.
Hmm.
Sorry.
Uh,
I was just agreeing. That's a good point. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I,
So
I
I don't.
I think
mm,
one of the like I enjoy the combat system. I think the problem is that every single enemy is armored, so you can't do anything interesting until you get rid of the armor,
Right.
and it just
No, I,
makes so much of this stuff useless.
I say only as interesting as in it could be worse. Because if you
Yeah.
take Bloodborne, I love Bloodborne. It's one of my favorite games, but the chalice dungeons are terrible in that game, and that's because kind of like what you're saying about the battle dungeon. It's um like kind of the same enemies, a lot of repetition, Also, I just don't like it when games don't design their levels. Level design is kind of important. Hot take. Um,
Yep.
Well, that's the thing. Like these are designed levels. Like they're not
yeah,
random or
that
anything like that. It's just like they're the lowest effort thing they could do, where they just stitch
yeah,
together a bunch of
basically.
pieces.
Um, so yeah, I didn't like this. I didn't get it. Like the original Ishin came out in 2014. Bloodborne came out in 2015. I wonder what was it about this era of game design that gave us all these like weird randomized um dungeon systems. Like
Uh,
I don't know what happened during that time.
Unironically, Skyrim.
Really?
Skyrim came out in 2011, which would have been like as these games were starting
See,
development. And
Oh,
Skyrim did the whole like infinite
radiant
content,
dungeon.
radiant quests, and everything like that, and it was super
Oh.
popular.
but the thing is about like so I'm a big Elder Scrolls fan. I played the shit out of Skyrim. I always enjoyed going into new dungeons in Skyrim, but in this game they like missed the mark, I feel like.
Yeah, I think the difference is that Skyrim dungeons at least look good,
True, they do.
uh,
They look very
where
good.
these ones are just hallways.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I don't like. I'm not a Skyrim fan, even though I actually put a lot of time into Skyrim because my history with games is I actually didn't play any modern games between like early 2000s and around 20 late 2012, so I had over 10 years where I was only playing old stuff, and even then I wasn't playing a lot of it. And coming back, Skyrim was one of the games I decided to get because everyone was raving about it, and it's the game that like permanently turned me against open world games of that kind. But yeah, I think Skyrim did a much better job of fooling you into thinking those were crafted
Mm-hmm.
levels. You know,
Mm-hmm.
because I don't know if it's like the shapes of the rooms and the way they like put incidental details like furniture and books and stuff like that in them. I guess they felt more lived in those spaces, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely. They also like they weren't entirely just like the same five pieces over and over again. Like they were definitely repeated pieces, copy pasted across different things, but like most dungeons at least had something unique to them.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a Skyrim defender, but not for any of the like normal reasons. I think it's a fucking hilariously wonderful game in that it's so weird and broken and everything like that. But yeah, it definitely did a disservice to the industry
Hmm.
with its infinite content in quotes kind of approach for stuff.
Yeah.
Because like obviously other games had done that kind of thing, but that game was huge.
Yeah, I can definitely. I never quite made the connection, but that's a very good point, actually. That Skyrim is to blame for everything ever.
Skyrim is the root of all evil.
Yep. But yeah, as far as battle dungeon stuff goes, I really didn't do much of it because I didn't expect to enjoy it. Um, Seemingly vindicated in that. Uh, yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. I was on the fence if I wanted to do it, and then when I finished all sub stories and realized Amon was not unlocked yet, and I had to do Battle Dungeon, I begrudgingly did it, and it was not worth it. It was not even remotely worth it. I don't did either of you actually fight Amon in the remake?
I have
No,
not
not
in
in
the
the remake,
remake.
not in the original.
I watched Froob do it though, and yeah, I agree with Froob that he is seems to be way easier in this game in the remake than the
He
original.
he was a fucking pushover. Uh, you have to fight
Really?
him twice, because you have to like redo the last battle dungeon, and when you redo it, it's like surprise, Amon's here. And in that one, he has like three ads with him that have like a metric fuck ton of health.
Yeah, it's like he has three
And
Durals with him.
yeah, and I don't know, like I'm guessing like it wants you to use like elemental attacks against them or something like that. But like I wasn't gonna go quit out and like get myself prepared for all that. So I just like sat there and whacked away with Wild Dancer for a good 20 minutes, uh, whittling away their health. But like it wasn't hard. Like none of it was hard. He didn't even really do all that much damage to me. And like I had really good equipment, but I wasn't maxed out or anything like that.
Mm.
And then you go and do the final fight with him, and he's easier. Like he has a normal boss's amount of health, and doesn't really do much of anything. It was kind of embarrassing for the Amon clan, honestly. The funniest thing though is if you use Shinada's trooper card, he speeds up
Oh,
instead of
that
slowing
yeah.
down.
I have heard that. I think that's a brilliant troll. That's like well done.
That's the only good part about that whole fight.
Um, didn't he have a ridiculous amount of defense in the original version? Phoenix says in my chat. Panda.
Uh, so I'm actually this is actually one of the parts of the game I'm disappointed with, because
Mm.
I think if anyone's been in my channel long enough, they've heard me bitch about Amon's fight in the original game and how it's like the most boring fight I think in the entire series, because this man just has so much goddamn health, and if you for 1 second slip up, you basically are punished by dying, and then you get to redo the entire thing. Like there's no checkpoint in the fight or anything like that. If you die, you get to do it all over. And
Mm.
I didn't really think he was that hard. It was just that basically the trial was you had to be able to do the same thing repeatedly for like a good 10 minutes to beat him, basically. And I have ADHD, so yeah, that wasn't happening.
Right.
That's basically how the first fight with him acts, except he doesn't kill you. He does like a bit of damage when he hits you. But it's the same, like it just takes fucking forever.
Yeah, in the original game, he could just easily one-shot you, and that was it.
So
And that was
instead of
on
rebalancing,
and that was
sorry.
on easy.
Oh,
Because at some point, I was playing on normal. I just was like, fuck this shit, I'm done. I just want my platinum and I want to go home. And so, yeah, I fought him on easy, and I'm like, is this supposed to be easier? Because I don't see it.
Hmm.
Yeah, so kind of wild.
it kind of seems like they did the cowardly type of balance where they just make it way easier instead of you know making it a more a smarter boss fight.
Yeah, they just turned all the numbers down and called it a day.
Yeah.
And I feel like, I don't know, my favorite Amon fight in the series so far is Yakuza 6. And that's mostly just because I think that Roombas are hilarious.
Honestly,
And
same.
it just appealed to me on that level of it was just hilarious. And the fight was just so ridiculous. And it was just like the right amount of challenge where it's like he wasn't so easy that you could just punch him and he would die, but it wasn't so hard that you were just getting frustrated for like 2 hours trying to beat this man.
See,
I think I agree with that.
I don't know if I'm biased or anything. To me, my favorite Amon fight is K1.
Yeah, and I haven't done it yet, so I can't comment.
Yeah, I don't think I did K1
Soon,
either.
TM.
hmm. No,
Anyway,
six. My thing with six is I just found a really and I think this might be a well known cheese, but I did find it independently. Where do if you do extreme heat on sixes alone, even once, it doesn't finish him off. But then you can do like the sidestep attack on him, and it absolutely stun locks him for the entire fight.
Mm.
interesting.
Like he doesn't get to switch phases. You just keep doing that, which, like to me, if like I cheese him on every time, I don't care. Like it's a boss fight that's meant to be cheesed. But yeah, I definitely didn't get as far as I'm on in this one, so I don't know. It does sound very disappointing that they
Yeah,
just didn't do anything more interesting with him.
I think even if you ended up fighting him on Legend in this, like maybe he would one shot you, but I don't think he would like take any longer to kill than any other boss, which
Ah.
is stupid.
Yeah, Froob actually did it. So he did it on, I don't remember what difficulty he was playing on first, but after he went back and did it on Legend, and it really didn't seem to be that much harder. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe if you fight him on Ishin, who's gonna
But then
go
you have
through
to
all that
play through
trouble
Yeah.
all
there?
of the
Yeah, I
battle
don't know.
dungeon on Ishin. And then I accidentally saved over my save that I made right before I'm on, and I was like,
Oh
actually, I don't give a
no.
shit. Because I'm never going to do this again anyway, so whatever.
I had a weird idea of like taking on Ishin difficulty eventually, but I just realized I don't enjoy the combat system enough.
Well, speaking of the combat system, forget all the Amon crap. How did you feel about the trooper cards?
Um, so I like the idea of the trooper cards actually. Um,
Yeah, I do.
yeah, I think again the problem with the original Ishin was the combat system was too simplistic. So anything to make it more interesting is cool in concept. Again, my problem is how they did it, and that kind of comes back to a lot of stuff in this game. Like I think this game has a lot of good ideas, and then there's the grindy game design behind them, which I really really don't like because
You don't like the
it's
gotcha system?
oh my god. I mean that's one thing. By the way, have fun with that, speedrunners. Like people, I've heard a lot of people disagree that there's going to be a lot of RNG in this speedrun. There's going to be a lot of RNG in this speedrun. Let me tell you. Um, but yeah, the thing with the combat with the cards is it's not just oh you get cards, they have cool abilities, pick a loadout of cool abilities that you want to use. No, it's got to be each card is individually leveled. You can get multiples of the same card and just assign it multiple times. You can assign it to different styles. It just like it feels grindy and it feels kind of futile because you know that the like optimally the best thing to do would just be to find the most powerful card, get four of it, level all four copies to level 99, and that's just it.
I definitely didn't do that
um
in the original game.
yeah, I know, right? So if it just wasn't that, if it was just more limited in scope, I think it would be really really good, and I did enjoy it because I mean I told myself from the beginning I'm not going to grind anything. I'm just gonna use the initial cards and see how good they are. And you know what? They're actually pretty good. I think
Hmm.
there's a lot of fun to be had with just the basic initial cards the game gives you. But yeah, it's another one of those cases where like, this wasn't executed all that well.
Yeah, I think my problem with it is just it was too much. Like there's just too many things to pay attention to with it, and the problem with the actual like the recharge on them is like it took just a little bit too long to recharge for me to want to use it in just random battles. So
Mm,
I ended up only ever really using it like in boss fights occasionally, but also just like I don't know, I just preferred doing normal combat for the boss fight. So I didn't really use them all that much.
yeah.
Um, and I basically got like no interesting cards for the majority of the game. And then right at the end, I got like 6 or 7 legendaries. And every time it was like, yeah, this character, yay. And I'd put them on and I just
What
wouldn't
the
use
fuck?
them. So I ended
Patty,
up just like not using them very much, except in like the battle dungeon grind.
yeah. Patty says it's also stupid that the cards can straight up leave. I didn't run into that. I think that only happens in the battle dungeon, right?
I
Because you lose
don't
morale or
know.
something.
I still haven't
So
had
the
that
game,
happen.
yeah, the game talks about like morale and stuff. And it's like, yeah, you can check your troopers' morale and you can raise morale by like going out for food or anything. I have literally no idea what it's talking about.
Yeah, okay, so the, my confusion there, and if someone knows, let me know, because maybe I'm just a dumbass, but uh, in the original game, the morale was very clearly on the card. I don't know where it is in this game. So
It might
I don't
be
even know
that
where you're
little
supposed to
bar
track it.
above the charge bar, but I'm not sure.
Is it?
Because I can't tell what that bar means. And I have some cards where it's just empty, but like they're not leaving or anything. So I don't know what the fuck that mechanic even is. I've never had any of them leave. I don't know what morale means or anything.
Go look at a past stream now.
If you die or leave the battle dungeon, they can leave. Okay, well I never died because I'm too much of a gamer, but
Pro gamer here.
Oh,
pro gamer
Phoenix
playing on
has
normal.
just used the one use DLC cards, which yeah, that was a whole thing too.
I'm
That's kind
honestly
of what.
shocked you can't pay real money for the gacha.
Yes, I was thinking that like this looks a lot of the design of the cards and the gacha and that sort of thing looks like it's made for microtransactions, but then they kind of, I don't know, didn't feared backlash or just went back on it for some reason, and there's no microtransactions, so now it's just grindy for no reason.
Yeah, it's weird. Like I like the concept of it, but yeah, it just never really factored into the game very much.
Yeah. How do you feel, Panda? Because I know you were worried about them before the game came out.
I was worried about them because I thought it was really strange to have them outside of the battle dungeon, but I actually really like them. I do agree with what Dr. T said where it takes too long to charge. That is actually confusing to me because one of the benefits are like, I guess like the incentive, I guess you could say, to leveling up the cards was like once they were high level, they recharge so fucking fast. They don't now, because I have cards that are max level, like they've been promoted and they're at 99 again. So they're basically level 198, I guess. They still charge really slow, even at max level, which is weird because in the original game, once they're at max level, they charge so quickly that you can actually use them a lot in the dungeon. And now you really have to think about when you want to use it, which if I'm being honest, most of the time I forget about it and I just don't use them because I like there's just
Yeah.
so few chances to use them.
The promotion is also something I don't understand. Like I got the promotion gem and I have characters that are max level, but it just won't let me promote them and I don't understand what the difference is. So I
So
just never did it.
the promotion is strange to me after playing the so in the original game, the way you promoted a character was they would request a specific sword for you to make. So you would go make the sword and then you would give it to them and then they would be promoted. So they would start back at level 1, but they would get like a little star and
Mm.
they're basically like reborn. They're like level 100 or whatever. And then they can level up again. In this game though, you still do the sword thing, but that actually levels up their corporal trait, I believe, if you give them the sword they want. It's just for the corporal trait. Now, if you have duplicates
Mm.
of the card, like let's say you have 20 Ichiban cards for some reason, you can just keep fusing two together and it will upgrade the ability card. Like there's like a little number that basically it upgrades that skill. Um but yeah, it's
Yeah, that was
very different from the original because in the original you still fused cards together to upgrade the skill, but yeah, for promotion you just gave them a sword and that was it.
Hmm.
yeah, it's really weird because like there's the star rating on the skills, but then also the plus, and it's like I don't know what the difference is between these things.
It's one of those things where um, whenever there's too many systems and too much junk like that to pay attention to, my eyes just kind of glaze over and I go, yeah, okay, and just never think about it
Mm-hmm.
again.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Yeah, and then I was like, okay, I'll just equip the bear because he's a fucking bear, and that sounds fun.
Yep.
Yeah, and then
And he
like
was basically useless because he just did a heat action, and that was it.
yeah. And then, as Metza says, like you pretty much have to have honor and duty of legend in the corporal spot if you want to use cards a lot. But even then, even having that there, they still load so much slower than they do in the original game at max level, and I find that really weird since they seem to really be pushing the card system I'm like, well, then the way to get people to use them is being able to use them more. No, apparently this game disagrees. I don't know. Also, like Garlic Dread pointed out in my chat, I wish we had the option to move the UI. I really don't like that the map is on the other side.
The trooper cards are just so big on the UI.
Yeah, and I want my
care.
map back on the other side. Why is it
I thought I totally get that. I thought that would really bother me. It ended up not bothering me as much as I thought, but it is weird that they didn't let you switch that. That seems like it would have been so easy to do.
I think I would like subconsciously look at the left for the mini map and then look at the right to actually look at it, but I wouldn't like feel the annoyance about it or anything.
And honestly,
Mm.
it could just be a me thing because I speedrun the original game, so it's gonna stick out to me since all I did was play the game for like months or weeks.
Right.
All right, should we? We said we were gonna speed this up, and then we just went on a
No,
lot
but
of
this is
tangents
good
there.
because this is actually good stuff to talk about. I also want to talk about the crafting system, but we can wait with that later.
Oh
So
boy.
we could, in the meantime, go back to the main plot, which we are at somewhere in chapter 5.
So yeah, we're basically at the
We're meeting Yamazaki, I think.
looking at using my yeah, we go meet with Yamazaki. He's like, yeah, go to this place in Gion because there's a deserter and you have to take care of the old captain's, dirty laundry that he didn't do before he died.
Hmm.
Which basically is like a whole thing with Akimoto that is completely pointless in my opinion, and
As soon as the guy talked about the deserter, and he's like, his name is Akimoto, and I'm just like, oh fuck, not this motherfucker again.
yeah, honestly, I think the important part of this chapter comes at the end when you go do the raid on the gambling hall.
I actually
Yeah.
kind of disagree. I think, and I thought this in the original too. I thought this was kind of a clever moment because we're used to everything with Akimoto being, very comedic relief, like very silly, lighthearted stuff, and then Toto comes in and just murders the guy, which I think made it
Murders in
more
air
effective than it
quotes.
could have been.
Murders in air quotes. Because you can just recruit him as a trooper
Yeah, yeah,
card
yeah. He
later.
shows up again,
He's
which is
just fine.
weird.
Oh, okay. Well, that's strange. Why did
Yeah,
they? Okay,
it's kind of dumb. But yeah,
that
it's
is
just like the shot of
that is
him just
kind of
getting
it.
slashed and like the blood all over Mizuki's face. It's just like, wow, that went very different from how those two usually go.
Yeah,
Honestly, and part of me, okay, this is kind of dark, I guess, but part of me was like, is this commentary on like, do the developers just hate these two? Is that what's going on here? They're like, ah, we have the opportunity to kill them finally, let's do it. Like, I don't know.
I think it might have been that as well. Which I mean, God, can I not blame them? But I also think it was kind of clever.
I guess this is the last game they appear in, huh?
Yep.
Yeah, and I do think
Oh.
it did actually too give you insight on it really drove home, I guess, the point of the Shinsengumi of deserters will be killed because you saw the other guy killed, now you got this guy killed, and I think at this point Ryoma's really starting to understand just how on eggshells he actually is. Especially since we know going in that Ryoma is just here to get the information he wants and then he plans to leave, and now he's like kind of in for more than he bargained for.
Mm.
Yeah. It also shows like Toto is like this happy, fun guy the whole time, and he is just like no hesitation murder a dude, even if he's smiling while doing it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Mhm.
I actually have something to talk about there. This is the scene where I really missed Baba. Baba's performance in this scene in the original is just chef's kiss cuz he literally goes from just brutal murderer to just like back to like happy go lucky, and Zhao does it well too, but the way Baba's character does it is just so fucking good. I don't know. He's just
Yeah, I
Never,
agree.
I
I
never
thought
thought
Baba
somebody
was
would miss Baba.
I miss
it's
Baba.
really both in terms of what his character is like in five, and also just his actual performance. It like that turn is very good in the original. Zhao does, he does fine, but Baba did it, I think, a bit better.
Hmm.
Um,
I'll have
but
to
yeah,
watch through the originals cutscenes just to see the differences.
And yeah, I guess just to speed things up, really the next thing that happens is we go back to the barracks. Then they're like, "Oh, by the way, we're going to do a raid on the gambling hall." And technically Ryoma's not supposed to be a part of this raid, but he knows that Izo is involved. So as soon as he hears his name, he's like, "All right, I'm going." And when he gets there, you see three of the other um captains outside. All of their names I can't remember except for Gensan because the other
It's
two are so like
Tanny and Suzuki are the
Chinese,
other two.
yeah.
yeah,
Hmm.
Ani and Suzuki. Yeah, they basically immediately run in and die. Uh then
Which for me, when I was playing the original, this was the moment where I realized, oh, I guess some of these character changes really don't matter that much.
mhm.
Because in the original game, it's the guy from Yakuza 5, the guy who leads the gang that Kiryu fights in chapter
Yahada.
3. Yahata, yes, thank you. And the other guy is
Is it,
um
is it Ogita or is that somebody else? I
it
can't
is it
remember.
is
It is
Ogita.
Ogita, yeah.
Yeah, so two characters from 5, and this time it's Mabuchi from 7 and Kashumi,
Koshimizu
yeah,
from
from.
6.
Yeah, that dude.
So it really doesn't matter that much, but hey, we got to see more characters.
Yeah, this was a really interesting scene because it's like I'm not sure if they're trying to show how Izo is a badass or that the Shinsugemui is just a bunch of idiots, like useless idiots. Like what is it trying to show here?
A bit of
Because
both,
they
I feel.
perform terribly in that fight. Like the first one just like runs forward with his sword above his head and just immediately gets murdered. And it's like
Yeah, I was wide open, right? So it's like
I thought these were supposed to be like master swordsmen.
It's again, this is something that's gonna come up later, but I really feel like it's the classic Yakuza thing of they don't know if they want to show this as like an honorable institution or a bunch of idiots. That's,
Mm,
same as the Tojo clan, basically.
yeah, it is. It was giving those vibes.
Yeah. But yeah, so we meet Izo at this point again.
yes. And then yeah, basically funny enough that we mentioned that because Izo makes the same point. He's like, "Is this how good the captains are of the Shinsengumi?" And he's like, he basically was like, I heard the Shinsengumi was the greatest fighting squad in in
Mm-hmm.
the world, and obviously that wasn't the case here. But yeah, you fight Izo, uh, and then basically, this
It's
part's
like
interesting because Gen goes to kill him because he was like, they killed two of our men, and then Ryoma's like, no, like leave him alive, basically. And then this is a little jump ahead, but after this, you learn that Gensan was actually just testing Ryoma to see what kind of man he was, I guess. But
yeah.
supposedly, uh, Izo is also they're under order to bring Izo back to Tosa under orders from the from Yodo, which isn't sus at all because apparently Yodo's gonna shut down the loyalist party, which totally happens, huh?
Mm.
Yeah, it's kind of clear that like Gensan knows more than he's letting on, and like he's testing Ryoma,
Hmm.
where like uh, when Ryoma has to explain why he stopped him, and then Gensan's just like, I didn't expect so good of an excuse for this, and it's like clearly he knows
Oh,
what's going
Ryu,
on,
thanks for the
but I
raid.
don't think Ryoma picks up on any of that because he's fucking stupid. And he thinks he like actually made a convincing argument. So like yeah, at this point it's very clear that he knows more than what's going on.
What's your streak?
And he probably knows all about Ryoma at this point. But it's also interesting that Izo plays along with it. Like he doesn't like he calls him by Saito Hajime the whole time and faces him like that. He doesn't like try to play Ryoma or anything.
Isn't
Like,
sorry,
go ahead.
Isn't it basically part of Takechi's plan where he, wants Ryoma to keep infiltrating the Shinsengumi?
I guess it was all a part of his plan. I don't know.
I guess everything is always part of the villain's plan in these games, yeah.
I don't think it super was. Like Ryoma just ends up doing a lot of stuff that he didn't want. But I don't know. It's probably still the case that Takechi doesn't want to like have Ryoma murdered, so he makes Izo play along.
I think he says something like near the end, like the only time where he did something that wasn't according to his plan is preventing him from burning Kyo, but we'll get to that, I guess.
Well, there's also the whole thing with the Shogun.
Oh yeah,
which is a great scene.
Oh, he didn't. That's right. He didn't expect him to restore the emperor.
Yeah.
No one expects the Meiji restoration.
Yeah. We find out that Izo's being shipped off and is probably going to tattle on Takechi totally for real, and Ryoma thinks he fucked up.
Yeah, he thinks that he sent him, basically sending him to his death.
Mm. So yeah, which brings us to chapter 6.
Chapter 6, which is a chapter.
It is.
So basically, at this chapter is just kind of like, this is where I guess shit really starts to hit the fan, and then like there's a lot of stuff going on. So I feel like this, if there's a part in the game that you're gonna start getting confused, it's probably here. But yeah, they basically Yamazaki ends up getting a Ishin Shishi with basically one of the loyalists, and they basically end up torturing him to figure out, like, I guess what's going on. And then eventually at some point in this chapter, that the information that he leaks, the guy, basically leads them to 2 specific places that they end up raiding at the same time, because I guess they gotta cover all their bases.
Yeah, they know that the people with the plot to burn down Kyo are in one of these 2 places, so it's weird because they split up and they go to the separate places, and then they immediately learn which one's the right one, and they all go to the same one. So it was just kind of a lot of runaround, basically just to delay Ryoma getting there, I guess. It's a bit odd.
So this is one of those weird times where I was like, there's no, I was thinking this is kind of silly, and then I read like historical facts about this, and no, this actually happened. Mm-hmm. This was like this is an actual historical instance, which was really funny to me.
Yeah, the set piece later at the end too, with Oreo running around, that one's also something that actually happened.
Yeah.
This was where they were like trying to assassinate the real Ryoma or something, or is that a different one?
This one is where they're trying to get to the basically to not Akiyama, and I guess also not Shimano, because he was the
Yeah,
other commander of the
that
Choshu.
was. I thought that was a very interesting change because in the original it's Kanai,
Yeah.
and in this one it's Shimano. Shimano was my second guess. My first guess was Mr. Shakedown, but I guess Shimano does make more sense.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah,
and this is
this
where I
is.
kind of start. Sorry.
I was just gonna say this is another one of those no lines, so it doesn't really matter anyway
Yeah,
situations.
and this is where I started getting kind of disappointed with the soundtrack because some of the remixes of the like the new character or the new of the character changes, I guess, for this remake. Some of them are great, but then sometimes they just use the exact same track from the later games,
Hmm.
which was kind of a disappointment. And it starts happening a lot from this chapter onwards.
Yeah, I will.
Ironically, Akiyama in this chapter gets a really good remix.
Yeah, all the remixes that do exist are really good, and I really like them. But unfortunately, we get no Pledge Demon remix later on.
Mm. But yeah, this set piece probably one of my favorites in either the original or the remake. I don't know. I just thought it was very well paced with
Hmm.
like the good mini boss kind of cutting it into two pieces, and then the
Hmm.
Akiyama fight is pretty good in my opinion.
Yeah. So casually I like this set piece. For speedrun, no, because I'm really good at getting turned around here. So I've
Oh
lost
yeah,
so much time to this goddamn chapter from just going back thinking I'm going the right way and then I'm like, God damn it.
yeah, and you know what? As long as we're talking about that, why is it that the only thing from Sekiro that games seem to be using is the very terrible camera?
Mm.
Because Sekiro is one of my
Oh
favorite
God,
games, but my god, is the camera in that game horrible? And this is the same one.
the
It's the same
camera
thing
in
of
this is such a regression
yeah,
from the other games. It's like it has full collision and it can't get past any walls. And I
mm,
turned up the field of view, which made it even worse.
Yeah, it gets
So
stuck on
it
the
was
walls
just
so much.
constantly getting stuck.
So one of the
and
funny
it
things you
sucks.
can oh go ahead.
I was just gonna say this is the first fight where I got really frustrated with this because there are like little obstructions on the floor that you can get stuck on and totally get owned because of that. And
Hmm.
that gets really annoying from this part of the game onwards.
Yep. You get stuck on so much stuff. But yeah, in regards to the camera, I was gonna say one of the fun things to really highlight how bad the camera is if you're in another life and you come out of the house and you stand between the farm area and the house, the camera just like freaks out because it doesn't know if it's supposed to what it's supposed to look at because I guess the wall of the house is too close. And oh man, it drives me insane. I can't stand
Yeah,
it.
there was a few times in the game where it would like get stuck and just like vibrate, and it would just ruin my eyes because the whole
Yeah.
screen would just shake, and it's just like, oh God, what is happening?
That's, by the way, why I didn't end up getting Wulong, that new Souls-like that came out, because I played the demo and I could tell it's the exact same kind of camera. And
Hmm.
I don't get it. Like, we kind of got to a point where we know how to make camera controls good in 3D games. Why are we back to like PS2 times now?
Yeah, it's a bit ridiculous.
Yeah, I think so. This is actually one of the unfortunate side effects of basically adding the trooper cards all the time because the reset camera button was L2. Like if you tapped L2, then it would reset the camera. But now it's R3, which is I in my opinion is
Oh
really
God.
awkward to actually like do. So yeah, so half the time you just have to just deal with the really bad camera and it's really frustrating.
I, I swear to God, like, tr- if you make me click analog sticks in your game, by God, are you a criminal?
Yeah, I really don't like L3 and R3. Not my favorite.
They're terrible inputs.
Like it's okay for like very specific contextual things that you do like every now and then. Reset camera, no. Dash, no.
I know so many games like to use that as run, and it bothers me. Like if you
Yeah,
want to
it's
start sprinting, you have to hold down L3.
Yeah. Whenever that happens, since I have an Xbox Elite controller, uh, I have the paddles on the back, and I just map 2 of those to the click buttons. Like I had to do that for Elden Ring.
Oh, that's a good idea. Maybe I
Because
should do
that's
that
actually pretty good.
because I have
Yeah.
an Elite controller. I'm gonna do that after this.
Yeah, it helped a lot in Elden Ring because target and crouch are both on L3 and R3, and those are fucking horrible to do mid-fight. So it was very nice having them on the paddles.
Yeah, that sounds
Yeah.
terrible.
But yeah, then we get the whole thing. Oh, sorry, Panda. Did you have something else you want to say about this set piece?
Oh no, I was just gonna basically. I guess if no one had anything else to say, I was just gonna continue with us getting to Katsura, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so when you go through this whole set piece, basically, of course, at the end, you get to who you think is Nibori Matsusuke, and then not Akiyama goes, "Hey, you remembered my fake name," basically, and then Ryoma's like, "Nani, what?" And then he basically gives him his true name, which is Katsura Kogoro, who is basically who he was coming here to hunt down, basically. And they end up doing this like really fake swordplay fight because Nagakura, not Saejima, ends up catching up. And basically Katsura is basically like, please let me go, like you're not gonna benefit from me dying here kind of thing, or me getting caught. And he basically revealed too that he knows that he's Ryoma, basically. And he also kind of, I think he also reveals here that he's basically here because Takechi basically wanted Katsura to watch over him. And yeah, so basically they do this fake swordplay. Katsura pushes Ryoma into everybody. Of course, Hijikata, because he's just such a boss, manages to dodge out of the way, and he goes to chase him, but of course it's too late. Katsura is already out the window and running down the street. And then, this is actually one of my favorite scenes. Hijikata, not Mine, turns around, and he's pissed. Like, his face, he is so mad. Like, I feel like if looks could kill, Ryoma would have just been absolutely destroyed. And yeah, he basically after that, all of the captains like converge in the room, and that's when Hichikata's like, "Oh yeah, by the way, since we're all here, there's a traitor amongst us. There's a spy."
Amogus?
Yeah, and everyone's like, "Oh?" And then of course, Toto Heisuke puts his hand up and he's like, Hijikata, if I may, I think it's basically Matsubara. And Matsubara's like, yo, what the fuck? Why are you, this is not time for jokes. And then they basically out him for being a Choshu spy. And basically, since Matsubara thinks that Ryoma pointed him out, he basically is like, what do you mean? He was also getting information from the crow. Like, the crow obviously knew who Ryoma was. And then basically Hijikata gets his sword out and hands it to Ryoma and is like, okay, well, you need to prove your loyalty to the Shinsengumi by killing Matsubara. And at this point, I guess Matsubara just loses it and basically just starts just spouting stuff that he probably should not have said. Though I don't know if it really mattered. They probably were just gonna kill him anyway, no matter what he did. And then he basically, Matsubara is about to basically say what Ryoma's true objective was here, and then before he can, Inoue just like out of nowhere, kills Matsubara. So basically, Ryoma didn't even have to kill him himself. And then Hichikata just looks at him and like, the fuck? And then he basically is like, oh, he said bad things about Kondo and I couldn't stand it, which everyone in that room knew was bullshit, but they were just like, okay, I guess. And then, yeah, so at this point, you basically realize, just from context, that Hichikata knows exactly who Ryoma is at this point. When everyone leaves the room, Nagakura, so not Saejima, ends up staying behind and basically is like, you see what happens when you betray us, you know? And he basically says something like, I really hope I don't have to kill you. As in just warning Ryoma that he's on, you know, he's on thin ice here.
I'm not sure if this is like some weird translation I got from Google Lens when I played the original, but doesn't he say something like, "Don't let the enemy escape next time"?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Hijikata does say that to Ryoma. He actually pats him on the shoulder like you did good, but don't let the enemy get away next time.
Yeah, it is
In
like the
response
whole
to,
thing.
I guess, Katsura getting away.
Yeah, I I always thought this was a a very dumb scene, but I think your read on it is interesting, where they basically just say like they don't care that he's a spy because at least he's a good swordsman.
Yeah, I really think that's why they kept him around, is just that I think they all kind of realize just I think in a way, I could be wrong, but I feel like Kijikata kind of realizes at this point that Ryoma is a lot more powerful than he realizes, and that he can't really do much about it, so he might as well just like try to keep him like have them be on good terms, I guess.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting there. So like uh and like Nagakura and Okita probably all know exactly who Ryoma is at this point. Um Hijikata later on in the game mentions how like he hasn't been able to talk to Kondo in a long time and he's like jealous of Ryoma being able to. So I don't know if he exactly knows what's going on at this point, like with Ryoma's exact identity and everything, but he definitely knows that like something's up. He's not here for the reasons he states, but also he just kind of doesn't give a shit at that point.
Mm.
It is kind of interesting thinking about how much Hijikata actually knows the whole time. Like, when was the last time he actually talked to Kondo?
Yeah, because he does actually say something to the effect of like, did you think like somebody going around looking for Tennen Rishin users wasn't going to get back to me? And then he's like, well, whatever, I'll ignore it because it's not exactly a crime and it happened before you joined the Shinsengumi, so whatever. So as long
Mm-hmm.
as you kill Matsubara here, then we'll just call it even, basically.
Mm.
But as you know, obviously Gensan killed him before anyone got the chance to do anything. And I think that's because Gensan was in Tosa, haha, when all of this happened, so he knows who Ryoma is, really,
Mm-hmm.
and he's basically protecting Ryoma in that instance from Matsubara, like, revealing who he truly is. Because I think Hichikata does know, but I don't know if he like actually knows. I think he's just a smart dude and he realizes something is up. But I don't know how much Kondo has filled him in, if that makes sense.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. Mm.
Yeah,
But
I feel like
in
he
oh, go
hasn't
ahead.
actually talked to Kondo in a long time. Like he's just he says he's like been in regular contact with him in the team meetings, but I don't think he actually has been.
Yeah, I got that impression too, which is interesting because it seems like the only one who is in contact with him all the time is Gensan,
Mm-hmm.
who, funny enough, is actually a lower rank. So you would think it would be the other way around, right? But
Yeah, because he's secretly the other chief. Oh no, spoilers.
yeah.
Shh, we haven't come to that part yet. Um, yeah.
Yeah, that's basically chapter 6.
Yes.
All right. Oh, chapter 7.
All right,
We
so
get to learn about the second Ryoma.
yeah, apparently we learned at the start of chapter 7 that there's two Ryomas, which is like okay, I guess. So basically, there's an imposter now, and so this is honestly, I have to be really honest. When I played this the first time, this is where everything just like story wise just started to go over my head because like, so you have this man, um, basically Katsu, who basically is the retainer of the Tokugawa shogunate, and he's basically like, oh yeah, we by the way, we can sell you arms because we have this trade thing going on with the British, and also yeah, we have this guy who's yeah, he's Sakamoto Ryoma, and you're just like, wait, what? You're like, why would he have uh trade connections with the British? That doesn't make any sense. But yeah, he's basically trying to convince Saigo, who is the Satsuma domain leader, the army leader, to come to their side, which I like Saigo in this game a lot because his character is very good at seeing through everyone's bullshit.
Yeah.
Because I don't think I got the impression in that scene he wasn't buying any of this.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Katsu basically just wants him to go to war with the shogunate, even though Katsu works for the shogunate. Um, and Saigo's just like, clearly this is a load of bullshit.
Yeah.
But Katsu's kind of an interesting character because he only appears in like 2 cutscenes. I thought he was going to be a bigger deal,
Hmm.
but he just kind of doesn't appear again.
Yeah.
It's really strange.
By the way, another character that's played by someone from like a very incidental character from 5. He's like the evil acting chairman of the Tojo clan from 5 in the original.
Oh yeah, like Aoyama or whatever.
Yeah, something like that. Um, yeah, it's yeah, I agree. He's kind of a weird character. It's kind of weird that they used Ryo Aoki for him.
Yeah, that was a really interesting choice to say the least.
Yeah.
Especially the like young version of him
Mm.
when he's, supposed to be like a naval commander or something who you'd expect would be a little bit older. His character is basically just there to introduce the imposter, and that's about it.
Hmm.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, for the most part, this chapter is really short because you see that, and basically the whole premise of this chapter is Ryoma just like starts poking around the Shinsengumi barracks trying to see Kondo. Like at this point, he's like, okay, I'm tired of everyone's bullshit. I just need to meet Kondo at this point to get to the bottom of all of this. But of course, everyone he talks to at the barracks is like, yeah, whatever. You're not gonna see him. He's not here. Like, basically, fuck off.
Mm.
So then at that point, like, he doesn't really get anywhere. He basically goes back to the inn and talks with Nakaoka, and basically he mentions that, like, the Satsuma are actually working alongside the shogunate to get Choshu people out of Kyoto. Um, and then he said, but there's a rumor that behind the scenes that Satsuma is planning to take down the shogunate and bring power to the emperor. And then, so of course Ryoma's like, okay, whatever, I'll go talk to Saigo. So then he goes to talk to Saigo, but he doesn't really get anywhere because of course Ryoma comes there to ask about who this Sakamoto Ryoma character is. And I love this part so much because immediately Saigo's like, I don't know who that is. Basically the entire scene, like, Ryoma keeps asking like different questions about him, and then he just the entire scene is just like, I don't know him. And then
he's
he's
just like, fuck off.
yeah, and then he's basically
Consuming
like, wow,
bastard.
you suck at negotiating, and then he basically leaves.
Yeah, I love that line. That it's like if you're trying to negotiate, you're shit at it,
Yeah.
and that's such a good line. I actually kind of like the scene before this, where the guards
Oh
attack
yeah.
him near the shrine.
Yeah.
I know it's like a minor plot point, but I do think it's like because the reason they attack him is because they hate the Shinsengumi for various atrocities they've committed,
Yeah.
and that's another part of the game saying these guys aren't good guys or anything. They've done some shit as well. A point that kind of gets gets lost a bit later in the plot, but for now,
Yeah, and then Ryoma beats them all up and is just like, I'm not going to kill you because I'm a good guy.
Yeah.
And they're just
Yeah.
like, wow, maybe they're not such bad guys.
um, but yeah, then after the whole thing with Saigo, Kondo says he does want to meet Rio.
Yeah. Basically, Yamazaki was outside conveniently waiting for Ryoma to come out, and he's basically informs him that Kondo wants to meet with you.
By the way, am I the only one who thinks that's a weird change they did? Because in the original, Yamazaki is played by what's his name? Sugihara?
Ugihara.
Yeah, from
Oh,
Five.
Kugihara, yeah.
Kogihara, yeah. And in this game, it's Jungihan, who are like
Yeah.
on opposite poles of the attractiveness
Yeah.
tiers. Yeah, as the
Yeah,
characters.
I think most of the characters, like, it doesn't really make too much of a difference, but like this character is very much built with Kugihara's mannerisms,
Yeah,
and seeing Jugihan's face make those faces is really weird.
yeah. Although he does do like pull off the maniacal laughter well when he's torturing that one guy. But yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
In other scenes, it's very jarring.
Yeah, I agree. In the scene with the torture, he's very convincing. He fits that role very well. But
Mhm.
on every other scene, it's just awkward.
Yeah.
It's like he's dressed up like a little hobo, but he's still so damn hot.
Yeah, exactly. So then, yeah, since, I mean, Ryoma doesn't have anything else to do, and this is basically what he wanted the whole time, he goes to Gion to meet him.
How
And
convenient.
yeah, how convenient, right? And then this part, okay, this part's a lot because there's so much lore dumping here. But basically, when he sits down, he wants Saito to basically tell him about his report on Sakamoto Ryoma, and he basically says that, like, he didn't really find anything out, right? Which is funny because then Kondo starts telling him about Sakamoto Ryoma and telling him, like, what he's doing. And then he says that basically that it's not his fault he couldn't get any info because it's not easy to make Saigo talk. And then he basically thanks him for his, going out and doing that. And then that he says that he's found out something big, that Sakamoto Ryoma, who visited Saigo, is an imposter. And then he says, "Isn't that right? Real Sakamoto Ryoma," basically. So basically Kondo reveals that he knows exactly who Ryoma is. So Ryoma's like,
Awkward.
yeah.
Yep.
So then he basically explains the whole story again that, Sakamoto Ryoma, who basically killed Toyo, who a year ago, and he came to Kyoto to look for people who use Tenon Rishin style, and yeah, there's so much that goes on here. So yeah, if anything that is pertinent that anyone wants to bring up, feel free, because I will admit that this part's just like, what?
Well,
Uh,
no, yeah, I think that pretty much sums it up in terms of the story. I have a few things to say about the fight, if unless you want to say something
Oh
about
no, yeah, go ahead.
story details here, Doctor T.
I mean, the main takeaways I think from the chat is that Kondo doesn't really give a shit uh, who
Oh,
Ryoma is or what his plot or what his plan is. It's
well, thank
basically
you for the
just
raid. How
he's
was your
so fucking
stream?
strong that he
Thank you,
wants him
Fighto.
on his own side, and that's about it. And then he mentions this like stupid ass plan to burn down Kyo to get them to move the court to be in the same place as the the shogunate, just to like consolidate Japan's power in one place, which apparently would help if they got invaded, I guess. Uh, and Ryoma's just like, that's a stupid fucking plan. Yeah, it is. And Kondo is not happy about that.
Although again, also apparently a real thing.
Yeah, burning of Kyo did happen. Uh,
Uh, yeah.
but yeah, and then Ryoma's just gonna leave. Uh, and then Kondo mentions like basically stuff from the meeting with Toyo where he got murdered. Uh, and then he's just like, "Oh shit, you might be the masked man, and I can just kill you now." And then they fight.
Yep.
Yeah. So this boss fight, I've got several things. First of all, the fucking things on the floor that you get stuck on from the Katsura fight, they're like 100 times worse in this fight. I got stuck on so much shit, and I don't know if they fixed this, but there's something just completely broken with quick stepping in this game, where if you're next to a wall, you will always quick step along the wall. Does not matter where you point your analog stick, which made this fight really, really annoying. Now, I know that Panda, I think you eventually came up, like, just finished him off with the gun. I tried using sword in this fight, and you can do it, but it's very frustrating because like all bosses, he blocks a lot of sword attacks, but you have that sword counter that's actually fairly easy to get. But he does this attack where he hits you with his knee and then with the sword, and
I hate
that
that
makes
attack
it
so
impossible.
much.
I hate that as well. The way that attack works is if he does the knee thing 4 times, or no, he does it basically a random amount of times. However, the first 4 times or the first 3 times, I don't remember, he has hyper armor. So even if you hit him after it, you won't stagger him, and he just keeps coming at you. If you do it like on the fourth or fifth time, you will stagger him, and that's a pretty decent way of getting past it. But it's so annoying to deal with, and you can't counter it because the knee thing always knocks you out of your counter. Um, so yeah, it that fight was infuriating to try to do sword only, and and what's funny, this is the first time where people start going Super Saiyan, I think, in the game. Um,
Oh yeah, he
so
has the
Kondo,
fireballs, doesn't he?
yeah. So the phase transition happens on the original game as well. The fucking fireballs are a remake exclusive, and let me tell you, I fucking lost it when I saw them, because on the one hand they killed me, and that was kind of annoying, but I was also like, why do we have fireballs? What? It's so ridiculous, and the funniest thing to me is after the fight, Rio was like, "You can't be the Man in Black. The Man in Black is much stronger than you." And it's like this motherfucker shot out fireballs. How? In what world is the? It's again another thing that made sense in the original, but in this game, like, what the fuck? That's it. That's my review of the fight with Kondo.
Yeah, and I found accidentally that if when he shoots the fireballs, if you basically do any of the R2 moves, you're basically invincible. All the fireballs hit you, and it basically cancels his attack, which is hilarious.
Yeah, I remember you talking about that. That's really funny.
And it actually works
Uh,
on everyone, even like Okita, but Okita's really hard to time. But yeah, it's was interesting that you can even do that.
That's funny because I just never used the R2 moves
Yeah,
for
same.
pretty much the entire thing.
Yeah, I didn't
Uh,
either. I guess I was like, I don't know what I was doing. I guess I just accidentally hit R2 and it just happened to be when he used the fireballs and I was just like, "Oh, okay, I guess."
It turns out that those were bugged and they used heat based on frame rate. So since I was at 120 FPS, it would just
Mm,
decimate my entire heat bar instantly.
right.
Oh, is that the
And I
reason?
was like, well, I'm not going to do that then.
Yeah.
Okay, that explains a lot because that's probably what happened to me because I tried using them a couple of times and didn't get anywhere. So yeah, good shit.
Yeah, the patch from yesterday or the day before, whenever it was, fixed that.
Oh, it did fix it.
Oh,
So
Nice.
y- so you can do the wild dancer one and it will last longer than 1 second.
right.
Yeah, but other than the fireballs, I don't really remember this fight at all, to be honest. It did not stick out to me in any way.
I died a lot here because I was too stubborn to change to sword and block the fireballs.
Hmm.
I think
So
I just tanked it
I
and
just kept
then
face
healed.
tanking them, yeah.
It's like the classic Yakuza thing of unless you're playing on a hard enough difficulty where you can get one shot, things aren't really particularly scary because you can just pause the game and heal. Uh,
Hmm.
so nothing really sticks out to me for difficulty for the most part,
Right.
except for one sub story, which I'll mention later.
Hmm.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Someone in chat said it seems like a lot of people forget to block in a fighting game. Yeah, the thing is one of those fighting styles is gun and you can't block in it. So you would either have to change to
Hmm.
um basically sword, which you can block, or wild dance, which doesn't really focus on blocking as much as it just focuses on dodging in general.
I don't think you can block at all with Wild Dancer. I think it's only parries.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can't. You can parry, but that's it. I don't know if you could parry the fireballs. If you can, that's hilarious.
That would be really funny.
Imagine being able to go into hand to hand and parry the fireballs.
Isn't it one of the games, one Yakuza games, where you can actually tiger drop getting shot?
Yeah, I don't know which game it is, but yeah, I remember hearing about that.
That's hilarious. Tiger Drop negates all damage, so
Yeah.
I haven't gotten to it yet, but Tiger Drop in this game is just weird. At least in the original, like it has a really weird timing that bothers me a lot.
I
It's
didn't use it
mostly
very
just
much.
it does not do good damage, except
It's
in the chapter 9 fight where it does all the damage.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's brawler, so therefore I just didn't use it much.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, for the speed run, like in New Game Plus, I had to have it completely maxed, so basically the sphere grid completed twice. And then I was able to basically, in Saigo's fight, uh, one shot him with a tiger drop to take him into his like next phase with the ass slapping. But yeah, that's with all of the upgrades, because even when I was missing like two, I still couldn't do it. So yeah, brawler bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of the counter moves have really weird timings on them.
The sword counter I think is really good. like for Okita and Izo, like it's really really good. I don't know if it's good
Yeah,
enough to where it's worth the time you would invest in learning it for the speedrun, but casually it works really well.
I think it's like really late in the tree,
Oh right, that's the problem. Yeah, yeah.
which is
It's
it's
funny
really
because
annoying that it's like a circle layout for the skills, but it's basically just like a loop. Like it's just a spiral, all of them. You don't really branch out very much.
yeah, there's small branches like Brawler has the weapon branches and like there's a few other side stuff, but yeah, it's mostly still like a gradual thing. It's not like Kiwami where it's really a very intricate tree or Zero, I guess.
Hmm. Any other thoughts on the fight?
Um, not really the fight as much as like just the little last bit of the story, but like I love this part. I think this part is really funny how like after the fight, uh Ryoma's basically like, so basically, am I staying in the Shinsengumi? Am I out? And he's just like, I guess you can stay. Like you fought me and won. What am I gonna do?
Fair enough. Sense of fair play.
These are honorable murderers.
Yeah, apparently. Yeah, but I also like how basically in this scene Kondo's like, okay, I will tell you who the masked man is if you agree to my silly plan of burning down the city. And of course Ryoma's like, no. And basically tells him to go pound sand. And basically is like, I'll figure it out myself.
Right.
Mm.
Go pound sand. That's a good one. I should remember that. Um that's not the end of the chapter though, right? There's still another thing.
The last thing in the chapter is that you actually get a pan to Okita. So two things are revealed. It's revealed that Gensan was listening to this entire conversation.
Hmm.
Um and Gensan basically is like, "Do you think this is wise?" And Kondo's like, it's fine. Like, what am I gonna do?" And
I don't
then
know. He just seems real strong, I guess.
yeah, and then it's also revealed that Okita was basically saw him. I don't know if he heard the conversation as much, but he at least knows that he was there seeing Kondo. But it's never really, I don't know, do they explain if Okita heard their conversation or not?
I mean, I think he probably just talked to Inoue because like they're old buddies and stuff. So he probably knows everything.
Yeah, yeah, that could very well be.
But I think that's it, right?
Yeah, that's the end of
Yeah.
the chapter.
Which brings us to chapter 8.
Yeah, and chapter 8 is really interesting. It's also actually another short chapter. The entire chapter is basically you preparing to go with Okita to raid Sengoku's mansion. That's basically the entire chapter.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think
Which,
there's.
by the way,
Battle
is
of
still.
Sengoku.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's Sengoku, like Yakuza 2 Sengoku in the original as well, which I think is a really good use of the character.
Yeah, it was a
Mm-hmm.
really good use of him. So yeah, basically there's loads of loyalists in this mansion that and they want to go clamp down on them basically. And of course Okita's like, "Hell yeah, I get to go kill people. Woohoo." And Ryoma's like, okay, I guess."
Are we the baddies?
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I have several issues with this set piece.
Go ahead.
Well, first of all, one thing that seems like a nitpick, but was really annoying the first time around. Um, in the original Ishin, whenever you come across a Gatling gun, you can start using it like just by pressing confirm next to it. for some reason they canceled that in this game. Like the game can only you can only use a Gatling gun if the game lets you, if the game like
Hmm.
forces you into it. And the button for exiting the button for exiting a Gatling gun is the confirm button, which was the cancel button for the original game, but is no longer that. So like you're pressing confirm to skip text, and then you can just get out the Gatling gun, which was really frustrating. Um, Other than that, the Gatling guns work fine, but I don't really understand why they removed the ability to use them of your initiative. It's like it's a super weird change.
Yeah, it is just a little bit strange. They
Yeah.
only really come up in like what, two or three places,
Yeah, it's the Sengoku Mansion, the Edo Castle in Chapter 11, and the finale when you fight not Richardson,
right? Yeah.
Glover. But yeah, that's one small thing. A bigger thing, haha, get it, is the giant enemies. Which my god, do I fucking hate the giant enemies
Oh
in this
yeah,
game.
that's your introduction, right? When you get right before Okita's fight.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like dude, the fact so it's the same moveset as the guy in Chapter 4 who's really annoying, except now these guys are like half the room. And also, they gave them these projectiles they can shoot, and it's like basically, take a bet if your quick step is actually going to let you quick step through it, because I don't know, there's something very weird about how those
Ooh,
projectiles
I
work.
I realized
Because
what it
it
was. It's
mm,
actually a bow gun. Like if you watch it, there's one arrow that goes straight and then two that go to like diagonal to the side. So
oh,
you actually
okay.
have to either dodge between the arrows or just completely dodge them, which is like, okay, you can't even quick step that far. How are you going to do that, right?
Yeah, it seemed
Yeah,
completely random if dodging to the side actually worked or not.
yeah, I guess now when you explain the mechanics, it seems to make sense, but why would you do that?
Yeah, why would you
That's
give them a
so
bow
bad.
gun?
That's so bad. Those guys are a menace. Like the only consistent thing seems to be to draw them to one side of the room, and then try to deal with the others, and hope that they don't bowgun your ass too much, which they will.
Which they will, exactly. The only thing I noticed about
Um,
that fight is it kind of reminds me of the Amon fight in OG, where so in the first phase of Amon fight in OG, he would do this attack. If you got too far from him, he would only do it if you got too far. But it basically would instant kill me at least. So basically after that I was like, okay, I just have to hug this man the entire fight. But yeah,
mm,
if you stay close to the big tall dudes, they won't do the bowgun thing, but then the problem is that they just start, doing like either the spin attack thing or yeah, they're just like you can't really stay close to them either. So it's like, what the fuck are you supposed to do?
mm,
Yeah. And it's like not really any consistent way of dealing with the things. Like the most consistent one was just blocking them with the sword. But then sometimes it would like multi hit you and like break your guard and immediately knock you down. It's just like I just want to not deal with this.
mm.
I also just didn't have any acid rounds. Like I never got the like being able to craft acid rounds because it was like 4 points down from that tree. And I'm like, that's just so much to invest on it. So I just never had it. And I just spent the entire game without acid rounds, despite the fucking guards, the giant guys being in the game. And every time I'd be like, God, I wish I had acid
Well,
rounds.
funny thing about that, right? They seemed based on the tree, right? They wanted you to craft bullets. The thing is, in order to craft bullets, you need charcoal. Guess where you get charcoal?
Is it
Battle
just from the
dungeon.
bots?
You only get it from pots and random enemy
Oh,
drops.
really?
Yes.
Jesus, man. What the fuck?
Yeah, and it's like that in the
It's
original
fucked up.
too. So it's like when were you supposed to make these things? I don't.
I mean, to be fair, I found sword to be a fairly once you level up sword enough, it was a fairly consistent way of getting rid of armor. But then like you have to actually, do it one enemy at a time, and it's melee range. So obviously, at a situation like that, it's not that fun to do.
Funny you mentioned that. I actually got to a point, like before my gun had pierce, I just started spinning and wild dance to break everyone's armor, and then I would change back to gun and shoot everybody.
Mm.
That's what I did for like the late game. Is just wild dancer to break everything. What do you mean by pierce? Is that a thing you can put on guns?
Mm-hmm. So pierce is a seal that basically allows you to break armor.
Oh my fucking god.
It does 20%. Okay, this is the weird thing about it. We already know that RGG doesn't know how to write like flavor text for their skills. It says it only does 20% more damage to armored enemies, but it really just breaks their armor, so I don't really understand what they mean exactly. I don't know. But yeah, if you get pierce, you can put it on your gun and then you'll just break their armor. Like it'll take like maybe 3 shots. And then
God,
if you
that would have
have
made the
the
battle dungeon grind so much faster.
yeah, and if you have the double shot as well, like where you get if you have one of them that's gold, it has a 20% chance to fire 2 bullets at once. So then yeah, basically in general you'll just break armor really quickly, especially if you're using the vortex, because the vortex just fires so fucking fast.
Yeah,
Jesus.
because like I got the vortex when you mentioned it, and I was like, hey, this rules. But now I'm just doing battle dungeon. Every single enemy has armor, and it does
Mm-hmm.
like 2 damage to armor,
Yep.
so it's not useful. But I've definitely seen that pierce seal on weapons. I don't think I ever got a drop for it ever in my entire life. Uh,
I don't
so
yeah, I don't
Oh,
think I have either.
that's the fun story of how you get seals in this game. Very intuitive system. That's really good.
fucking hate seals. We can talk about seals later. I'm sure we'll all have
Yeah.
lots to say. Anyway, armored enemies, they're just not fun. Or the giant enemies are just not fun to fight. Like
Yeah.
nothing is satisfying against them. They're just annoying.
Yeah, I just wish they would get rid of them. I don't think they add
Yeah.
anything.
But then we get the Okita fight because he might be the man in black.
Man in Black.
Am I? Isn't that what they call him? Am I just
I
poison,
think
like
they
brain
just say the
poison from
masked man, but
Yakuza?
he essentially is kind of like the
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry. I'm in OG2 hell right now, so
Yeah,
no
they only ever
worries.
call him a masked man in the Ishin remake.
fair enough. Fair enough.
We can just call him Gensan. I mean, wait, hold on.
Spoilers.
uh, yeah, I can't even remember what is Okita's motivation for this. So basically, you get to Sengoku, and
Oh,
then he like drops the act that he's like running away from you, and it's just like, yeah, we did this. We lured all these shishi in here so you could murder them. Uh, and then he starts talking about how they were luring out Saito, and then Okita murders him because he never stops talking apparently. And then he's just like, "Oh, I might be the masked man. Maybe you should fight me instead." And then they
uh,
fight him.
yeah. This honestly is just typical Yakuza series. Majima trying to get Kiryu to fight him. That's
Yeah.
honestly how I read this. Was that he's like even Okita realizes that if he wants to fight Ryoma, he's gonna have to make Ryoma fight him. Which honestly is actually silly because in my opinion, especially based on the end, like the very last part where you fight everybody, Ryoma seemed more than willing to spar. So I don't know where the hell Okita got that thought from. I feel like if he would have asked Ryoma to spar, he would have.
I
Mm.
guess it's like sparring isn't good enough. He wants his whole ass behind the fight. Like he wants it to be a passionate fight.
True,
Just
and what better way to say that, oh, I'm the man who killed your adoptive father, then he's of course gonna go at him with everything he has.
Mm.
yeah.
Typical Majima.
Yeah, yeah. Um, to be fair, one of the better fights in the game, in my opinion.
Yeah, I did really enjoy
Um,
this fight.
but yeah, it's kind of weak. Um, like the reason. Oh yeah, sorry, I had to look this up. He actually the reason why he kills Son Goku is actually because he talks about Kamo, and like one of the rules of the
Mm,
Shinsengumi that no that you can't bring up Kamo.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
right.
and and one thing I think I told Panda about this, but something that happened to me during my playthrough of the original Ishin is I was using Google Lens for the machine translation, and for some reason it decided to translate Kamo as ducks, and for some reason like the thing I couldn't understand why the Shinsengumi had a had a rule against talking about ducks.
You can't
So
talk about ducks, man. It's
no,
illegal.
You
yeah,
talk about
it
ducks, you
was
die.
so yeah, that's all I have to add to that. Like that was that enhanced my enjoyment of the original for sure. But yeah, if you bring up Kamo, you die. That's the Shinsengumi rule.
Despite them bringing up camo multiple times up until now.
Yeah.
Well, I guess to be fair, I can confirm that Kamo is duck.
Oh, it is?
Apparently so.
Because I looked up the translation for duck, and it wasn't Kamo, but I guess. All right.
I guess Japanese just have a lot of different words for duck.
That's fair enough. Ducks are very good. I am a duck fan, but I shouldn't talk about them too much.
Don't want to get killed.
Yeah, and you know what the funny thing about that too is I'm not really sure why. Oh no, actually I'm wrong. Okay, that's why. He uses the same kanji as duck. So that's why the game kept saying
Oh,
duck.
okay.
Hmm.
So it's kind of like Fuma Oyabun.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah. So that's oh yeah, and then of course he beat up Okita, and again, why does Ryoma decide that it's not Okita either?
Because he's too crazy. He fights like a wild man.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay, yeah.
he said he was too unrefined, basically. Which honestly is kind of like an ouch, I would say, but I don't know.
A bit, yeah.
But then again, he says a similar thing to Kondo. He basically says like the whoever it was a lot better than you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And then he says something like way to rub salt in the wound kind of thing.
Mm.
Yeah. Anyway, we finished that and we just learned nothing. Like the chapter
Yeah.
basically teaches us
That's
nothing.
that's entire parts of this game. Like uh, y- the whole thing before Kondo in chapter 7, like nothing of consequence happens.
Yeah.
Including the meeting. Like it's cool to see Ryuji again, but it's not like we got anything out of meeting Saigo.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only thing that comes out of this whole thing, which isn't even like from the raid itself, but basically the final thing is like when Okita and Ryoma are going back to the barracks, that's when Oreo runs up with the letter and basically is like
Mm,
he's Ryoma's reading the letter and basically that Takechi is dead.
yeah.
Oh no.
Which yeah, gives us a chapter where I find Ryoma very, very relatable.
Which
It,
leads into
it
chapter 9.
chapter 9 might was probably one of my favorites. It
Yeah.
was just so stupid and so
Yeah,
entertaining.
it's very good. It's actually well, parts of it are better in the remake, in my opinion.
So yeah, basically chapter 9 is Ryoma finds out about Takechi, so he's basically sad he's basically depressed and he's drinking himself. Basically, he wants to forget everything and he does that by drinking. And like
And
Audio comes to
that's
console
exactly what I'm
him.
doing right now.
Oh,
Polishing off this bottle of Jim Beam at
Audio
4 in
comes
the
to
morning.
console him, and
I should have
Ryoma
grabbed a beer.
basically tells him to leave him alone. Basically, he doesn't care. So
Yeah,
what do you do? Oh, go ahead.
it's not just that he's depressed that Takechi's gone; it's that he blames himself because of what he did with Izo
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Because if he
to
wouldn't
like
have turned,
capture him instead of killed him.
yeah, exactly. If he didn't turn in Izo, then this wouldn't have happened.
I'm gonna grab a beer real quick because I feel it's appropriate. I'll be right back. Keep going.
Oh
But
no, I'm leading everyone to drink. It's terrible.
but yeah, so basically Ryoma's blaming himself, and he just wants to forget everything, and he runs out of alcohol, so he needs more. So we go out to drink. Yay! And
Woo!
then while he's out
Down the shot.
drinking, he meets a mysterious woman who basically tells him to go to this bar called Matsunoi because, you can drink there in quiet and no one will bother you. Except that's not true at all, but whatever. So basically, Ryoma goes there.
I would be if I was sitting at a pub like by myself and someone was like, you should come to this other pub and drink. No one will bother you there. I would. You couldn't pay me to go there because I know I'd get stabbed or something.
I mean, maybe Ryoma just kind of wants to get stabbed at that point. He
Okay,
might actually be in
fair
that kind
point.
of
Fair
place.
point.
Yeah, and basically that mysterious woman is Ikumatsu, who is basically not Hana-chan. But yeah, so Ryoma goes there, and of course he's like, I don't even think he's into his first drink there, and Katsura walks into the door and basically starts. As far as Ryoma is concerned, he's just Katsura is spouting nonsense, and Ryoma could care less about. He doesn't give a shit what he's talking about right now. So eventually, like, because what, like, I don't know. I guess like Katsura's trying to convince him to like, basically join up with him and that he's the best man to basically succeed Takechi's wishes, and then Ryoma's like, yeah, whatever, I'm leaving.
Yeah, that's basically what happens.
Then we get what? Basically the scene from Yakuza 1 with the dog.
Yeah, I like this one.
With
Yeah.
they're throwing stones at the dog, and Saigo shows up to save the day and catches the stone and basically throws it back in the dude's face. And then right after that, the best part is Saigo's like so excited about the dog and petting him, and then the dog bites him. And then I love the pan back to like Ryoma and Katsura, because Ryoma facial expression did not change at all. But Katsura was like, "Oh shit! Like he's gonna hurt. He's gonna hurt this dog now." And funny enough, Saigo actually takes it very well and basically, says something like, "You'll bite the hand that feeds you," kind of thing. And then the dog's like, "Yeah, you're right." Yeah, and just like licks his hand instead.
It's a fantastic scene. It's so good.
It's great. I love it so much.
Yeah, and then it gets better because for some reason, all of a sudden, Saigo turns around and is like, "Here, I'm gonna put the dog down." And then he's like, "Oh yeah, why are you here, Katsura? You're from Choshu. I hate Choshu." And then Katsura's like,
I
"I
just
hate."
sorry.
Oh, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry to interrupt. I'll just forget about this later. What I really love is that after the fight, when you've forgotten all about this, and like Ryoma pats Saigo and Katsura on their backs, the camera is like zooms into Saigo, zooms into Katsura, then zooms into the dog, and it's like in
Yeah,
really rapid succession. It's really really good.
yeah. I just think it's so random that after that happens, they both see each other and then they're like, "Grr, we hate each other because we're from opposing factions, grr." And then
Yeah.
they go to fight, and then of course Ryoma's like, "What the fuck?" Like, so Ryoma's like, "No, not on my watch," and basically grabs both of their swords yeets them straight into the air, basically. They go flying off somewhere and land on the ground. And then those two are like, yo, what the fuck? We were trying to fight. And then he's like, no, if we're gonna fight, we're all gonna fist fight. And then they're like, okay, I guess. So then, yeah, everyone's fist fighting. Well, Ryoma's drunk off his ass.
It's really funny that it's supposed to be like, yeah, we'll settle it with your fists, but then it becomes a 2v1. Like, I don't know why they team up to fight Ryoma.
Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah. It's very weird.
Maybe the engine doesn't support having like three different factions in a fight or something.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good point, though.
Yeah, they 2v1, and it's like the second time you're ever forced to use Brawler, so you have to remember how it works because you haven't touched it for the entire game because
Yep.
it's bad.
And this was infuriating to me on the original game because Brawler isn't good in the remake either, but in the original it really is garbage if you haven't leveled it up. And
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it was terrible. It was a really terrible fight in the original
Yeah, and
because
like
of that.
Katsura isn't too bad, but Saigo just has so much like defense and armor that like yeah, if you haven't leveled it up, it just takes so long in the original to like whittle his health away like but
Mm.
So I got baited by this game, but it kind of paid off. Uh, I wanted to unlock cat-like reflexes because it says that it works on every
it
style. It
does.
does not.
Does not?
No, I never once in the entire game did I get it to work on any other style other than Brawler.
Nice.
So, like, I saw that and I was getting really annoyed by like how often you get knocked down. So I dumped a whole bunch of points into Brawler just to try to unlock that, and then it didn't actually work at all. I don't know if it's a bug
Oh, wait.
or what.
Yeah, I wonder if it's a bug too, because I noticed that, like, so normally when you get knocked down, right, you get the prompt to mash to get back up. In this game, in the remake, you don't. He just, like,
Yeah,
immediately gets back up for the most part without any input
yeah, I
from
don't think
you.
I don't think that prompt is there at all, but like the cat-like reflex is basically like as you're falling down, you hit the button, he does a flip and doesn't actually land on the ground. And that when I got it, it says on the ability that it has all the styles, but I only ever got it to work on Brawler. So
Mm.
I think it's a bug, but like I was pissed off at that, but it worked out because then I had dumped all those points into Brawler and I was significantly stronger than I would have otherwise been for this fight.
Mm. Yeah.
But yeah,
And then,
you
yeah,
beat the shit out of both of them.
yeah, you win, and since you won, Ryoma basically says that they have to go drinking with him, so you end up basically going drinking with
He
him.
specifically goes down, grabs them both by the shoulder, and goes, "Let's get shit faced."
Yeah, basically.
That
I love
like
this entire part.
as one you can complain about like the localization being too modern, but like that it was just so perfect
No,
because
that
Ryoma is like so straight faced all the time, but this time he was just like, "Let's just fucking get shit faced," and I
yeah,
felt it in my
no,
soul.
I'm 100%. I 100% approve of that one. No complaints there. The whole fight is great. The whole part after the fight is great because you just walk around with your boys, getting drunk, talking about dogs. You have a dog with you.
Yeah, the
It's the
dog's
perfect
coming.
video
They're
game
just
moment.
talking to each other the entire time.
Yeah. Yeah, really good character moments for Katsura and Saigo throughout that whole thing. The whole I thought you were the type to kick, not pet. And again, it's another one of those things where in when I played the game originally, I was like, well, this is kind of silly that this led to a truce. And I mean, obviously, in real life, this isn't how it happened. But I mean, Sakamoto Ryoma did get these two people historically to settle their differences, so might as
I
well
mean,
happen.
we don't know. Maybe it did happen just over a night of drinking.
True. Stranger things have happened, I guess.
Yeah, so then you go up to a bar and then you literally drink all of their sake, all of it. So then you go to a different place and then they have a a drinking contest and Ryoma wins, obviously. Uh, I guess they couldn't make you play the mini game for it because you had to win it.
Mm.
Uh, and then they go to like another restaurant and drink even more. And then at that point, I think Ryoma finally passes out on the table as the other two are basically talking about uh, they're talking about like Ryoma's true identity because Saigo doesn't actually know at this point.
Mm. Yeah. And pretty much after that, Ryoma Ryoma is all good.
Yep.
Yeah, and then
Weird.
Oh, I think, by the way, we did forget to touch on the fact that like this whole thing is precipitated by Nakaoka basically telling Ryoma not to go to the Shinsengumi for a while until they figure out what's happening, because he could be found out. Or am I thinking about another chapter?
I think it's this one.
Yeah, but yeah,
yeah, I
good
think
good
Nako
chapter.
at this point Nakaoka says he's going back to Tosa to try to figure out what happened, and
Right,
that
that's what
Ryoma
happens. Yeah.
should lay low.
Hmm.
Otherwise,
And he lays
Nakaoka would
low
have
by
also been
just
drinking with everybody.
yeah, probably. But yeah, as he's passing out, um, basically Katsura uh, talks about who Ryoma really is, and Saigo's confused because this isn't the Ryoma that he was introduced to,
Oh,
and
that's right.
he starts he starts to realize just how bullshit the spiel he got earlier was. Even though he already knew it was bullshit, but now he knows the scope of the bullshit.
Mm. Yeah.
And then he wakes up back at the inn, not realizing how he got there,
Magic.
and we have kind of an awkward scene with Oreo.
Is that the one where he asks her to stay with him or
Yeah,
something like
he
that?
like grabs her and
Yeah,
says, "Stay with me. I don't want to be alone right now." And she's just sitting there awkwardly, like, and he's crying. It's just like,
yeah.
what?
She's
Yeah.
like when he wakes up, she's just sitting there, and then he just like pulls her down onto him, and is just like, "Please don't leave."
Yeah.
But I guess she's into it? Question mark.
Mm.
She's like super weirded out at first, but she does, obviously have a crush on him the whole time, so she stays with him until in the morning when she wakes up and he's already gone.
Yeah.
He somehow got out from under her without waking her up while hungover.
God, yeah, man, he would not be waking up for like 3 days. Um, but yeah, that brings us to chapter 10.
um, One tiny thing just at the end of that chapter is as Ryoma's leaving and Oreo's watching him, we see Yamazaki pass by and like slip something to her.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So it's like, oh, she's been working with the other guys the whole time.
All right, so So we basically have 4 chapters to go, and then, well, 5, I guess, if you count the 5.
Yeah.
So how are we feeling? Did we want to continue, or?
Like I'm personally fine with continuing. Depends on the two of you. I'm good to go. Maybe take another break now or after the next chapter, but otherwise I'm fine.
I don't really have anywhere to be.
Okay.
I guess, Panda, do you want to do a normal stream after this, or do you just want this to be your whole stream?
I don't mind to keep going, but I didn't want to keep people if
Yeah,
they had
I think we're
stuff
good.
to do.
Like honestly, I don't feel like other than the finale itself, I don't think like there's that much plot. So we can just keep going with this, and we need to talk. We need to wrap up the main plot and maybe talk about the fucking crafting system. Uh, I think I think we can finish this in a reasonable time frame.
All right, you want to just take a little break then?
Honestly, yeah, chapter chapter 10. I guess we could talk about chapter 10 and then break.
Yeah.
Chapter 10 is kind of weird to me. I don't know. So basically it starts with Gensan dead. You just
Mm.
see him floating in the river. So Ryoma makes it back to the barracks. He sees, they have his body laid out, I guess, before his burial or cremation or whatever they do. Not actually sure. Um,
Mm.
and basically, not Aizawa, whatever his name is. It's
Um.
Harada, right? He's like, I can never remember this dude's name.
It's like Sanosuke or something like that.
Yeah, Sanosuke.
Mm.
Yeah, he basically wanted to be the one to like go out and get revenge for them killing Gensan, and then Okita's like, no, if anyone's gonna do it, I'm gonna do it. So he leaves, and then of course, like, Sanosuke is just still butthurt because, I don't know. I guess he just wants blood.
Yeah. I do like Okita's line where he says, "Oh, don't worry, you're no one thinks you're because he goes on talking about how the Shinsengumi gets no respect and everyone thinks they're just pawns of the Bakufu." And Okita tells him, "Oh, don't worry, no one thinks you're a pawn of the Bakufu. You're a pawn of the Shinsengumi."
Yeah. It was a nice burn.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then basically after that, so Okita leaves because he's gonna, I don't know, get revenge or what he's
He's going
doing.
to find out who murdered him.
Yeah, and so basically Ryoma's just going around trying to get to Mukuro guy, but on your way there, I guess the Shinsengumi, I guess in Okita's group, have lost their minds and are just like attacking civilians, so uh Ryoma stops them and he basically ends up getting to Okita at some point. And then in the original game, this is actually the first time you can go through the gate to Mukuro guy instead of having to take the boat.
The only time, right?
Yeah, it's the only time.
Yeah.
Whereas they fix
That
that
was really
in the
long.
remake where you can, if you give the guy alcohol, you can go back and forth through, which is a very good change in my opinion, because
Yeah,
oh,
almost feels like an oversight in the original that you couldn't do that because it's really awkward to have to go all the way around just to get there.
I guess because they wanted you to use boat guy, but honestly, like, even with it now, I still use the boat guy, so I don't know why they felt like you wouldn't use him. Like, because there's times where I need to go one way and there's times where I need to go the other, so it's just weird that they felt like you wouldn't use the boatman anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like the 500 mon is enough for me to go all the way out of my way around the other side.
Yeah, exactly.
Hmm.
But yeah, and then you basically end up going to fight Okita. Well, Ryoma doesn't know this, but yeah, Ryoma gets to Okita and then Okita like immediately attacks him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he knows that somebody called Sakamoto Ryuma killed Gunsan, so he's pissed.
Yeah, basically
They're gonna
that it was
fight.
a kamuso, which is basically I guess the dudes that wear the like weird straw helmet thing that's really bizarre looking to me.
Mm.
Then yeah, they fight because, you know, of course. And then I think after that
Because you
fight,
gotta
that's
use.
oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just gonna say because you have to use receive view the subtype at some point.
Yeah. And I think after this fight, that's when it's revealed that it was Gensan who was, I guess, the person who,
Yeah,
I
he
guess,
was the masked man.
killed Toyo. Yeah. And then there's
Just
this whole part is just like a lot, in my opinion. It's like a massive lore dump
Yeah.
where it basically explains that like so Okita and Nagakura like accidentally killed some guys, and then instead of like I guess saying those guys died, they actually took their identities, which is like yikes.
it wasn't that they accidentally killed them. It was like the original Okita and Inui and
Yeah, yeah,
Negakura
yeah.
were like they wanted to murder those three because they're like outsiders. It was just typical strife that it is still happening
Well, I
within
think it was still an
Shinsengumi.
accident though, because like they were really just defending Gensan, and well, at least Nagakura says it was an accident when he talks to uh Ryoma in like chapter 8 or 7, I can't remember. It's a chapter
Yeah,
where
but
Ryoma's going to like look for Kondo, and that's when basically Nagakura says that he's basically following Kondo because like he accidentally killed someone and he saved him basically.
Yeah,
well,
I guess
that might be either a cover or the reason why they like. It might be why they followed Serizawa before the name change. But that like everything that happened during that cutscene was no accident.
No,
yeah, I think
after the cutscene, yeah. I just meant like them killing them. I don't really feel like that was intentional.
yeah, I think they were just defending themselves. They didn't want to kill
Oh,
them.
yeah, yeah.
But yeah, everything after is definitely intentional because it was either that or like if it was found out that they killed them, I would assume they would be killed, right? They would be put to death.
Yeah.
Because I think
Yeah,
it seemed
they
like those people that they accidentally killed were just so high up that it would just, I guess, I don't know.
Hmm.
I don't really know. Do they even say what the consequences of that would have been?
I think it's basically it would have just like if they allowed this to happen as is, it would have basically destroyed the whatever the group was called before Shinsengumi, but
Yeah.
it
Uh,
like it would have sparked a whole bunch of internal strife and then lots of shit would have gone down. So to avoid that, uh they basically had them switch places and said, "Oh, this other group, they were already outsiders and they tried to split off, so we killed them. So everything is fine now." And
Yeah,
then
what they say is that like Okita was the sort of the figurehead, or not the figurehead, but the public face of the Shinsengumi.
mm-hmm.
And if he or it wasn't called, was it Miburugumi
It's
then?
the Miburo
Something
Shigumi,
Miburoshigumi.
yeah.
And like if he died, they'd basically become a laughing stock, and the Bakufu would just disband them. So
right?
that's why they had to go that path.
So it was their last ditch effort to they basically basically take up their identities and they get to basically pretend like nothing happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, which is kind of I try to think a lot about because obviously a big theme or a big recurring aspect of the characters in this game is that everyone has two identities at the very least,
Hmm.
uh, which is something I try to think about a lot, like why they chose to do things this way, why, like, what's the symbolism here.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, well, this is a game essentially about Japan becoming one type of society, changing into another, like becoming sort of a, the very agricultural sort of society based on, uh, the peasantry and the state owning land and such into this modern capitalist country. And I don't know. I tried to do something like this. Like maybe it's about how, you know the changing of identities, the unity of identities, creating something new. I don't know. Am I reading too much into this? Like, because I'm feeling there has to be a reason for why they went with this sort of thing where everyone is two people in this game. But I don't know. I couldn't really formulate anything too convincing in my mind.
I mean,
Right.
you could be reading too much into it just because, like, these people did have multiple identities. Like, Ryoma did have a second identity. It wasn't the one he uses in the
It wa
game, but
Yeah.
he does have one. So, and maybe they just
Actually,
wanted to play with that more. It might
Actually,
have
I,
been that
I, I think
benign.
you're thinking about I think Saito Hajime changed his name later in life. I don't know that Sakamoto Ryoma had the
No,
second
Sakamoto
identity.
Ryoma definitely did.
He
Um,
did?
Katsuraga, I think, also did. He had like two or three names.
Really?
Saigo may have. But like, there's a lot of people around that time that just had multiple names.
Hmm.
Let me check what.
Oh yeah, Saitani Umitaro. Yeah, fair
Yeah.
enough.
So like, it was a fairly common thing in the story of these people. So maybe it is just like they thought that was cool and they ran with it. I don't know.
Yeah, fair enough. It's also like obviously when you're doing like underground political work, that's something that is very common.
It's also significantly easier to get away with that back in the day.
Yeah.
You could just say you were Sakamoto Ryoma and people would just believe you.
Mm.
Sorry, Panda, I think I cut you off earlier.
Oh no, it's okay. But yeah, basically after that, Kondo basically asks Ryoma if he was gonna kill the man who killed Toyo when he finds him, and then Ryoma basically is like basically says something like he doesn't know, but like one thing he does know is like the masked man never wanted he never wanted revenge, he just wanted to know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird thing with this game is like so much of it is building up to the reveal of the masked man. And then when it finally does happen, it's just like,
It's just
oh
sad.
yeah, I guess it was him. The
Yeah.
person we really wanted was who was behind it all the whole time, which like Ryoma kind of thought about before that, but like he never really accepted that that's what he was after. So it was just like, you, come on, man, you should have realized that somebody ordered him as an assassin, and you should be going after the one behind him the whole time.
Yeah, and then the fun part was that Kamo, so Gensan, told Kondo that the name of the man who asked him to kill Toyo was Sakamoto Ryoma, and then that's when Ryoma's like, "What?" Like- and that's when you hear about the whole thing of apparently Ryoma staying at the same inn that he's staying at. So then you go to yet another raid, yay! But this time you're raiding the inn you're staying at.
That's like the third out of four in raids in this game, right?
Yep.
I think they're all based on real things too.
Yeah,
So
they are.
Yeah, yeah.
which basically, so after you finish that part, you go with Okita. Okita follows you to the inn. You basically do cutscene with what Ito and Takeda's fifth unit that really doesn't matter because but basically they basically get Ito to leave because Okita's like, oh yeah, you're supposed to leave this to the first unit and yeah, the commander wants to meet with you because like he's gonna talk to you about his retirement and he thinks you should be commander, so you should go talk to him. And then, of course, because I guess Ito's so vain, he's like, okay, but if you're lying to me, but he still leaves anyway, so rip.
He
This
still
is
leaves. It's still a lie, and there's nothing of consequence that happens.
Yeah, exactly.
this is like one level over look behind you in terms of yeah, getting one over on someone. It's kind of stupid, but there you go.
And also the other guy leaves with him
Yeah,
for whatever
yeah.
reason.
Takeda, for some reason, goes with him, with his whole unit.
Yeah.
So it's literally just Ryoma and Okita, and supposedly Okita's first unit, but I don't really think his unit ever shows up.
No, every time there's like one of these raids or whatever in the game, you see like a whole bunch of units like surrounding the building, and then you go into the set piece and it's just the captains every time.
Right, yeah, like the only set piece that had them in there was chapter 6. And like right at the beginning you saw some of the Shinsengumi people fighting, like some of the just foot soldiers, but after that you just saw foot soldiers that were like injured in rooms and that was it. Which was like, okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk about like the whole units and everything, but they pretty much do not appear in the game.
I mean, clearly they just became battle cards for them to use during the actual fights.
Pretty much the only time you see them is in the previous chapter when you're trying to get to Okita and they're blocking your path.
Hmm.
And then suddenly First Division is like hundreds of people.
But yeah, so then Ryoma and Okita basically are sneaking around the inn, and then someone's in the bath and hears them, and then it turns out that person in the bath is Oreo, and then Ryoma warns her that the Shinsengumi are going to raid the place in a moment. And they're see, this is the dumb part. I feel like Ryoma shouldn't have said who they were looking for because he's like in basically a special police unit, so why would he just divulge information like that to a civilian? I feel like this was a fuck up on Ryoma's part, in my opinion.
Likes her.
Yeah.
Good point.
He
Yeah.
definitely fucked up.
Yeah, so as soon as he tells her that they're there for Sakamoto Ryoma, she immediately gets out of the bath, grabs a towel, and just starts screaming, basically to warn Sakamoto Ryoma that the Shinsugumi's here to get him and that he needs to get out. And then they're like, yo, what the fuck is she doing? So then, yeah, you bust in there, you have your whole set piece of you fighting everybody, and then eventually you get to the room that he's staying in, and you have another fight. And then, of course, he gets away, and very conveniently, the back of his shirt is open, and you can see a very familiar looking scar on his back.
Oh my god.
Wonder who that is.
Yeah, it like flashes back to it multiple times, just like, do you remember?
Yeah.
Do you remember the scar?
It's interesting to me that in this fight, the council, who's obviously Takechi, but his element of use is fire. Both because a fire is how he got that scar, and his plan to like burn Kyo is kind of interesting. I thought.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
This is another fight that I just don't remember at all.
It's not that interesting. For some reason, he has 3 goons with him who are very easy to get rid of. And then the fight itself is just like any other boss fight. Doesn't he
Yeah,
have?
and then
Sorry, I was just. Does he also have Kondo's fireballs, or am I confused here.
I don't actually remember what his special was.
Hmm.
He might not have one. I can't remember him using any.
Right.
But it was just like such a nothing boss fight.
Yeah.
Appropriate because he's just wearing the thing. And
It's
it's just
honestly,
kind of a nothing character.
yeah. This is like the one chapter where every time I try to recall the events of the game and what big boss you have in each chapter, this is the one where I can never think about it because the important Takeshi fight is in the finale, and this fight is just like,
Yeah.
It
And,
happens.
and then at the end of this, of course, the Mimawari Gumi comes in. So not Watase, their leader. And he's just like, wow, you let them get away. You guys suck. And I'm sitting here like, Sasaki, every time you show up, you're late. What do you mean? Like, I just think it's funny that every time he just comes to complain that they let him get away. And I'm like, you are literally late every time, sir.
to be fair, this is the second time that Ryoma let someone get away. So
Only the first
True.
time on purpose.
true, but from their perspective.
Actually, he may have like kind of let this go on purpose just because he saw the scar and was like stun locked by the knowledge, maybe.
Yeah.
Like he probably could have at least attempted to stop
It
him.
honestly seemed like it took his breath away. Like that he wasn't expecting that at all.
Maybe he just forgets that he has a gun and can shoot people.
And guess who
'Cause
gave him the gun?
how appropriate. And every single like fight that has like a cutscene pre-build up, he just has his sword out, and it's like, you have a gun, right? You could just shoot them. It's the future.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
I also think isn't this the part too where at the end, like the final scene is Oreo basically apologizing and tells him the truth, and doesn't she also reveal that she was working with what was his name, Yamazaki?
Yeah,
Oh,
I think they confess everything to each other at this point.
yeah. He tells them about being Sakamoto Ryoma.
Yeah.
And she confesses about spying on him the whole time.
Hmm.
But it's okay because they love each other now.
Yeah. I think he doesn't he say something like, you were just doing your job, it's okay. Like I don't
Yeah, pretty much.
like I don't know. I just like the sob story where she's like, he was a customer at the inn, and it's my duty to keep people who stay at the inn safe, and just like
Yeah.
whatever. But yeah, I guess in a way I never thought about that. But yeah, I guess she's free now from that because I mean I don't remember. Is it this part or is it like the next chapter where because Yamazaki ends up turning up dead as well?
I think it's the start of the next chapter as he turns up dead.
Yeah, so she's
Yeah.
conveniently relieved of her duties.
I also never like really get an answer for his death. Like it was probably just Ito, but like it never says anything. Never confesses to it.
Oh
Conveniently
yeah.
vibe check. Yeah, like they don't say who did it, but yeah, I guess it was Ito or I guess not Awano. One of them.
Nadawano uses guns, and I think Yamazaki was stabbed in the back, so
Oh, okay, then
it was
yeah.
probably Ito. Nadawano killed Gensan, though. He does confess to that.
Mm.
Well, we're getting ahead of ourselves again. Chapter 11.
Yeah.
This
Did
is a
you want to
fun
break
chapter.
now?
Yeah. Yeah. That would be fine. Either way, whatever
Do a little
whatever you
break.
want. Yeah. All right, so be back in a few.
Alright, we're gonna take a quick break. Make sure you get up and stretch and get water. Be right back.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello, is this live? All right, we're on chapter 11.
Yeah. Which opens with a really cool shot, I personally think.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a shot of the big thing in the middle of the city?
Yep, you get to see the view from the castle thing where you talk to Kondo.
I was hoping at some point you'd be able to go up there and explore, but it's just you
Yeah,
only
right.
get this cutscene and that's it.
Yep.
Yeah, if this scene with Kondo, I guess if anyone has a nice way to put it, feel free.
Um, this is, I mean, basically Kondo talks about how Chashu and Satsuma have formed an alliance. God knows what happened to make that occur. Um, which that was like the one last break, the one thing preventing an all-out civil war between the loyalists and the Bakufu, and basically in order to stop it and stop it being a way. Basically, the fear now is that such a civil war will open Japan up to Western invasion. Because after the Civil War, whoever wins, everyone will be weakened, and the British or the Americans or whoever could just come in and take over. And to prevent that, they basically Kondo says the only way to do it is to like get one of the sides to stop the war, and since the loyalists are not going to be very um, open to such suggestions, the only way is to really try to go to the shogun himself and try to get him to step down. Otherwise, Kondo will just burn the city like he planned originally. That's like his plan B now. So yeah, that's how they decide to basically send Ryoma off to the Edo castle to try and reason with the shogun.
Because that's
Yeah.
smart.
It's a very goofy scene because you're almost just like, okay, now this is stupid, but what if I just tell him to step down? And Kondo's just like, that is stupid, but maybe you could do it. If
How
anyone
you
is
proof in the
stupid
pudding,
enough to
right?
do it,
Yeah, and then it gets better because then, of course, Okita finds out and he's like, guess who's coming with you, Ryoma? So then
you
you
can't just storm Edo Castle
have
without me.
basically Tweedledee and Tweedledum off to Edo Castle now. Like, it was.
But doesn't a bunch of stuff happen before they go off to Edo Castle? I'm kind of foggy on this part.
There's the scene on the boat.
Yeah, the boat
Oh
scene is
yes.
funny because, like, they're trying to read Kondo's letter to the Shogun, and I guess it's too. Like, so the thing is Ryoma can read, but I guess it's like too much political jargon is how I understood it.
Yeah,
So
I
he
think
I
it's
can't.
didn't
like,
quite understand if he doesn't understand the words or just the writing.
I think it was the writing style. He just didn't.
yeah, I think it's like somebody writing in really extreme cursive. Like you just can't figure out
That's
what
exactly
it reads like.
Yeah, that's exactly the analogy I was going to go for because I'm English is not my first language, and I do pretty well all in all, but I can't read cursive to save my life. Like,
Nobody
Yeah.
so
can these days.
oh, okay.
I can, but okay, so my grandma only would write in cursive, so I had to learn pretty early, like, how to read it, or else I was
Hmm.
gonna be up Shit's Creek, I guess.
I mean, I learned it in like elementary school and then just never saw it again in my entire life, other than like signatures. That's about it.
Yeah, honestly, and my grandma was like the only person I know of who just like refused to write in anything else but cursive.
I love it because there was this old point and click I played where like one of the puzzles is like, oh, read this letter and then do the thing according to the letter. And I'm like, okay, and then I read the letter and it's in cursive and I'm like, well, I'm not finishing this game.
Yeah, that's the worst part about old games is whenever there's letters or something and you only have the actual image of the letter to read and they don't
Yeah.
give you the nice
Mm,
text with
yeah.
like the formatted UI. It's always miserable. Thankfully, that doesn't happen anymore because you can just
Yeah.
press a button and it has the normal text on top of it.
That's I think Silent Hill started that. At least that's the oldest game I can think of that does that.
Hmm.
Doesn't Resident Evil do
Um,
that too? Except they didn't really intend for you to read the letter in the background. It was more just like a clip art thing, it seemed like.
Yeah.
yeah, with Resident Evil there's only the regular text, whereas with Silent Hill there's like the actual like kind of readable image, but then the actual text
Yeah.
pops up.
That actually used to confuse me when like I would read the handwriting and then I would hit the button to like go out of it and then the text would pop up and I was like, "Oh, well, I'm glad I sat here
That's
and
funny.
wasted all my time reading this." And yeah, and
um,
then eventually, so then they actually asked the man who reads the letter to them to add to the Ryoma suggests an additional demand of equality, basically. No more Joshi, no more Goshi.
it's actually a pretty fun part because Okita says something like, "Let's edit the men that they raise the Shinsengumi like salary or something like that."
Yeah.
And Ryoma says, "Nah, that would be too transparent if we asked something for ourselves. Let's just ask for democracy instead." And Okita's like, "Okay."
It's like, how are we getting rewarded for this? And it's just like, he doesn't really like try to argue it. He just presses it. Just like, no, no, we're doing this. It's fine.
Yeah. Um, But yeah, this is I alluded to this earlier. This is kind of I think the game acknowledging that the real historical Sakamoto Ryoma had all these ideas about making future Japan more like Western democracies, or at least his impression of Western democracies, which I guess in this game is somewhat inspired by Takechi, because Takechi has the whole thing in the beginning where he says that other than getting rid of the bakufu, you also need to make sure that people are judged according to talent and not just social class. So, bit of this, bit of that. It's a nice moment. I like it. I think it's a nice touch.
Real life Ryoma was not such a himbo.
Well, we don't know.
What I really like about this scene, so those memoirs that you can pick up,
Hmm.
some of them are like actually like based on like people that you see on the story, like things that they wrote. So
Oh,
you can
okay.
find a diary for the samurai that they forced to write this stuff.
I know that guy was
And
like freaking out.
yeah, he's just like, holy fucking shit, what is going on? You can find like his musings on it about like, Jesus Christ, these guys are just gonna walk up to the shogun and hand him this letter. That's insane.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
and it's kind of cute. I liked it. And when you talk to Bacchus, Satao, when you talk to him, he's just like, "Oh man, this is so crazy. This Sakamoto Ryoma guy sounds like a great person." And Ryoma's just like, "Yep, that yeah, he sounds really interesting. Uh huh."
That's funny because, by the way, the whole memoirs and Satao thing that's just for the remake. That
Oh,
wasn't in the original.
yeah.
Am I
I
wrong?
figured.
Nope, you're right. It's only in the remake.
Because like obviously Bacchus is a new character, but like no, the whole thing is new.
Honestly, I love that part though when like he hands the letter to the guy starts reading it, and he's just like you can see the guy's face. So he's just like, "What the fuck am I reading?" And then he's like, "Well, what does it say?" And they're like, he's like, "This is really heavy stuff." And Okita's like, "Well, fucking read it then." And this guy immediately like trying not to shit his pants reading this letter. and the best part about it, right, is this guy is like freaking out reading this letter. They don't seem phased at this at all. Like they're totally fine.
Yeah. Luckily, they just happened to get like one of the most progressive samurais in the country to do this thing.
And then right after, when they finally get there, and of course Ryoma's like, I'm just gonna walk up to the gate, that's smart. And then Okija's like, well, fuck this shit, I'm just gonna blow the gate open, and just points a cannon right at the gate and just blows the whole thing apart. And that's how you enter the castle. Like, okay.
Yeah, that's way to be stealthy, I guess.
Yeah, not to mention the best part is Ryoma was where he was pointing the cannon. So he could have very easily got Ryoma in that shot.
He didn't really have a truck to drive through the front door, so he just had to use a cannon, which was the next best thing, I guess. Yeah, so that's how the set piece starts. I thought this set piece overall was pretty fun. It was much longer than most of the other set pieces and a lot more interesting. They tried to like do more things with it. So I thought it was pretty cool. How did you feel about it, Panda?
Yeah, so, okay, I actually really like this set piece, and I believe BigNoNo does as well, except that I feel like they made it, I don't know why they changed it for the remake. So obviously the tall guys are not there.
Goddamn giant enemies.
I was happy that, so you know when you get to the cannon part, you actually do that part 3 times, like there's 3 waves that you have to go through. I do appreciate that there's not 3 waves now, because that was kind of, at least for me in speedrunning, it's really annoying with the cannon. And I also noticed that, well, overall, actually, I noticed that the AI for your partner characters is a lot better, where they actually will help you. Whereas, like, in the original, they would just stand there. Like, for example, like, Okita grabs the other cannon, and he would, like, never shoot it. So I'm like, what the fuck are you, why you have a cannon then if you're not gonna do anything with it?
Yeah, that's interesting. I think when I did this, like, he didn't grab the cannon, obviously. He just, like, he ran up to where they were coming from, but I think he got stuck on a corner or something. And then I just ended up murdering them all with the cannon anyway. So he just effectively just sat there and watched for that part, which was very
Nice.
silly.
Yeah, because he can't, so like he can fire the cannon in the original, but most of the time when he does, he just fires it in like the worst spot ever, which obviously helps no one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also, oh, go ahead.
No, you go.
I was just gonna say the other thing was, I really don't like the part where you have to go through the hallway with the spikes now. Like, I honestly thought the part was annoying originally, and now they were like, let's make it 10 times more annoying. Because there's, like, the first one's okay, but then when you get to the second one after the ninjas, there's the thing on the wall, basically covers the whole area, and then if you get into the little spots where you're safe, if you go into the wrong ones on whatever side, there's spikes there too, and I'm like, why did they add this? Like, what does this do?
Yeah, I think when I got to the second one, I was just like, I'm just gonna hold forward and heal if I need to. I don't care. There's so much going on.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well, right? Because it just seemed like, honestly, I don't even think that's a bad tactic, because, like, I feel like you trying to dodge it, you just end up losing so much health.
Yeah.
Because you're going through it too slowly.
I never, like, yeah, I never got, like, juggled or anything like that. I only got knocked over, like, once or twice, so overall it was pretty okay.
Yeah, and I ended up getting, like, bamboozled because, like, I was like, alright, I'm gonna go to this side, and then I got stuck because he was getting hit by the side spikes in the like, the supposed safe nook. And then he was getting hit by the spikes on the floor and by the arrows shooting, and I'm just like, Jesus Christ. Someone save this man.
I think I was planning to be safe, and then as I was running through, I saw the spikes on the side, and I'm just like, nope, just keep going. Just keep going. It's fine.
Yeah, and I didn't even think to look, right? Because they're not there in the original game, the side spikes. So I just was like, alright, it's safe here. Nope.
Got baited.
Yep, I was debated.
I sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say, actually, like, yes, that was annoying, but I liked it at least because I feel like a lot of remakes these days try to be way, way too close to the original. Um, Whereas this change, at least like it felt they were trying to fuck with you if you were a player of the original game, which is something I feel like good remakes do a lot, and I kind of enjoy that. What I didn't like is, and also sorry, I did have to step away for a minute, so if I missed it, I do apologize. But I don't know if you talked about the extra enemies on the bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah, that part can honestly go fuck itself. Like
Yeah.
that, that is not a good
I
change.
forgot about that part. Yeah, at that first bridge, there's no enemies on it in the original. You're just dodging the fire.
Oh yeah, where you're
Yeah,
getting shot at from afar.
Mm-hmm.
and it's like to me, it's not really a fun, because again, the sort of thing where it adds a bit of challenge, it adds a bit of surprise. That's fine. I like that kind of thing. I just like there's nothing fun about having to fight these guys when you have so little cover, and you basically have to like stay at one spot on the bridge and wait for them to attack you and then attack them back. Like you have zero initiative
Yeah, and it's
in
like
that fight.
two swings would just like carry you out of cover. So it's
Yeah.
just like you can't do a full combo or anything. You have to be so careful. It was really tedious.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like you could do something cool in that vein, like I don't know, add a cannon on the other side or something like that. But yeah, it just made it very annoying to deal with. Um, Other than that, yeah, cannons again, same problem as before. You don't really control going in or out of the cannon, so you have to be the Gatling gun. No, it is a cannon in this
It is a
part.
cannon,
Yeah,
this
it's a
one, yeah.
cannon.
Um, yeah, the change from 3 waves to one, I actually thought was fine because it was kind of annoying in the original,
Yeah,
to be
I liked
honest.
I liked that.
But yeah, all in all, like this set piece was one of my favorites, maybe my favorite in the entire original game. And this game in the remake, kind of, I don't know. Between that really annoying change of the bridge, and I think it's just an extension of me not really enjoying the fighting system. Also, it could be placebo, but I feel like the ninjas are way more annoying in the remake than in the original.
I was gonna ask what you feel about the ninjas. Because
Hmm.
I don't find them like hard or anything. They're just tedious. Because it's
Yeah,
just like you swing your sword until you happen to hit them, and then you just combo them to death.
it's the same thing as the ninjas in Osaka Castle and Kiwami 2.
Yeah.
It honestly feels like it's just there to fuck with speedrunners.
So I guess I have to. Okay, so to be fair, once I was at this part, I actually somehow in my first playthrough I got Reiji's card very early. So by the time I got here, like Reiji's card hit the sword swing around pretty much encompasses the entire room. So as long as there's no like they don't have any armor up, he basically kills everyone.
Nice.
But they have to have no armor. See, that is actually one thing that drove me crazy with the armor is like there's no it doesn't like the damage doesn't carry over. It doesn't like destroy their
Yeah.
armor and any extra damage goes towards like their health. No, it's either armor or no armor. That's it. So like it's really easy to accidentally waste like a card skill because like you think you can hit them and then it just their armor tanks the whole thing. So then it ends up being a waste. But there's
Yeah, that
also
was
characters.
really
Oh, go ahead.
frustrating too.
Yeah,
No,
there's
the
also characters that are like they basically baby Reiji. So they do the same thing. So I ended up at some point getting one of them. They would spin first, break the armor, and then he would spin second and kill everybody.
Mm.
it's a good combo.
Except that sometimes baby Reiji didn't do enough damage to break the armor.
Aw.
I guess I need two of him.
Here
And
you go.
that,
Just get
yeah,
4 copies of every card.
Yep.
yeah. I mean, to be fair, this is one of those points where I'm like, well, maybe I should have engaged with the cards a bit more. Um, but yeah, even then, like Reiji is a pretty like that's a legendary. It's not you can't just assume that players will have that one later on in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. I did find that like once I hit chapter like I don't know 10 or something, I suddenly got like a whole bunch of like legendary and rare drops in a row. From the hooded fight spawns.
Oh, really?
I got like a good 7 or so in a row from them, and then I just went back to getting the crappy ones.
Yeah, I got that's how I got Reiji. I got Reiji and Rikia and someone else that I don't remember. And the
Yeah.
only card I rolled for was Shinada. I did one roll and I did a roll and I got Songhee, and I don't remember what her skill was, but I was like, man. So I reloaded, and then my next roll was Shinada. So I was like, okay, I guess I have to take him. I can't re-roll the boy.
That
Can't just re-roll baseball, man.
I mean, and it turns
Shinada's
out his skill's
actually
really
one of the
good
best ones.
anyway. Yeah, especially with the gun in this game, because you can just, it allows you to just stand there and do, like, with the gun and not have to move, and no
Hmm.
one can hit you. Which, okay, funny enough, his card's actually the exact same in the original, but I am glad they gave it, so it has a better visual. So the problem with his move in the original is there was no like visual indicator that it took place other than the thing that popped up that like he used his move. And if you didn't
Hmm.
read the card, you'd be like, well, what exactly did he do then? Like it wasn't very apparent what he did. So I did like that they added the whole like stop time slow motion thing.
mm,
Because then you also had a very good indicator for when it ended. Because that was the biggest problem in the original. You didn't know when it ended. So
Oh.
you either stood too long and basically end up dying because you should have moved earlier, or you moved too early and you wasted time. You could have been doing DPS basically.
wait, I'm kind of confused. I thought stopping, like slowing down time, is the ability.
No, it is. But in the original
Oh,
game, he basically just rooted them in place. So it was
oh, I
like
see what
it
you
was the
mean.
same, but the remake has a way better visual for when it like begins and ends.
Right, right, right.
So yeah, I thought that change was good.
Yeah,
So do we talk about Daigo?
Taigo.
Yeah,
Honestly, this is not a great fight in the original, and I feel like they've made it even worse.
I think this is a great showcase of the returning characters just giving you an initial impression of the different characters. So when I saw fucking Daigo sitting here, I'm just like, oh yeah, it makes sense that the Shogun who's gonna step down is a fucking idiot.
Yeah, the ineffectual ruler of an organization that's way past its prime. That's perfect.
Yeah, it was so good.
So funny thing here is my setup by the time I got here, I had a combo card, so the more damage you do, like the more combo you do, the higher the damage. I also had, I don't know if I was using Ichiban at this point. I think I was. So I think I used Ichiban, Shinada, and the combo card. And it literally melted Daigo, so I didn't even see his special move.
I think he just does the beam.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
Kamehameha.
What
it's
is Ichi's ability? I never got him.
Ichiban basically gives you like a very high attack buff. The problem is
Oh,
it
okay.
lasts for like 4 seconds.
Right.
So basically, I guess like how I've been using it is I usually use the combo card first and get the combo pretty high, and then I use Ichiban's card.
Hmm.
Because if you use it early, then the combo's not high enough, so you don't really get, like... I mean, he still does good damage regardless, but you get better damage if you wait.
Hmm.
It's kind of interesting because there's a late Wild Dancer upgrade that gives you a boost based on
Mm-hmm.
combo, and I don't think it made a difference at all. Like, I did not notice anything with that.
I think honestly the combo one's just really OP with gun because you can get the like double bullet, so you can get the combo
Mm.
up insanely fast, really. But I noticed that when I used the combo card with Wild Dancer, it just didn't, like, it took way too long to get the combo up. And normally when I got to like 30, someone would hit me and the combo would need to start again, and I'm just like, good god, this is annoying.
Hmm.
Yeah, I had plenty of 99 combos with the gun at the end.
Yeah, I even managed to get 99s with Wild Dancer, but I agree. It kind of felt like a lot of the later upgrades. This is a problem that I guess we'll get more into when we talk the crafting system. But I feel like this game is super stingy on buffs,
Oh
which is
yeah.
also in general a problem with games of this kind, which they want to give you a lot. They constantly want to give you stuff, but then everything they give you has to be underpowered, otherwise you gain power too fast. So
You
it's
gotta
always
have
like,
the number go up, but if it goes up too fast, then the balance goes out of whack. So you have to make the number not actually mean anything.
exactly. So you get a lot of like, this increases your attack by 2%, this does that by 3%. And like, it's so... One of the things I really like about most Yakuza games is that they really commit to the buffs, and admittedly, things get kind of broken at times because of that.
Never happen.
When you get...
That would never happen. I think no buff
that...
would be broken in a Yakuza game.
No, of course not. But no, the... uh, it feels like when you use something, it feels like you've used it. It feels like you've gained something, and a lot of the time in this game, that's just not the case. You're just kind of like, oh, I guess that the bar moved kind of a bit faster.
I mean, I think it's not even buffs that are like that. Like, obviously, a lot of the buffs are so minuscule they don't matter. But when I jumped from like a 300 power sword to a 500 power sword, it didn't feel any different. Like, it was still pretty
Mm.
much the same number of hits to kill things.
So, funny thing to your guys' point, I will use the example of the gun and the virtue seal. So, I was without the seal, I do like maybe like 40 to 50 damage. But when I added the seal, granted the last time I added it, I had like 1.7 million virtue. So I ended up with like, I don't know, like somewhere around 1700 attack. It only brought me up to like 50, 60 a shot, which, to be
Oh my
fair,
god.
for the gun is a big upgrade because the gun shoots so fast, but for everything else, it's not, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, plus it's 1.7 million. In my
Yeah.
entire playthrough, I think I got like maybe 100,000 cumulative.
I had a few hundred
Jesus.
thousand after grinding the chicken races, so
Yeah, so basically my method for that is there you get the virtuous hood. If you get the highest rank one, you end up with 3 seal slots that are empty, and then you put those 3 seal slots, you fill them with gold virtue seals. So you end up getting like plus 80% virtue, I think, total. So every time, so if you do chicken racing and then you buy 99 silver hammers and you sell them at Ibisu, you get like almost 200,000 virtue each time.
But see, every time anyone explains how to do a thing efficiently or relatively quickly in this game, it always sounds like they're explaining cold fusion to you. Like this is not the
Yeah.
process. This is not a process you should be going through to play a video game. You know, like it's just ridiculous the depths you have to go to. Like again, I don't
Yeah.
know if you want to get into the crafting system just yet, but when you explained how to get seals in this game, I immediately fell asleep. Not because you're boring, but just it's so exhausting to even take that information in, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have some. When we get to like side content and chicken races and stuff, I have what my thought process was going through that. It was something.
But yeah, as for the Daigo fight itself, um it felt like it was really it was like it's the epitome of how annoying the special attacks are in this game, because you just fight him normally and he's kind of a pushover just like in the original game, but then he does his Kamehameha beam and you just have to get out of the way. Thing is, you can't actually damage him with your sword doing that whole attack animation.
Hmm. You just have to
So
sit and wait.
Which is funny because you want
yeah,
to know something. You can actually you can't so you can't hit him with your sword, but you can hit him with the gun.
yes, which is the dumbest thing you can do, to be honest. Like, sword will do nothing, but gun will get right through that invulnerability. Like, why? Why is it like that? It's so strange. So me, like an idiot, trying to use the sword in the samurai game. I'm just like, okay, I'm just gonna have to sit here and wait. But then I see other people just smash the gun during that part, and then it's like, why didn't I think of that? Uh,
And I
yeah,
honestly I
I
can't
did
tell
not
if
think
that's an
that through.
oversight or not. Like, did they want you to figure that out, or is that an accident?
Yeah, I don't know.
There's a lot of stuff that
I
does
wouldn't
not
be
feel
surprised.
intentional in this game.
Oh, you
Yeah.
mean like chicken racing?
Oh boy, chicken racing percent.
Chicken
Um,
racing was so funny because like I ran past it and I was like, oh god, I can't get into that right now. And then I forgot it existed for my entire playthrough until the end when I'm like, how do I make money in this game? And it was like chicken
Oh.
racing. I'm like, oh yeah, I never did that.
funnily enough, I don't think they fixed this yet, but chicken
No, they
racing
haven't.
is actually broken.
It is very broken. Even without glitching it, it's still broken.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, because it doesn't make sense that like the game lets you bet on like everything still. Like you don't literally bet on everything, but you bet on so much stuff that the chances of you winning are very high. And then you still get rewarded just because the payout is so high.
Yeah, because you get like 100 times your bet. So if
Y-
you bet on 100 things, one of them is gonna win. You still get all your money back.
Yeah.
Jesus. That's kind of yeah, that's kind of silly.
And yeah, and honestly, the end of this chapter is just kind of funny because so obviously Ryoma wins. He beats the Shogun, and he's just like, yeah, here's this letter. Can you step down? And he's like, okay, I guess, because you beat me, whatever. And that's it. I just think it just kind of gave me, I was just like, what? That's it? Like, you're just going to step down? Okay, whatever.
It's kind of it seems to be implied that he kind of realizes that the Bakufu is kind of fucked at this point. Everything's going against it. Yeah, it's still kind of weird. I mean, it did happen in real life. Like the shogun did step down after being demanded to. I don't know.
Yeah, but it was probably not just somebody walked up and punched him in the face and was like, "Step down, idiot," and he just went,
Yeah.
"Okay."
Like, did he, like, step down? I don't know. Do you think he stepped down just, like, maybe if he did what the people wanted, then they would leave him alone and he could just live in peace and
Well,
everyone would forget he existed? I don't know.
I mean, I
well,
think that is literally what happened. Like, he did get a peaceful retirement off in the countryside. Uh,
yeah, I think the deal is like again, everyone just realized that Japan is in real like Japan at this point in time, is looking over to China and seeing what's happening there with, foreign powers taking over and colonizing the country, and they realized that the same could happen to them. And I guess the shogun just realized that he can either try to fight and then also get taken over by the British or whoever, or he can step down and get some sort of dignified life after his retirement. Um, so I think that's like when you look at the changes to the country, I think that's the biggest. That was the biggest motivator for a lot of people to change how they were doing things, like just the threat of a foreign invasion, and knowing what happened to other countries that suffered that sort of fate.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's also he didn't step down really. He just like gave or like recognized the emperor's power again. Like, I don't
Yeah.
think he was ready to like fully disappear. Like I'm pretty sure he did revolt afterwards, and have a little scuffle, and then
So there
got
was
got defeated.
So there was a rebellion. Actually, one of the leaders of that rebellion was Saigo, and he was killed during that rebellion.
Right?
Um,
Yeah.
but I don't know if the shogun, like if the last shogun, took part in that rebellion. I actually don't know.
I'm not sure if it was him or just like people still loyal to him, but uh, yeah, I think it was like they recognized the emperor, but it wasn't until like a year later that uh, the shogunate was like actually stripped of powers and everything,
Hmm.
and that's when he like actually lost everything.
Right.
Anyway, Daigo's an idiot, and it was fun to hit him.
Like, yeah. I don't think anyone can argue with that.
And then we get a brief glimpse of Katsu for the second and I think final time, where he's talking to
Yes.
this mysterious person who claims to be Sakamoto Ryoma. Who could they be? For some reason, we're not showing you, even though you already know the answer.
Yep, and that's basically chapter 11.
So see, this is something I was yeah, we'll get to that actually in the next chapter. But yeah, that's chapter 11, and now, oh my god, fire.
Yeah, and then yeah, chapter 12 basically
It's lit, fam.
shit's yeah, everything is lit. Like the whole city is on fire, and this actually, so interestingly enough, this part really didn't change from the original. It's pretty much exactly like it was pretty much left intact.
Yeah.
Like the only thing that's different is like the bosses have their like super special thingy, but other than that, it's the same. So yeah, basically I guess Ryoma and Okita go to the inn first to check on Otose and Orio, but she already wrote a letter saying that they left, so they're safe, so they leave. And then they're like, then Ryoma's like, oh god, we gotta find Kondo, so they go to leave. And on your way there, basically, you run into the Mimawari Gumi, of course. And then they're like, let's fight in the middle of this fire. What could go
Well,
wrong?
yeah, they're like the Shinsengumi are the ones who started the fire, so we're gonna beat the shit out of you.
Yeah. And Ryoma and Okita are like, we know nothing about that, but yeah, of course he's not gonna believe them.
Yep.
So yeah, you fight the Mimawari Gumi, you run off, and then you fight the 10th captain, Harada, and he's basically basically Ryoma sees firsthand that he's ordering his men to like burn everything to the ground. And then Ryoma's like, what the fuck are you doing? And then he basically just says, I'm following orders from Kondo to burn Kyoto. And then, yeah, they basically fight because he. Yes, because he's gonna stop them.
Yeah. This guy's basically playing Bloodborne.
He's doing Wild Dancer with a spear. Somebody stop that man.
Yeah. So then you beat Harada, and then you go to basically the same place in Gion to
Oh,
see Kondo.
I want to talk about the ending of that fight because I think it's
Oh, with
it's
the tower.
very I think it's very interesting that they chose Aizawa for this role. Uh, because like at the end he's just like, "Hey man, aren't you gonna say how strong I am or something?" And Ryoma's
Yeah.
just like, "No, you don't fucking matter. Bye." And he just gets crushed by a tower, and then just like I feel like that was just them like putting like having closure with what happened with Yakuza 5. Just like he just I know he doesn't matter. Shut up.
Yeah, I forgot about that, but that's a good point. Um, he also says something like, this is the story of Sakamoto Ryoma, and you're not part of it," or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he says.
You're just not even in this story. Fuck off, man. Fucking Aizawa.
So yeah, then when you get up to Kondo, I guess Kondo basically was cut down by Izo, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he's basically
He doesn't know who cut him down, but yeah, it's Izo.
yeah, he just says the man says I'll be waiting for you at the Imperial Palace, and that's all he knows
Hmm.
basically.
Right.
But yeah, he says that it was not him that ordered this, so uh, somebody is fucking with the Shinsengumi.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the Izo fight itself, I thought the start of this is really good because again, it's one of those things where a lot of people criticize Ishin for the villain being very obvious, and I kind of feel like, again, I've said this before, but I kind of feel like that's intended because Izo basically says, "Oh, you're still hoping it's not Takechi. You're still hoping it's someone else under that mask,"
Mm-hmm.
basically calling Ryoma out on how he's still in denial about who Takechi is and what he's doing in all this, which I thought was pretty cool.
Yeah, I really liked this whole moment with Izo.
Hmm. What I don't really like is how, like, I know we joke about Kuze and stuff like this, but Kuze, at least I feel, every fight you have with him, it's slightly different. The way he fights, where you fight him, the circumstances, etc. In this game, it's literally like every Izo fight is exactly the same, except more health, I guess.
Yeah, he does the same QTEs and everything.
Same QTE, same mortal attack or whatever you call it, like the purple mist.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
kind of sad that they don't really change his fight up.
Yeah.
and $10 budget. I couldn't afford it. I think in this fight I made uh, a lot of use of the like sword tiger drop because it's very good against him.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Him and Okita are basically sword counter fodder. It's really good for both of them.
Yeah. Actually, I think I'm just remembering this now. I think the first time we fight, or the second time we fight Izo, when he like has his full move set, uh, I thought the big purple thing was just around him. I didn't realize he like shot it out. So the second time he did it, I was just standing there with a gun, just shooting him like from far away. And then the thing got shot towards me, and I was not expecting it, and I got fucking destroyed.
Oh wait, does it? Because I don't think. Huh.
Yeah, it follows
Yeah,
you.
yeah,
Oh,
it
I
just
I
kind of
did
like
not
moves out
get that
towards
at
you.
all.
It doesn't move very fast, but I was like just outside of its range.
Gotcha. Mm.
So I think that was like one of my only deaths in the playthrough was that because I was like low HP, but I was like, I don't need to heal. It's not gonna hit me, and then it hit me.
Yeah, the last part is actually kind of sad though after you fight Izo and then he's basically just like sad that he was never able to be like Takechi's Kyodai and I was just like
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nishiki
poor
never good
Izo.
enough.
Even in this life, never good enough.
All right. So that takes us into the last chapter before the finale, basically.
oh
There's
well
another
the
scene that
last
happens at the
part
end.
is basically the captains meeting up and then the whole thing with
Oh, that's right.
the
I
whole
forgot
thing
that's
where
the end.
where they debate Ito into basically confessing that he Kondo's dead, and then Hijikata's like, I never said he was dead.
Right, yeah.
It was just first they got him with the look behind you, and now they got him with the I didn't say that.
Yeah.
Ito is just hilariously gullible.
Yeah, so then they all draw their swords on him, and then Kodo comes in shooting randomly shooting the ceiling and is just like, alright, you can't kill him. And then they basically say they're leaving the Shinsengumi and take like everyone with them. So it's just like literally just Hijikata, Okita, Ryoma, and Nagakura left.
Yeah, for some reason, literally every foot soldier goes with them for whatever reason. I don't know what they were promised or anything, but they were all convinced.
They were just deeply charismatic.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, I was really confused by that part. I was like, why? Like, I don't know. Okay. I was surprised that all of the people just agreed to go.
Except for, I guess, the Battle Dungeon receptionist. I think he's still there.
Yeah, he's still there.
He's the only Omi.
And the two guys at the gate.
Oh, yeah.
They're just
And the
always there.
cards. You still have the cards.
Yep,
Yeah,
that's true.
and the people in your pocket.
Yeah, I guess Ryoma's unit stays. I'm assuming that would mean that maybe their units stay too, but I don't know. You never see their units, so it's like
Yeah, like all the people that are just hanging out in the barracks are gone. Like there's other than the guards.
Yep.
So it's very silly. They quit and they form a new gang that's better than the old gang. I'm pretty sure this is like the fourth time that group has been reformed.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
So then they go off and do their thing and then we go to chapter 13. Yay.
Ooh.
Which is basically the assassination of Sakamoto Ryoma, which is basically like almost the whole point to this entire story.
Yeah, this is the scene that you see at the very beginning of the game
Yeah.
Yeah.
before you know what anything is.
So this is the one that starts with all of them like talking at
Yeah, they're all in Ryoma's room.
yeah.
Yeah, for some reason they're all just hanging out in this public inn talking about very sensitive matters while Toto shows up to tell them that he's undercover.
Yeah.
All just in this public inn.
Honestly, I
with
think
the window wide open.
this is where everything starts getting really cheesy to me, right? Because like they're talking and I feel like it's fine, and then at some point Toto shows up and he's like, "Actually, I'm a spy," and then all of a sudden like Nagakura and like the girls show up and it's like, yeah, you can use my inn to totally like debate everybody. Let's do it." And then you go to the inn basically, and like I guess you just talk about the fakes Ryoma, and then yeah, I don't know. That whole part was just confusing to me.
Yeah, it's very you can commit a massacre here. It's fine.
Yeah,
I'll just
exactly.
I'll just build a
We're
new inn.
we're friends, so you can do whatever you want. Doesn't matter how much blood you get everywhere.
This is also where the weird like Nagakura's weird little speech about the power of friendship happens. He's like, you share things with friends. That's how history is made. This is a very weird statement to make it like by a member of this very, very murderous organization we've been following this entire
Yeah,
game.
yeah. Because I was like, Ryoma was gonna leave the Shinsengumi, and he left his like howdy and like the letter basically in front of like the gate. And when he went to go walk away, everyone's like, "No, you can't leave. We need the power of friendship to finish this game." Like,
Pretty much.
Yeah.
No. But
And
yeah,
then it's like,
this. Hmm?
go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say this. Like this basically leads into the fight against not Awano, right?
Yeah,
yes,
basically, uh, Ryoma can't go do everything himself because he'll just like get killed on sight by several different organizations at this point.
Mm.
So they send Nakaoka, who will just convince Saigo to go to this meeting because he has a picture
yeah.
of fake Ryoma. I don't know what that does. I know the picture itself is just a reference to an actual picture of real Ryoma,
Yeah.
but I don't know why showing him a picture matters. Like at this point, Saigo already knows that it's a fake Ryoma. Like he's already heard that from the drunken brawl night.
Yeah.
It's
But
it's interesting too because when you think about it, they make this big deal out of how pictures are this new technology and oh my god, you have like how do you have this thing? If it's a brand new technology, couldn't he just decide that it's fake? Because he has no reason to believe it.
Right.
I mean, he's not going to decide it's fake because he knows it's true because he already has that knowledge. So like,
True, true.
I don't know. It's weird. And also, how is he going to get an audience with him? Because he's just some guy.
Yeah, they make a big deal out of Saigo and Katsura are now in direct contact with the Emperor. They're not just going to meet with anyone. And then he's like, "Oh, I'll go. They'll just meet with anyone."
Yeah.
He'll just go and he'll take care of it.
Yeah,
Sure, whatever. And then Toto says he'll go talk to Katsura. Uh, and Ryoma knows that he can go to this one bar where he'll just be able to talk to him instantly.
yeah, that's true. But funnily enough, the actual place where yeah, some bad things are going to happen.
Yeah. So then, even though you're supposed to stay, uh, keep a low profile right now and not do anything, you're free to just wander around the city and do side content at this point.
Yeah. Lay low.
Right.
Okay. Doesn't lay low.
Okay, I'm gonna go bet on chicken races for the next hour. But yeah, you just kind of do whatever you want until you want to rest up until night. It was a bit silly.
Yeah.
So did you guys have any thoughts on, I guess, not Awano's fight?
Um, I was very disappointed because in the original, this is one of my favorite fights because this is one of the only fights where you can't just do the cheesy combo sequence to just stunlock the guy. You can, however, stunlock not a Wano. You can like with the sword if you just spam the if you trap him in the corner and just spam the light heavy, he can't really do anything.
It's funny.
So that was kind of silly.
Uh, he's got the stupid RSA dodge because, of course, he's a character with guns in the
Yeah.
Yakuza game. I'm pretty sure I just went wild dancer and just spammed light attack, and that was it. I think that was the entire fight for me.
Mm.
We're just never gonna let that man go. Arase is gonna haunt us forever.
It's just too influential. More influential than any other character.
Yeah. I run OG1 and K1. I've already resigned myself to a life of RSA. Um,
So what
but
about like
yeah.
the final set piece for this chapter?
Um, and another one I really disliked in the original. In this game, it's actually not too bad because I feel like I don't know. Wild Dance does a bit more work, so it's easier to deal with how many freaking gun guys are in this fight.
Hmm.
That was like the most annoying thing. Um, then there's the fight at the end against the three armored enemies, which I thought would be hell in this game, but it's actually not too bad. I don't know something. I don't know if it's again Wild Dance being good or the cards or some combination thereof, but I kind of felt like those guys weren't too bad to deal with.
Is this the set piece where you like walk down a hallway and then literally all of the doors all the way down the hallway all break at once and it's just like a fuckload of dudes?
Mm-hmm.
Because I thought that was great. It's just like suddenly there's 40 dudes in front of you.
Yeah,
Yeah, I like that,
but yeah.
especially like the first time you do it, because you're just like, la la la, wait a minute.
Yep.
I'm just walking down the holy shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Very hammering home the point that this is not your trap, it's their trap.
Mm.
Oh yeah, and this
Um.
is also the part with when you get to the end and Takechi just has white hair suddenly, like
Yeah.
what?
Again,
I
like in
was
the
so
original game, I
confused.
just forgot about this. But yeah, I don't know. It's like symbolism, but also it's kind of weird for that to happen. It's kind of weird for the game to pull symbolism like that out when it doesn't do it at any other time.
Yeah, I don't. It was weird.
When I first saw it, I was like, damn, has he just been like really stressed out, faking being me or something? And then next time you see him, he just has normal hair again. I'm like, oh, I guess that
Yeah,
was a
exactly.
lighting bug? I had no. Like, does that happen in the original?
It
Does he have
does.
white hair?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, no, it's intentional,
That's
100%.
so fucking weird. I was
Yeah.
so sure it was a bug then.
But yeah, after that, Takeshi is just like, well, I'm gonna be a Tosa.
Yeah, yeah. Meet you there.
Fight me, bro.
Um,
Yeah, then like, um, what to say? I forget his real name, but not Watase and Ito are just
Saki,
kind
I
of
believe.
there. Yeah, Sasaki. They're just like hanging out there, waiting
Yeah.
for you, and then they just like give you mean eyes and walk away.
Basically, yeah.
It's a bit silly.
Um, yeah.
It's funny that they still, even here, draw out the reveal that it is Takeshi. Even though, like, everybody is convinced at this point, but, like, Ryoma's, I guess, still holding on to the thought that it might not be him.
Yeah.
So they have, like, the fake that he kills at first. And then,
Oh
they're,
yeah.
like,
What was
just,
up
they
with
just,
that? Because that guy was definitely modeled after like the actual Sakamoto Ryoma. He looks a lot like him,
oh, was he?
and I think so, at least from like comparing. And the whole thing is, we're saying on the one hand that Takechi was the fake Sakamoto Ryoma, but then this guy was the fake like what? I never really got that.
I think it was supposed to be like a body double thing because like they needed somebody to die there so that they could claim that he
Oh,
died. But if it
okay.
was obviously Takechi doesn't want to die, and obviously I the likelihood of them actually getting Ryoma to die there was probably really slim. So I'm assuming they just used that guy so that, when everything was said and done, they would just be like, come ID his body, be like, yeah, that's Ryoma, and then just go about their day because they're dumb.
I see. Okay, fair enough. That
It's also,
kind of makes sense.
it's also just a reference to that's where Sakamoto Ryoma actually died in real life, is that inn
Yeah.
on that day. So I guess it's just like, yeah, he's totally dead there. See, it really happened. He's dead. But actually,
Yeah. That. Mm, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough.
And I have something else I want to talk about here, but I don't know how to talk about it because it also has to deal with the end.
Okay.
But it bothers me that when Toto dies, in that scene where right after you fight not Iwano, um Okita actually cries, right? And he basically says to Ryoma that like he basically threatens him that like if we don't get this guy, if you don't get him, then I'm going to kill you.
Okay.
Like Okita actually says that to Ryoma, but the weird thing is like he doesn't get the guy, and then it just seems like everything's fine and dandy, and then they just go to the next chapter. And then I mean, at the end of chapter, I guess 13, like Okita does get mad. He's like, Ryoma, what happened? Like, and then Ryoma's just like, just sitting there, pretty much lifeless. And then you just get to the next chapter, everything's fine. And then
Yeah.
it gets even weirder when you get to the end, obviously, because you guys know that everything in the end ends up like, oh, it's fine.
and then they were best friends.
Yeah. That actually. Yeah. Now that you mention it, that's very strange.
So then, like, basically, Toto died, like, in vain in a way, because that's why, like, Okita was like, okay, well, he died, trying to protect you, so we need to get this guy. And then you don't get the guy. And,
Jesus, that's right.
and then it
Holy
was
crap.
just okay that Toto died. And everyone else, for that matter, who was, like, a victim of this whole thing.
Yeah, that whole ending deserves to get talked about as well. But yeah, that's a good point. I completely forgot about the whole Toto thing. Jeez.
But yeah, I guess just
Um,
put a pin in that when we get to the end.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, but yeah, it is at this point that basically the game wants you to wrap up some things before you go to Tosa to fight Takechi.
Yeah.
And one of those things is taking Oreo on a date.
Yes. So I don't know. I kind of like this part. I don't know. I thought it was cute, but yeah, it is kind of like I guess I like the sentiment that like he was willing to like appease her and spend time with her when he knew that like there was a good chance he might not see her again.
Yeah, yeah. I think it was a sweet moment. you know, seeing each other possibly one last time.
This was like real late for me. And I thought the 13th chapter was the last chapter. So when we started doing this date thing, it's just like I just want the game to end. So I was a bit annoyed with it. Like I did like the character moments with it, but also I just wanted to move on.
Yeah, I mean, when I played the remake, um, oh yeah, Chad, thank you for the raid. Appreciate it very much. Let me give you a quick shout out. Um, yeah, sorry. I'm in the same boat with regards to the remake, just because um, I, was kind of tired by it. Like I said, I wasn't a huge fan of this. Wasn't a huge fan of this thing by the time it ended, so I kind of wanted it to end myself. When I played the original, I think I was, yeah, I think I kind of liked it. One thing I really, this is another place where I'm gonna trash the localization a bit, which is, um, they like they go to the pub and then they go to the restaurant, or is it the other way around? I don't remember. Then they do karaoke and then they do dancing. And the dance part, they're outside, and like Oreo says something like, Ryoma, I didn't know you can." No, she says, "Ryoma, can you dance?" And he's like, huh, "Can I dance?" Which again is very like that. That's very like 21st. That's a very anachronistic kind of speak, I guess. So that bothered me. But what bothers me more is that then they go inside, and then Oreo asks Ryoma, "Can you dance?" And he says, "Maybe we'll find out." So that was very weird to me. I don't know. I don't know if that's localization or if the original script is weird like that, but that was just strange.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. It's interesting though, because it seems like it kind of changed 180.
Yeah, but other than that, no. I think as a as a thing, it's cute. I don't dislike it. But then that leads us to the next weird uh, addition. Well, not addition, but the next weird aspect of this finale, which is the game essentially saying, "Hey, you haven't fought some of these guys yet."
Yeah. Yeah,
But
on it.
this is.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask Panda, since you're the only one who would really know. All these fights are mandatory, right? You can't skip any of them.
Yes, you cannot skip them. Because like if you like you can say like if you talk to like Nagakura because he's like closest to the gate, and you say like are you ready to go? Do you want to fight? And then you can say like not yet, but then like you notice that like the marker for is still on him, like the pink marker of where to go. Like it still remains on him,
Oh,
Mine, or so him, Hijikata, and Okita until you do all of them. And then you won't get the final dialogue from Okita until you do all of them.
I see.
Yeah, it was such a weird choice.
Yeah.
It
And
was
you
just,
can't even like fail them.
yeah, and it was just weird too that it's like, okay, we're gonna possibly go to this place and like die, but yeah, let's tire ourselves out first. That's what
Yeah.
I don't know.
How about getting horribly injured before we go into this
Yeah.
very brutal fight? Um, but yeah, the only thing I really have to say about these refights is Mine kicked my ass many times, and I liked like I liked the beginning of the Fly remix when we first heard it. But then for some reason, like what they did with the main part, the dun 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 dun, dun, that part's cool. But then they decided to make like the quieter parts of the song like one of those cheesy YouTube metal covers. You know when someone says they're doing a metal cover of a song, but all they do is play the chords as power chords and go with the guitar. It's one of those, and oh, and like the drums doing the blast beats. It's cheesy, and I don't know. I think that's a very boring way to cover a song. So I don't know. I ended up not liking that remix very much.
I think I like heard the first part and was like, "Oh yeah, this is sick," and then I just tuned it out for the rest of the fight because I was focusing on fighting.
Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, from there it's just the finale, right?
Yep. You've fought everybody, tired yourself out, and now you're ready to just go and die. Yeah, and this is so for the most part, I guess like the finale set piece. I think I like it more in the original for
Yeah.
me. And I think one of the reasons for that is like so I actually don't really have an issue with Takechi being Hanpeta. Like it's a little like the choice was a little weird, but I don't really have a problem with it. But I felt like in the final scene itself that the original Hanpeta just I liked his delivery more in the final set piece.
Mm.
Or I guess the final set piece, because
Well, we are getting a bit ahead of ourselves because I don't know what's I felt like the whole Watase fight was fine, both in the original and the remake. Like that fight's good, I think.
yeah, I
Um,
don't know. I think like when I played this game originally, I don't think I was expecting the Mimawari Gumi to show up, so that kind of surprised me that they were there.
yeah, same. We actually forgot to mention them when we were talking chapter 12, but yeah, it was kind of weird that they were there. And the reason they give for being there is also kind of weird. Like Ryoma or Akita or someone says something like, "Aren't you guys supposed to be with the Bakufu?" And they say, whatever."
It's like,
Essentially,
yeah, we just want to fight.
yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
okay.
Um, but yeah, after like I don't know, anyone feel any special feelings about the Watase fight?
No.
I'm concerned that I won't be able to spin to win in the speedrun, but
Mm.
that's a very specific use
Really?
case.
Why is that?
It's just the R2 moves in the remake just seem really bad.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that could be an issue.
And I don't know, I mean maybe they will be. Maybe once you have 3000 attack it doesn't matter, but
Mm,
I don't know if the cards will do enough damage to just like replace that, like to
once
replace
you have
spinning, but I don't know, maybe they would.
5 billion virtue,
Yeah.
it all evens out. Um, but yeah, the big problem comes. No, wait. Is Ito the next fight after this?
Hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So you can actually describe this better than anyone because the some of the fight mechanics in this part are kind of dumb.
Yeah, so in Ito's fight, basically the way it's supposed to go casually is you fight I honestly don't think it's damage based. I honestly think it's like it could just be like the number of men left standing kind of thing. But at some point it triggers like this scene where like a bunch of steam like comes up and like obscures the view, and then like you get this really cheesy scene of Ito like backing up like, hey, now you can't see me. And then yeah, you have basically the rest of the fight is with this fog present for the most part. And I actually don't know if we can yet, but in the original, you can actually, if you do enough damage fast enough, you can actually skip the scene entirely. But I don't know if we can. I don't know if anyone has done that in the remake yet.
That would be interesting to see. All I know is that fight kind of feels pointless because the whole thing is supposed to be, oh, you can't know when Ito is coming, but I can just look at the minimap and it's like he's right there.
Yeah.
He didn't even like disappear at all for me. He was just right in front of me after he backed into the fog. And
Oh,
I'm just
really?
like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
like
guess I just keep hitting you.
yeah, like a lot of the time he doesn't actually move from the spot he like originated from. So a lot of the time, yeah, like the steam will just be up, but he'll still be right in front of you. Like if you were fighting him. If you weren't fighting him, then yeah, no, he won't be in front of you, but yeah, I don't know, that part's kind of silly.
That's kind of dumb. I didn't know that happens.
I feel
Like
like
they wanted to do the Hirose fight from
yeah,
6,
yeah,
but
yeah, that's
it's
what I was gonna
just
say.
very, very poorly.
Yeah. Hirose was definitely a much better version of that.
I wonder if they learned from that, and then like Hirose's fight was just better in general because of Ishin.
Maybe.
Yeah, could be. But yeah, I don't know. That fight honestly is kind of. I feel like it, even in the original, I feel like it was meant to be way more epic than it is. It's also one of those things where it tries to build up Ito as a villain throughout the whole thing. But I feel like you kind of forget about him by that point. Because he's always he never really does that much. He just kind of sits to the side and acts like an obvious villain until he just breaks off with not Awano and Toto.
Yeah. Yeah, and the fight
And
isn't like particularly hard, so it just seems kind of like anticlimactic.
yeah,
Kind of just steamroll him, haha, and just keep going.
Biggest
pretty
problem with
much.
the fight is you don't get a remix of the theme.
Yes, that was also one of the disappointing things in the remake. I talked about this when we talked about Shimano, but yeah, the good remixes really dry up by the end, and like at this point, they just give you the standard Pledge of Demon.
Oh, did they? They just played it and they didn't even remix it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just the exact same song.
Nice.
I was very disappointed.
Um, yeah, honestly, another like one of the worst parts of the family to me was after this, because this is again the return of the big boys, the big boys,
Mm.
and man, this one was annoying. The best way I found to deal with him was just to like run behind him, hope he doesn't shoot me with the bowgun, and use the lightning to get rid of all the rifle guys, and that kind of gives you a decent shot at getting rid of him before his goons destroy you. But even then, it's kind of
Yeah, because I don't remember exactly like if I felt the same way in the remake, but in the original, like even in New Game Plus, that room is still very dangerous. Like if you basically take too long to kill like the rifle squad, or like you just stay too like linger too long without killing them, like they can just go through Ryoma's health even at like max level and everything.
mm,
Like that's just how strong the gun enemies are in the original game. Like you could just be standing there and then it's like, well, now you're not standing there, you're just dead.
Jesus.
So yeah, I once I saw him in that room, I kind of panicked because I was like, "Oh God, no! Like, what? Why is this man here?" But yeah, I agree. The lightning, I think I used the lightning too in that fight.
Hmm.
I mean, it's really good for just getting rid of like the small ads.
Yeah, and it seems to have no limit on like the number of enemies. Just
Yeah.
just it's just range based.
Yeah, it just seems like as long as the enemies are close enough together that I can connect, basically, then it can just keep going.
Yeah.
But yeah, I didn't. That was the last one, though, right? Not mistaken. I think
Yeah.
that was the last big guy.
After that, you have the like the I don't know what it is, dock, wharf, whatever you want to call it, the water area
Hmm.
essentially,
Hmm.
where you fight through some normal enemies, and then you get to Mr. Thomas Glover.
Yeah.
I was so excited when I saw him, and then so disappointed when he just spoke Japanese. I was so
Yeah,
ready for, if you want to see Takechi, you can go find him on the rough.
yeah. I so in the original, that was also my reaction. In this, my disappointment was so. Another thing that kind of dries up is the cool little changes to characters because we haven't even discussed this, but in chapter 10 when there's the flashback and it shows you like the real Okita and the real Inoue, etc., etc. It's in the original game it's just three random dudes. In this game it's Oda from Zero. What's his face from the prison in 4?
Saito.
And hmm?
Saito?
Saito. And I don't think anyone's figured out who the third one is supposed to be, if he's indeed supposed to be anyone. But yeah, that's a cool little change from the original. So, with Shimano instead of Kanai and Sarah instead of Katsuragi, I kind of expected there to be someone else instead of Richardson here, but I guess it was, who else would you put there really?
He's the only white person in the entire series.
That is true. That is true. But
I think
yeah,
the funniest thing about that fight, though, is that like as you're walking up to it, you can clearly see two dudes on Gatling guns pointing towards the arena, and Ryoma just apparently walks right past them to go talk to Glover, and then in the middle he's just like, "Oh shit, there's dudes behind me."
yep. Also, the original game kind of trolled you by making you think you might have a chance at using those Gatling guns, but you basically always get shot down before you can use them.
Hmm.
Um, but what did you feel about this fight, Doctor T? Because this is a first for you.
Um, I think it was just kind of annoying. Like I don't think I'm pretty sure I immediately turned around and murdered the Gatling guns because I was like, no way am I getting stun locked by these assholes. And then I think I just like used trooper cards to take care of all the ads, and then just I think I treated Glover the same way as Nadawano, just wild dancer until he was dead.
Hmm.
So it was a very like minorly annoying fight in the end. Not really anything too interesting.
So
Was
I
he
I
pretty much the same in the original?
he's got more hyper armor in this one. I feel.
Hmm.
It was a bit easier. It was a bit harder to knock him down. Interestingly, what you say about the Gatling guns does happen in the original. In this game, I at first also thought I would have to deal with them, but it feels like just taking care of like the guys next to Glover and then going for the Gatling gun guys works pretty well. I don't know. What was your experience like, Panda?
This is just with Glover's fight, right? So the first time I did this, I think it was like absolute disaster. Like when I played the original game. I think you quickly figure out that the Gatling guns suck. Like, okay, they don't actually suck, like they're really good. The problem is like you're getting shot at by so many different people that you can't even stay on the Gatling gun.
Yeah.
Um but yeah, as far like, and then it's funny because in the new game plus speedrun, you just, all I've been doing is using the gun R2 move and it literally kills everyone. And then you just do a few more shots on Glover and that's the fight. But no, I think that fight's kind of annoying in a way. Like I don't think it's necessarily bad, but just there's just so many gun enemies, and in the original game it's really hard because the gun enemies just do so much damage. Like I know those, a lot of those guys around Glover that start around him, like they don't have a lot of health, but there's just so many of them. There's just like dudes everywhere. Yeah, I feel like they really wanted you to use your specials, but I feel like if you forgot about them or you hadn't really used them, then you might have had a bad time. Because I don't think I really used them like in my first playthrough.
Mm.
But yeah,
I used.
oh, go ahead.
Sorry. I was just gonna say I used the lightning to knock them down, and then sword to just finish everyone off.
Yeah, I
That
think
worked very well.
in the remake I used the lightning and then just finished everyone off with the gun. But yeah, I think that part's a lot harder in the original game.
Mm. All right, so unless there's more to say about this fight, I guess this brings us to the finale of the finale.
The
Oh, okay.
finale.
The real Inoue was Ushijima in 5. The guy in Shinada's part that works at that bar that he would go to.
Oh,
Oh
well, that's a
Jesus!
fucking deep cut. Okay, wow.
That's
That
interesting.
okay. That all right. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough, RGG.
I mean, I don't think he has a single line, so sure. That's so weird.
It is him. Oh my god. That's bizarre. Okay.
So
Did they
yeah,
change his face for in the remake, or is it just Okita?
I feel like Oda was a good choice for Okita because I think Oda actually looks really similar to the original person who was there, who I think was just a random dude. I don't know about
Mm,
the other two though.
I feel like the other two are the same. I know Saito's definitely the same because I was like, this motherfucker.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm looking at the original render from the guy from the original game, and yeah, he does kind of look like. I guess he does look like him. Not like they're like spitting image of each other, but I guess I'm assuming that's why they chose those people because they looked most like them, I guess. Or they just wanted
mm.
to fuck with us, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Either way, well played.
Yeah, because he was the one I couldn't play, so I was like, who is this guy? And even Saito took me a while. I just
Yeah.
blocked that guy
Oda
from
was
my
the one.
memory.
But yeah. So then then there's the fight with Takechi.
I just really love this entire set piece in the original game. I just think the fight with him is really cool.
The fight with Takechi.
Mm.
Um, yeah, yeah. I think it's a good fight. Uh, I do find the gun part of it pretty annoying, but other than that, yeah, good time.
Yeah, I can see that. I feel like his AI is so weird in the wild dance section because like he either is like really aggressive or he just like does nothing.
Yeah,
It feels like there's no like in between. But to be fair, the final part's like that too, because I've had speedruns where he just stands there. And then
mm.
I've had speedruns where I died immediately because he just came at me like as soon as the fight started and I didn't even have a chance to move.
Jeez.
So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's like something that influences the AI like that or if it's just I don't know. No idea.
Yeah, that's interesting. Um, I I know that in a lot of the older games, you have a thing where sometimes enemies will just hold back and not rush you during set pieces. I don't know if that's related to that or if it's its
Hmm.
own thing. Um, yeah,
It could
but
be.
hmm. But yeah, I feel like I was kind of done in both the original and remake. I was kind of done by the end of this. So yeah, it's like I can look at it in hindsight and say, yeah, that's a pretty cool fight, but I don't know. I don't have a lot to say about it. Um, Dr. G, how did you feel about it?
I just think the part where they're both running up the stairs with the gun pointed at each other looks so fucking goofy and just made me laugh just right in the middle of the fight when it was supposed to be a serious moment. Uh, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it just kind of he just kind of went down like every other boss.
That
Yeah.
that part's really funny too in this speedrun because when he gets to the top of the stairs, like Hanpeita throws his gun, but we don't throw our gun because that's what we're gonna use when as soon as the fight like we get regain control again.
Well, it's like you get to
Like
the top and then like you each shoot a bullet and then you cut the other person's bullet out of the air. Like what the fuck?
yeah,
It makes no sense. And then yeah, he throws away his gun and I'm like, I ain't throwing away mine.
yeah, exactly. Like well, you do what you want, but I'm keeping my gun.
Yeah. So this fucking ending, by the way,
It's
we
very
kind of
goofy.
yeah, it's weird that because we talked before about how Okita's like, oh, we gotta get this guy, and then you don't get this guy, and you Panda actually raised this a while back. I don't remember if it was on stream or we were just talking about the game, but it's like Takechi is like hell bent on doing whatever's needed to gain power, etc., etc. And then he's like, ah, you know what I forgot during this whole time that you need? Love.
Yeah, like what? It's just like it really was just like emotional whiplash the whole final scene like I it didn't really surprise me that Ryoma didn't cut him down because that's just who Ryoma is, but it really confused me when Ryoma's like yeah, just he's basically like, yeah, just come back Kyodai, we can start over. I'm just like you realize how many people died, right? For this moment and you're just gonna be like, it's cool. I don't know.
He forgives him. It's fine.
It's kind of typical for Yakuza games to do this, where like at the end the villain's like, "Oh well, you killed all these people, but you're a good guy deep down. You meant well." But it feels extra goofy here because it's supposed to be kind of this. I don't know. I know it's not really meant to be a historical document, but it is supposed to represent history to an extent. And also the fact that the very next thing that happens is not Jingu comes out and talks about like how he wants to do all these things to sell the country to the British and rule, like be their sponsored ruler essentially. And it's like, no, this guy has to, like, this guy gets to die because he, has this scheme he cooked up. But the other guy with the equally large scheme, he gets to live. It's very, very strange.
I just have to say that Jingu was an inspired choice for this.
He was. That's another one where like I I was a bit disappointed that he was the same as in the original, but also I very much understand it.
He's too perfect of a person for that.
Yeah.
Just like shows up at the end, goes ha 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 ha
Yeah.
ha.
Essentially, yes.
That whole part is also confusing too. Like, I don't disagree that, like, obviously I guess it makes sense that they cut him down, Yamauchi, but like I don't know. It's still weird that like they all get up there and none of them, like, I was surprised like even Okita wasn't like just like ready to like throw Hanpeta off the building or something.
They've
Yeah.
all learned the power of friendship.
Yeah, like they were all just okay with it in the end, and I don't know, it really kind of just blows my mind.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Like I say the original has a pretty good story, but there's all sort of things like this that are weird. It also kind of connects with the fact that, the Shinsengumi itself, we talked about how it's shown as this very brutal organization. And then at some point they just become good guys and we all, just smile and get along and forget about all the people who died essentially just to, kind of protect the secret of Inoue being Sarizawa, but not really. Um, I don't know. There's a lot of weird ambiguities like that to the game, where it's just, I guess, kind of inconsistent in its morals, is how I would put it.
Has any Yakuza game really been able to stick the landing?
Hmm.
Maybe
Uh,
Zero.
I would say zero.
Definitely not 5.
Definitely not five. Not four. In three, well, long game three stuck the landing. Heyo. Um,
I mean, 3 is at least entertaining as hell, but
yeah.
not really emotionally consistent.
Uh, I was gonna say six, but then I remembered that no, it really
Yes.
doesn't.
I fucking hate the ending of 6. 7 almost sticks it, and then
Almost.
somebody gets stuck with a
Yeah.
knife.
I think 2 did a good job, and then you get to the finale like on the rooftop and you're just like, what?
No, that's the thing. Like the finale is where it tends to fall apart. I guess I would say one, just because there's nothing to stick. Like it's such a fucking mess throughout that the ending is like, yeah, that's consistent with the rest of it.
Definitely Dead Souls. I think it's the only one that sticks the landing.
That's actually kind of true.
Because it's such a basic plot that they can't really fuck it up.
At least they're consistent, I guess.
It's just
Uh,
zombies bad. That's
They
it. I
they had
spoiled it
one
for you, no
goal,
no.
yeah.
oh, I think if we're talking spin-offs, I think Judgment.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
Judgment.
I'd agree.
Not Lost Judgment, but Judgment does.
Lost Judgment does the opposite.
I
Yeah.
think I think the thing is I guess when I objectively look at Lost Judgment, I think the ending is fine. I think the problem is that it causes such like turmoil inside the player when it comes to like morals and like what is truly right and wrong that it feels unsatisfying, or at least that was my experience. Like when I looked at
I
the
don't know.
ending, I was just like, I guess this is okay, but the problem is like I don't feel satisfied because like I can't say that it was this guy's fault because I understand where he's coming from, but I also understand where this guy's coming from, so I just was like, I don't know. I think Kaito summed it up because didn't he say something like, like no one's really like wrong or right or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, the ending of that is basically, yeah, we have nothing meaningful to say.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's like, well, great.
Yeah, I mean, it's not so
Kaido
much about
Files,
that.
now that stuck the landing.
Oh
True.
God,
Well,
that landed
maybe.
somewhere.
We'll have to find out when the next Judgment game comes out if
Yeah.
they're gonna ruin that or not.
I'm sure
We're gonna
they're
get another
ruin it.
Yakuza 3. Send Mikiko to America.
Jesus.
Anyway, yeah, just they have a long and storied history of just not being able to tie everything out nicely, and this whole thing
Yeah.
where it was like, Jingu, I already forgot his actual name. He's just like, he
Yodo?
shows up and he's like, ah, ha ha ha, I'm gonna kill all of you and it'll be great. And he shoots Ryoma a couple times and Ryoma just doesn't care, and he just gives up. He just like completely falls apart at that point, and it's like, what was your plan here?
Like, why did you come up here? Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, like, why are
Yeah,
you here?
alone. Because I think
Don't you
it's
have power and like people and stuff?
I feel like he was just so fucking full of himself that he really didn't see it going wrong. Like, he really couldn't see it going sideways because he was just so fucking sure of himself that these people were just gonna submit to him.
I
That's all I
guess.
can think of. I mean, obviously we see how that turned out.
Yeah. Um. But yeah, basically after all this, um, what even happens? Ryoma and Oreo have their happily ever after thing, which is nice.
Yep.
Nakaoka, I was gonna ask, is Nakaoka, because Nakaoka is seen to have survived the game actually, and is writing a novel about Ryoma.
hmm
And is that like is there? I was wondering, is there actually some weird novel where they kind of laid the basis for this plot? Like, is there some weird novel where Saito Hajime and Ryoma Sakamoto are the same person, and that's like what gave them the idea?
I don't know. That's a good
Maybe.
Because
question.
it kind of seems to imply that the novel itself is a real thing. But yeah, I don't know.
I mean, Nakooka died with Ryoma in real life, so
Yeah,
if there was a novel, it wouldn't have been him.
yeah, of course. I mean, is there something like that written by someone else?
Maybe.
But oh well.
I do not know.
Anything else happen in
Yeah,
the
they cut out the
finale?
best scene.
Oh God, I'm so glad they left this out. This is yeah. Go ahead.
So the final scene is actually like a boy with his father, like looking up at a statue of Ryoma.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah,
Which is a real. It's like a real life statue of Ryoma, right? Like I
yeah,
mean, it's not Kiryu in real life, but there is
Yeah.
such a statue.
yeah. And the father's like, what does he ask him like what he wants to do?
Something like that.
And the boy
He
is
like
just like, I
basically.
don't know.
It's something like, oh, you can do anything you want to do because of this guy. He's great.
Oh yeah, the father says like everyone is guided by Sakamoto Ryoma to live with strength. He's gonna guide everyone.
Yeah.
Is this like a modern family or something?
Yeah,
Yes.
yes,
This
it's
is
a
like
modern family. It's like modern day. Okay, so I wish I could have pitched my idea to RGG because I thought it was a missed opportunity. I thought they could have kept this in the remake, but it should have been Ichiban in the theater sleeping. Like he woke up and he just like slept through the whole movie. I thought that would have been
Yeah,
really funny.
that would have been amazing.
There's also another scene before it with Takechi and not Akiyama, who's now taken another new name.
Katsura, but what's his name now?
It's like it's Kido something.
Yes.
Oh, because he went balls out.
Yeah, he went balls out, and now he like runs the country or something. But it's basically just like, yeah, after all that shit that Takechi did, he just gets to live happily as a politician.
Oh
Great.
yeah,
Yeah.
because
Feels good.
Hanpeta took Yamauchi's name. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he faced literally no consequences for everything.
I love how everyone in this game just
around a bit.
yeah, I love how everyone in this game just kills someone and just presumes their identity. Like kind of weird, a little bit. But they all do it so often that they like it's normal. No big
But
deal.
sometimes you just gotta kill a guy and take his name. It's fine.
Just like this. Just like this game killed the Yakuza series into. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah.
So yeah, let's talk about the battle system. The upgrade system.
I need to take a break before we do this because
Yeah,
Pippin is
same.
currently screaming at me for dinner.
Aw. Yes, go feed
Yeah, so
Kitty.
let's take a final break and then we can wrap up.
And then get real mad apparently.
Alright, we're gonna take a final break and then we will talk about, I guess, the upgrade system and I don't know, something. Whatever else we have to say. Be right back. gonna talk about like the upgrade system.
Um, yeah, I guess we could do both.
So
Um,
fuck seals, am I right?
oh god, the way to get seals in this game.
When when you first unlock the blacksmith and you get like the view of the whole tree and everything, and I'm just like, hey, this looks pretty cool. This might actually be kind of interesting to go through. And then by the end of the game, I think I was like level 2 or 3 on the blacksmith, and I'm just like, this is not fucking happening.
Yep. Yeah, the way I leveled the blacksmith was I went a few doors down to the weapon dealer. I bought 200 uh bundle blades, and I basically donated all of them to the blacksmith, and I did that like, I don't know, 7 or 8 times to get to 20.
You can do it a bit faster. You can buy all the bundle blades, all the cheap guns, all the cheap headbands and armor and gloves.
Yeah.
Basically, just all of the cheap things across the board. You buy 200 of every single one of those. You don't donate all of them, and you still aren't even at level 20.
Yep. Yep.
That's like this is literally the dumbest. Well, I say this is dumb. There's too many dumb systems like that in this game to say that. But God, like again, I keep coming back to this. Feels like it was designed around microtransactions, but then the microtransactions just didn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is just such a silly grind. Like, there's nothing to any of this.
And it's like, there's not really a good source of getting any of this stuff, like, at all. You pretty much have to just grind battle dungeons for weapons to donate to get him upgraded. You have to grind it for materials to do the things. You have to do it for money. Like everything is just like nothing in that entire menu is good or easy to get through.
Yeah. Like, I think since you platinumed the original and are going to platinum this, I think you've said this is worse than the original,
Yeah, this
kind
is
of?
a major downgrade in my opinion. Now, keep in mind, I don't remember the blacksmith being that hard to level because, but it could just be because I had my file for so long, because I actually started playing on the PS3, the original game, and then I transferred it to the PS4, and then eventually that same file was the file I used for the platinum. But I still don't remember it being like that much of a grind to level the blacksmith. But yeah, essentially in the original game, the way you got abilities into gear was like pretty much all of the weapons had like they either had an ability or they didn't. And the ones that did have an ability, you could just craft that weapon and then you fuse it with the weapon that you want to put it in. And then there's like a little mini game and that's it. It's in the weapon. Like there's no the way the weapon grade or the seal grade was dependent on the mini game. But the thing about that is you could just save in front of the blacksmith, so if you didn't get what you wanted, you just reload it. Like if you didn't do good at the mini game, you could just reload and try the mini game again. And I don't even really feel like the mini game was like that hard.
That makes so much sense. When you first go to the blacksmith, he says something about like, "Oh, we get you to do the final strike," and like, how good it is depends on your heart or something like that. But then there's nothing in the remake about actually doing crafting, like doing anything to influence that. So it must have just been referring to this mini game that doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, actually that's a good point. I didn't even think of that. Yeah, because that was one of the mini games was like there was like this you had a meter and there was like a line that went up and down the meter and you had to get it in a range. As long as it was in that range, it would succeed basically. The second mini
Mhm.
game, there was 3 mini games. So there was that one. The second mini game was these little seals would go around in a circle, and you'd basically have to stop on like the gold one to get gold, basically. And then the third mini game was probably the most complicated. And there was like this little thing that like would go around like in an orbit, and it would go into the middle of like the slot, and you basically had to time it. So it basically turned into like a rhythm mini game. But ultimately I don't feel like they were like that hard, cuz especially since you could save and you could just keep trying as much as you wanted until you got it.
And see, I think that's characteristic of a lot of the changes they made to these systems in this game because in the original what you described sounds very silly. Like why would you even have those mini games? It like just give the upgrade because you know people can save scum and will save scum. But then they decided to work around it by making it just the worst thing ever.
Yep.
And yeah. Um I will say I didn't do much upgrading in the original, but I did do the mini games and yeah, they were kind of pointless, but they were also kind of free, so it didn't bother me all that much. Um yeah,
I feel like
here it's
it's
just
similar to the cooking, where it's just like the mini games don't really matter because they're easy,
Mhm.
but like they're not the worst to have there. But I also wouldn't mind just getting rid of them, as long as it didn't replace it with an even worse system.
you know. It's also by the way, I think it they really just did not revise the script at all in lieu of changed mechanics. At least in a lot of the game, because there's also this one part where if you try to equip a weapon, there's like a sword slot, and then there's your secondary weapon slot, which I guess is for brawler. And when you try to equip something there without upgrading the corresponding ability, it says something like no equipped skill,
Oh yeah, that
which
very much
means
confused
nothing.
me.
Yeah, it confused me as well. Turns out it's just a direct translation of what it says in the original. And what it basically should be saying is you need to learn the ability that allows you to equip this weapon.
Mhm. But it doesn't. So
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, at least the saving grace of this is that you don't really have to interact with the blacksmith at all for the entire game.
No.
Like the weapons that you get for beating bosses are good enough to get you through, which is very fortunate.
yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. It keeps giving you really good swords throughout the entire game, and by the end of it, a couple of really good guns as well. Or not really good, but decent guns.
Yeah, you kind of have a gun drought for most of it, but you have a steady increasing sword the entire time,
Hmm.
which honestly good because if I had to grind out that thing before I could finish the game, that would have been horrible. Would have had a much worse opinion about it.
Yeah, yeah, very much.
I tried to actually grind out the seal, the virtue seal that we talked about before, and just it was not happening. Eventually, I gave up because I wanted to have super overpowered stuff to get through the rest of the battle dungeon, but it was not to be.
Yeah, I kind of thought about doing the same. Basically, I want to set up an Ishin difficulty save file. But then people are telling me, oh, you can actually like redo the ability weapon, the ability trees twice. I was like, okay, fuck that then. No, no thanks.
That was another thing where I I guess you have to get to level 99 to be able to like unlock the final stuff from the trainers and move on. And I was like level 69 when I finished all of the side content. Like, not even finishing the normal game. Like, that's so much grinding. That's after lots of battle dungeon grinding. It's kind of absurd.
Yeah, it all comes back to how this game feels like a grind fest, and honestly, a lot of it kind of reminds me of the game that this reminds me most of is Diablo, where you'll hear people just seriously talk about like playing Diablo 2 Resurrected or whatever it's called, and spending hours just grinding out the exact equipment they need to be overpowered in exactly the way they want to be. And it's such antiquated game design, and I guess it still appeals to some people, but I don't know.
Yeah, there
I
definitely
don't know.
is that kind of uh, like mood that exists in gaming where it's like you want this rare drop, you gotta just grind this thing 3,000 times and get the rare drop so you
Yeah.
can do it.
Hmm.
It's like, well, that doesn't belong in a Yakuza game.
Yeah.
I'm very distracted. Pippin is attacking my backpack.
That sounds very cute. Speaking of cute, I will say there's a lot of good cat and dog content in this game, to its
There is.
credit.
There's also an unfortunate amount of dog violence.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay,
There's that
so
one sub story that is very sad.
Yeah.
yeah. I also came to a realization yesterday that if you're at home and you run into your dog there, nothing happens. But if you're on the street and you run into a dog, then they yelp. And I'm
That's
like,
a very
Oh,
bad feel.
really? You couldn't have just made it so they were invincible or like,
they always they seem to have in the older games just decided the dogs get the biggest hitbox ever because I've had multiple Kiwami runs where I ran like I was clearly like a couple of feet away from a dog and it still yelped when I ran across.
yeah, you have to go like specifically out of your way to avoid the dog.
Yeah.
And then you
Not
might
cool.
Running
you might
past it
avoid the
gives it a
dog.
spook.
Yeah.
Mm? Um but yeah, it is nice that you can have the pets at your home. Yeah, there really is. Cause a lot of Yakuza games have a lot of cat stuff in them, but there's usually not this much dog in the games, which is cool. Um,
The only thing I would like to see is when we actually pet the cat or dog that we get to see him pet the cat or dog instead of just
Yeah.
being a screen and you just hear like it fades to black and you just hear him go yosh yosh.
they actually fade to black. I actually did not know that. That's hilarious.
Also, petting is like almost never the correct option. It's like if they just played, feed them. If they just ate, then they want to play. And like petting almost never works in that thing.
No.
Yeah. They always want
Let
food.
me pet the cats. Want to pet all of them all the time. You shouldn't just feed your cats and dogs at random times whenever you feel like it.
Yeah.
That is true. That is true.
But honestly, yeah, so even though like the story is how it is, I still think that this is like one of my favorite games in the series, and it's just because like the side content to me is just so good in this game that like I honestly feel like the side content itself is like better than the story.
I mean, I also just playing through it. When I finished it, I was just like, "Damn, this is like one of the best Yakuza's." I thought it was so good. I was even thinking about doing 100%, and then I realized what that entailed, and I said, nope.
Yeah, I don't believe.
Uh, I'm in the position of I I didn't like the combat system in the original because it was too simple. I don't like the combat system in this game because it's just kind of dumb a lot of the time. Um, in terms of the story, I think it's pretty good until like the ending happens and there's some real weirdness in it that's kind of hard to um I don't know, kind of hard to rationalize. And I think yeah, maybe the best thing for me would be to just play this game once, the remake once, and do all the sub stories just so that I know what's happening in all of them, and then maybe just play the original more because if I understand what's going on and I don't need to like pull out my phone to translate stuff all the time, maybe I could just enjoy how good the side content is. Because I do think a lot of, again, I haven't done all the sub stories even in the original, but I do feel like a lot of the sub stories are really, really good. Um,
Yeah.
the sad one with the dog that we talked about is good. The one with the ugly samurai is good. Um, really, I can't think of too many bad ones. The only ones that are kind of the only bit of side content that I thought was kind of annoying was friendships,
Yeah.
but you don't need, yeah. And there's a lot in this, like there is a lot of friendships, um, but you don't need to do them for all sub stories, as far as I know.
Yeah, you're right. The only
Mm.
thing that's weird though with the friendships is they're not consistent. Like for example, the weapon dude in near the blacksmith shop, if you buy a sword from him, it barely goes up. You have to buy so many
Hmm.
swords from this man to become his friend. It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
And then
yeah,
there's people like, for example, like I think it's the sushi's on my place. You only eat there like I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 times, and then he's like, "Oh, we're best buds, yay!" And it's like,
yeah.
what?
I think the worst one was
It's
the
weird.
the sumo wrestler. It took so
Oh
many
God, yeah,
goes. This man has eaten my entire farm.
yeah.
I think one of my favorites is the pharmacist
Hmm.
because
Yeah, that's good.
that one doesn't take. It's like 3 or 4 times, something like that. It's pretty funny, and you get a really good like the reward for it is really good.
Hmm. It is a really good
It's
reward.
also like it's unique every time. Like most of the friendships are just like the same dialogue for like the 8 times in the middle of it,
Yeah,
and
Yeah,
it's really boring. But that one is actually different.
that one I think it repeats itself once, but yeah, other than that, it's all unique interactions. Um, yeah, it's good stuff. I don't know, like I guess my big disappointment here is when I started playing the original Ishin, what I thought was, why the hell do you need to remake this? This is so good. And when I finished, I thought, well, the combat is a bit silly, so maybe they could improve on that. Which they, I mean, in a way have, in other ways have not. Um, but there's no real good version of this game. I feel if I had to just like if I had to pick one, I would probably pick the original. But even that's not like ever going to be my favorite game. So I don't know.
What about you, Panda? Which version do you prefer? Panda?
um, I'm thinking. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Anyway.
No pressure.
uh, I So I think overall I prefer the original, but I have to say that like being able to read it in English and like not struggle is nice.
Hmm.
And I also really like the taxi in front of the blacksmith. And also being
Yeah.
able to go through the door to Mukurogai, I think that's good. But yeah, overall, I think just the main thing is like the game really wants you to explore the upgrade system, but I feel like there's a giant barrier here because everything's so expensive. Like if we ignore the seals, right? Everything is so expensive. Even after you're level
Yeah.
20, like the cheapest thing is like 75 Rio or something. Like I'm talking about like the final level swords or guns in like gold quality. Like they're
Yeah,
just
it's
ridiculously
absurd.
expensive. Which okay, I don't really I'm not really in this category anymore because like we know about like the chicken racing glitch. And even then, before that, I still had way too much money. But like most people aren't gonna do that, right? I don't feel like my playing experience of this game is what most people are going to do. And I
Yeah,
feel
I
like
mean,
go ahead.
finishing the game gives you 200 Rio,
Hmm.
and that was like way more than I had for the entire game. That gives
Yeah.
you one of the best upgrades.
Yep.
Just one.
And I
It's
actually took
absurd.
all of that money and ended up buying bundle blades to upgrade the blacksmith. So then in the end I didn't have any money, so
Yeah, it is weird. Like, who's this game made for? Speedrunners? Probably not. Um, yeah, I don't know what the purpose is of making the grind this ridiculous. It really is weird.
yeah, I don't
And it's so separate from everything else. Like you don't need it for the main story. None of the side content really is very grindy.
Hmm.
Like even the friendships, you can just go to them over and over again. Like they don't require anything crazy. So it's like who is this for? Like why is it here? Why is it completely separate from everything else?
yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's a good question. Um, you know how they've been doing the like behind the scene vlogs? I wonder if they're ever gonna bring this up because like I don't. This is the change out of all the changes that I really don't get is the seal system. Because basically, for those who are unaware, the way you get seals is well, first you learn the hard way that everything is predetermined and the game tells you that things have a chance to like succeed and that's completely bullshit because you can make something that has an 81% chance to succeed and you'll fail every time because it's already been predetermined if it's going to succeed or not. So basically what you do is you end up saving in front of the blacksmith. You make bundle blades with a silver hammer until that way it has a seal slot until you get a seal. So you count how many that is. So let's say you make one sword and then the next sword has a seal. So you reload, you make that sword, and then you make the thing you want to get the seal from. So like in my case, I was grinding like experience ones. So I would make the red headband. And hopefully I would get the experience seal I wanted from the red headband. But then when Ross was data mining the stuff, he discovered that like there's actually like a lottery system. This is gonna sound really dumb, but yes, there's actually a lottery system for determining like what gets a seal and like what seal it gets. He sent me a really long list earlier and a spreadsheet. But like yeah, so headband. So here's for the red headband. Um, everything has 10 lottery slots, and for the experience, you have 1, 2, 3, 4. So you have a 4 in 10 chance of getting the experience seal. And it's possible to get just a completely different seal.
I'm just sitting here trying to imagine like the product spec that they had for this fucking absurd system.
Yeah,
Like
and
who in their right mind would invent this?
yeah, and that's the thing is like I can't I don't get it. I don't understand why you would arrive at this conclusion to make the system this way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
honestly, it sounds exhausting just to think about.
The other option, well, there's a couple other options. The other ones are go to the battle dungeons and just grind and hope you get a sword drop that is the right sword, that is high enough quality for seals, and also you get the seal, which is very good odds, as you can tell. Or you just grind golden sneaks and they just randomly drop stuff, and most of the time they'll drop garbage, but then sometimes they'll drop seals.
Yeah,
And
and the golden sneaks actually
absurd.
have a exclusive seal to them that you can only get from them.
Of course. Yeah.
Jesus.
I think playing through the whole game, I got about 4 or 5 unique seals from like sneaks throughout the whole game, and then I just like spent, I don't know, half an hour or something just specifically grinding sneaks to see what I could get, and I got maybe 5 more
Right.
out of the like what 30, 40 that exist.
Yeah. Like, and that's the thing, like, I think Metza kind of hit the nail on the head with this. Like, Metza basically said, like, he thought that like this system was actually good. The problem is that the game is so stingy with the seals. Like, the way they intended you to get most of the seals is through drops, but they never drop them. So it's like, how are you supposed to get them? Because
Yeah.
you're absolutely right. Like, in my first playthrough, I got like maybe 5 seals. That's ridiculous when there's like 40, like, I think there's 46 of them or 45 that are required for you to get the completion list for like 100%. And you need the completion list for trophy.
That's such a fucking brutal grind.
Yeah, you have to make one of every item. So you have to make one of every sword, one of every gun, one of every spear. So like all the special weapons, all the armor, gauntlets, headbands, and even that is a lot. But at least now, so that's another thing that's weird. So the game actually helps you out with that because you can get the weapons now in the battle dungeon, which alleviates a lot of like the materials you need to grind. But it's still weird because it's like, okay, now you fixed one problem but then created another problem. Because they fixed like you needing to grind for so much materials by giving you some of the swords. But then they're like, we're gonna make the seal drop rate like abysmal, so I don't get it. Like if they could double the seal output somehow, I feel like it would be fine.
You'd have to do way more than double. You'd have to be like every other fight drops a seal, guaranteed, for it to be reasonable, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. Something needs to happen, but yeah, I feel like the way it is now, it just doesn't work because I feel like you doing the seal thing should only be for you to get very specific seals. I don't feel like you should be doing this to get every seal. I feel like that's
Yeah.
I don't know what they intended, but I'm assuming that they didn't intend for the person to grind making stuff to get stuff. I would like to think they thought you would get it from drops, but I don't know. Is there like an issue with the drops? Because I mean, there seems to be some issues with this game.
I think it all just comes back to they probably had very small budget and very small time, and they probably just wrote a spec for it and then just implemented it, and then just like no iterations or anything, just go with this. And it did not work out the
And
way they originally envisioned.
yeah, and that's the weird thing, right? To me, because this game already exists, right? So if they really had no time, all they had to do was just copy the entire old system. And no one would have cared because no one's played the game before, except for like 5 people.
Yeah, that's where I come down. Like, it would seem to be the most obvious explanation that they just didn't have enough time to balance it properly. Approach, but yeah, then the question remains: why didn't they just take the original as is? Maybe
It
they
could have just been
started it.
like, uh,
Hmm?
it could have just been like the executives wanted changes to justify the remake, and this is one of the things that they had to redo because
Yeah,
reasons.
Yeah, I
yeah,
just feel
that's
like
possible.
if they were gonna make a broken system, I would have preferred the old system because at least it wasn't completely garbage.
Yeah. It could also be that maybe they did have a better idea, but they just kind of spiraled out of control during development. I don't know.
That's
I
true.
I would really I would really be interested in like understanding what the hell happened here, but yeah, this is a mess the way it is right now.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't
Oh,
think this would. I don't really. I never perceived that this would be the thing I would want to ask them. But yeah, I feel like if I ever had the opportunity to ask them one question, it would be about this right now. Like,
what the fuck happened with these seals?
yeah,
Just
like what the fuck?
Yeah, pretty much.
well, uh, ignoring all of that garbage, um, like I, I guess Nono's already kind of talked about this, but like, how do people feel about just like the combat in general? Because I thought it had issues. Like we talked about the camera. There's issues with like the targeting system. Sometimes it gets like super focused on one person and will not move regardless of what you do. Sometimes it will change every single attack.
Hmm.
Uh, it's weird, but I don't know, man. I just had a good time playing this game. I thought it was pretty fun to swing my sword and shoot my gun and punch people in the face. I don't know if I'm weird for liking that.
No, I mean I agree because I've confessed before on the stream that I'm really basic when it comes to the battle system. So like I completely understand people's criticism of the battle system, like it not being refined. It's just for me, it's like I guess I'm perfectly okay with mashing square.
Mm.
I thought it was just so goddamn funny. Uh, when you'd start a fight, they would all get out your swords, and you just take out your gun and start blasting. Like it
Yeah,
just made me laugh every fucking time.
yeah, exactly. It's just so funny because it's supposed to be the samurai game, right? And you're just shooting everybody instead.
And you just have this fucking monster machine gun in a 1860s era handgun.
Yeah, the gun with the never-ending bullets.
I also
That.
just really liked. Sorry
Oh no,
for
go ahead, go ahead.
continuing the thought. I also just really liked Wild Dancer. I think it feels pretty different to like anything else in Yakuza games. Uh,
Hmm.
it was fun, especially once you got like more quick steps and you could chain the basic attacks forever. It was fun to just kind of dance around, uh, going from target to target, and then just easily sidestepping any attacks. It
Yeah,
felt like I was dancing.
I felt like they made this Wild Dancer better in the remake. Like it seems to flow a lot more smoothly. Like it's still my favorite style even in the original game, but it just feels so much better in the I think part of that is because I don't know, I personally had a hard time doing like the quick step like to dodge. Like you know how he does like the spin or whatever? Like
Hmm.
I feel like the timing for it was very particular in the original game, but in this game you can basically just spam it and he just like is invincible for the most part.
Yeah, you can just kind of dodge out of anything. It's very nice.
Yeah, and I guess that's more of a skill issue on my part, but
Look, I'm not playing this game for a deep combat challenge or anything. I'm just having fun hitting people with swords and guns and stuff.
that's
I'm a
fair.
basic bitch.
Yeah, same. And
What are your problems with the combat system in the remake? No, no.
So, I mean, for a long time, I said that that was the one thing that I thought was a real improvement over the original, which is the combat system. Because, like I said in the original, very simplistic, and a lot of the things, like Panda says, Wild Dancer is much better in the remake. Both Wild Dancer and Gun, we've talked about this. They're so overpowered in the original when you start out that it never feels like a good idea to use them. And then you get to the late game, and starting to level them up is, even more of a grind. Um, the thing where I the thing that I kind of realized eventually is the problem is that while Dancer and Gun, like your crowd control or whatever you want to call it, your mob, I guess, fighting styles, those were pretty good, pretty powerful. But then anything that was for 1v1 felt very unsatisfying to use, which is sword and brawler. And it kind of it's it's kind of the same problem that the original's combat had in a different variant where um like the mob fights aren't very interesting and the boss fights are trivial, and here it's kind of like the opposite. um yeah. And so I did eventually, like I said, I was playing to try and really level up Ryoma and try to do some, playing Ishin difficulty with, you know, after I get all these level ups. But eventually I realized that even when the crowd control is good, it just, I don't know, it feels very button mashy. Because I was playing on Legend and I got to chapter, not six, chapter 10, I think. Yeah, the one where you fight the fake Sakamoto Ryoma at the end. And I just realized that, like, basically what I'm doing is I'm mashing light attack and the spin attack button a lot, and it's kind of just really repetitive. And the only real effect of doing this on a high difficulty is that it's much easier for me to die and have to do all this smashing again. And like to the point where I do look for the challenge in my games usually. Not every game has to have a challenge, but I do. That is when I go for a combat based game. That is usually what I look for. But even if all you want is a game where you just press buttons and you hit people and like bright flashes happen, I feel like practically any other Yakuza game does this better. Like if you're talking about just being flashy, Zero, K1, hell, even the Dragon Engine games, I feel just do a far better job with it. So even if you were telling me, just don't look for the challenge, just look for cool things happening on screen. I would just have better places to look for that sort of thing in. And honestly, it doesn't even have to be a Yakuza game. I can think of so many. Like, I was actually thinking about Cultic, the boomer shooter that came out last year. That's kind of like a modern version of Blood. And that game, if you play on easy difficulty, it's the same thing. It's a lot of explosions, a lot of nice visual effects. With the Yakuza game, I just look for it to bring more to the table, and this just didn't. Um, you still kind of only have one real viable way of dealing with everything, and I don't know. It just wasn't that interesting to me, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's all fair. Uh, we're all looking for different things from these things.
Yeah.
I just think like I don't know, it just felt good, especially doing like you said that Wild Dancer was mainly for crowds and you'd use sword for bosses, but I used Wild Dancer a lot for bosses too, just because it was very effective at like just dealing damage and then dodging around their attacks and stuff.
Yeah,
Um,
I
I
can
think
see
I
that.
started out the game like not liking the sword at all. Uh, but eventually, once it was leveled up, I kind of like forced myself to try all the different styles a little bit more, except for Brawler, just because bad. So I ended up like enjoying all of the styles. I don't think like
Even
I think
brawler?
they were all. I mean I played with Brawler. I did enjoy the act of playing Brawler. It's just I didn't enjoy that fights took 10 minutes to kill any old trash.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've
Um,
experienced leveling brawler in the original game, so yeah. Fun.
I eventually just bought the XP items from the shrine from the priest.
Honestly, I think it's smart because you actually got a lot like when it was like low level. Like
Yeah,
I think until like maybe like level maybe like 15 or no, maybe it was like 17 or 18. You still got a level for like each one. Like if you bought the final one, like the little one that looked like mochi.
hmm I think I got I got it myself to like level 15, 16 around there, and then I just ate for the rest of them, and it took like 12 or something to get the final 9 levels. So
hmm.
it was still not too bad.
By the way, I think a fight that shows you the real potential of Brawler to be fun is the Chapter 9 fight with Saigo and Katsura. We
hmm
kind of talked about this, but I think I just mentioned this. Tiger Drop in this game is garbage, except for that fight where it literally I was doing New Game Plus on Legend, and I think I had like 2 or 3 of the brawler damage upgrades, and Tiger Drop like did half their health bars for like each one of them, and it's ridiculous, and it feels really satisfying to pull off. I don't know. I think rebalance it could have been really good, but then it's just basically every other Yakuza game. So I do understand them wanting to, you know, th- encourage you to focus on other things, but then why is Brawler even in this game?
Yeah, it's like there's nothing it's good at, so what's the point? It
Yeah.
should be like good at doing damage to armor or something like that. Like give it something that it's good at.
Yeah.
So I feel like the one thing it was good at in the original game was Amon.
Hmm.
Oh,
Because
really?
yeah, you basically that was one of the methods you could use to cheese him. You just parried him so you're invincible, and once the parry is like leveled up, you're invincible for like almost 10 seconds. So then he's so
What?
aggressive, you just sit there and tiger drop him until it's about to run out, and then you parry him again to basically reset the timer, and then you just keep tiger dropping him. And that can pretty much get you through the first phase.
It's a pretty good strat.
That's pretty funny. That's like the K1 phase 1 method.
Yeah, but then I ended up getting frustrated with that. Not because like it did work. The problem was it was like a little too slow and like I kept dying. So at some point I would go to I would go to Brawler. I would do the parry, immediately switch to gun while I'm invincible, and I would shoot him with the gun. Because honestly, the gun was really good against him. The problem was is like you can't really stand there and shoot him because he's so fast. Um,
Hmm.
but yeah, if you were invincible, it didn't matter. So I just kept doing that, swapping back and forth.
Yeah, I think the parry upgrade encourages you to swap to styles, and I
Mm-hmm.
never did that because I just never used brawler. Um, but late when I was like deep into battle dungeon grinding, I got one of the brawler abilities that's just like you take out your sword mid combo and like switch styles.
Mm-hmm.
And like I was like, whatever, I don't really need that, but I guess I'll upgrade it because it's there. And then I noticed that it actually works for all styles, like switching between all styles. And it's
Mm-hmm.
like, wow, that makes it so much more valuable. Why didn't it tell me that? That would have been so much more useful. It's weird that it just like that one says it only works on brawler, but it works on all of them. But the cat lake reflexes only works on brawler, but it says it works on all of them.
Yeah, actually, I'm very upset about that because the cat flip works on all the styles in the original game. It's like
It's gotta be a bug.
actually mandatory, in my opinion, to have the cat flip. And well, that's another thing. So you know the like role you learn in hand to hand if you do like the Komaki training. In the
Mhm.
original, that works for every style. So in every style, you can do that role, which is really good. But now that they've gotten rid of it, like for example, like the quick step when you're in gun is just so bad. Like
It's awful.
you might as well just stand there and eat the like just take the hit because it's just like you barely go anywhere.
Mm.
I haven't used it yet, but I really want to try out the like the card that improves his quick step. I want to see how that works.
It'd
Movement
have to be
tech.
pretty significant to be useful.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It could just be garbage. Yeah, I really can't think of anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of just like general side content, I think there's a lot of really good sub stories in this game, and having the actual localization for them helps a lot. Like this,
Mm-hmm.
there's a number that obviously just like don't really work, like the that we talked about before, like the Tosa dialect one and stuff. But I feel like there's just a bunch of. I'm trying to remember which ones I did, but there was like one play session where I just did a bunch, and like every single one was just like so much fun. Um, I know one of them was the return of Miss Tatsu, and I was super excited about that one.
Oh yeah. Honestly, that one alone might get me to do them because I'm a big Miss Tatsu fan.
Yeah, I haven't actually gotten to that one yet, so I'm forward to getting there.
It's great. I think it's like 3 in a row or something like that. Uh, yeah, I like when she showed up, I was just like, hell yeah. Um, there's no good sub stories list, is there?
Well, the original one should apply. That's on like
Yeah.
the HH subs. The problem is it'll be missing any.
Yeah.
The Ijin Aikai stuff was goofy and fun. I enjoyed those ones.
Yeah, the dancing one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of shaping out to be a typical Yakuza, oh, people who are claiming to protest but are just looking for, reasons to be violent thing. But it actually makes a pretty interesting point at the end of it if you follow through with the entire storyline.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then I actually like that sub story bleeds into another one. Like if you go
Yeah.
to Makuro guy and you meet the guy who basically is like a mercenary for hire, and he basically
Oh, that's right.
yeah, he
Yeah.
basically is like, oh yeah, I'm meeting with a client like in a few minutes basically, and then it turns out it's the guy from that sub story earlier with the dancing
Yeah.
who
Mm.
basically you got thrown out and he actually wants you killed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Uh, Another one is the Mochi Mystery. That
Yeah.
one's great.
Yeah, that was a fun one. The who done it essentially.
Yeah.
Um
There's the bathhouse one. We were running through the
I
streets.
love that one.
yeah, that's actually I think that was actually the first sub story I did in the original. That's a very good one. Um the one with the dog that you have that like you try to get to stop barking is a good one.
Oh yeah. He's
Okay,
such a good boy.
that one just blew my mind like reading the translation because I can't Those fucking people, I wanted to throw them in the river because they're just like, basically, they're like, I can't understand why you would want to take this mutt, basically, and like, what, I don't understand what your problem is with us trying to kill the dog. It's just the dog, and I'm just like, you're like the worst kind of human. I want to just throw you in the river.
What
Yeah.
the fuck is wrong with these people?
Yeah, that was weird to me.
Yeah, it's like I said, there's a lot of like dog violence in the game for some reason. At least that one you can prevent it.
True, yeah.
Mm.
Oh god. Oh, I'm going through the ones that Sirik has actually listed out already. There's the scented water one where you go get some perfume
Oh yeah.
and
Oh, yeah, yeah, I remember that one, okay.
they test it out on Ryoma and it immediately has an effect. It's very goofy. Uh, shout outs to the sexy madame as well in Gion.
What's
Who
that one again?
she wants you to bring her vegetables.
Yeah,
Some nice girthy vegetables.
yeah.
Oh my god.
It's
Okay.
it's the lady who shakes around like she needs to pee. I swear it just looks like she needs to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
So is that like three subs or friendships in the game that are based on you giving people vegetables?
Yeah, there's that one, there's the one with the boy, and then there's the one with the lady who loses her wallet. Is there
Oh,
another
then
one?
four actually, because there's the sumo one.
Yeah, 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 the sumo one. There's
And
also
then
one
technically
more where there's a guy who basically wants home cooked meals who's sitting on like the bank of the water, and you can make him, like, you can basically sit down with him and give him meals that you make at home.
that's also a very good one. A bento made with care by a loving wife.
Yeah, he thought Ryoma's wife was making all of them. Yeah,
And
my
the
wife, myself.
junk, the junk kids you can also just give vegetables to if you want.
Oh
Junk,
really?
I keep giving him paper.
I think I gave him worms. Go play with a worm. Weird kid. And pill bugs.
That sub story is really annoying to me because um if you run after like in chapter 2, if you run after Izo, like the way he goes after you talk to him, you will always run into that sub story and it takes so long to skip it.
Oh,
um so like every time I was there I was like, oh, I should go after Izo. No, garbage kid.
the funniest thing like that I had was when Toto is dying and like he shows up and he's all shot and stuff, and you have to follow the blood path. I'm following the blood path, and then Ryoma just stops and he's like, "Oh, my shoe is untied. Hold on, I need to fix this." And I'm like, "What the fuck's going on? There's blood everywhere. You need to catch this guy." And it just starts a random fucking sub story in the middle of that.
Yep.
It's on the path that you have to follow.
I didn't even run into that. That's funny.
It's very goofy.
I think the only other thing I have to mention is well, usually the DLC is blah, and I would say the DLC for this was kind of yikes. I really do. So the kind of DLC I want is the chicken hat. I just want them
Oh,
to
the
make
chicken
chicken
head is so good.
hats. Yeah, I fucking love the chicken hat.
It really is like it sends the game to another level when you watch the cutscenes with the chicken head. It really does.
Okay, I like the chicken hat so much that when I started playing the PlayStation version, I had to go buy it again because I needed to have the chicken hat.
It really is. I also got to say, I did the bad mouth the Kiryu skin when it was originally revealed, and it did look really bad in the reveal trailer, but in game it actually looks really good.
Yeah, I think the only complaint I have is that if you wear it when you go to fight Saigo, he doesn't actually have his tattoo on, which I thought was kind of weird. I guess I
Oh
just
yeah,
assumed that he would have the tattoo, and then it was blank, and I was like, oh, okay.
yeah. That's definitely a bit weird.
I mean, like, it's not like a big complaint, but I was also kind of like, would it have really been that hard for them to just place the texture on his back? I don't know, maybe.
Yeah.
I had none of the cosmetics at all, so I experienced none of this.
Oh.
No.
I was hoping there would be like something for Premium Adventure where you just get like some sort of costume, but nope, it's only DLC.
Yeah, actually, yeah, I kind of missed that where you could just play the game and you would get costumes for just playing the game, but no,
You must purchase.
you get
Consume.
nothing.
Yeah, which I guess that was also the case with previous games. We just got them, with the DLC already included.
True. Like by the time they got to us.
Yeah. But either way, like I'm not saying it to justify it. It's not cool either way. It's just sadly the way things have been in the past as well.
Yeah, and in my chat, Mystic Man basically said unlockable based on specific achievements would have been neat. Yeah, because I'm already used to that for
Yeah.
like horror games do that a lot, where like you do specific endings or specific requirements and you unlock costumes.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm. Or like tied to the completion rewards,
Yeah.
which I can't believe the fucking completion rewards. I got all the way through the goddamn battle dungeons. Do you know what the completion reward is for that? One Kiwami hammer, and that's it.
Yep.
Something that is effectively useless.
You can buy one for $2.99.
I was so disappointed.
Now I'm
Like
trying to remember what you get originally. The original game. I can't remember.
I think the sub-story completion gives you like a really good sword, and I was like, oh, that's cool. And then every other completion just kind of sucked.
Yeah. It's big sad. Because, yeah, I think there's, like we mentioned earlier, there's only like a few friendships that actually like are valuable in that sense. Like, you have the mysterious merchant, that one's good because he sells a few things that like you can't get anywhere else but like the battle dungeon.
Mhm.
Obviously the weapon dealer right by him is good because that's where you get the sword, like the worn swords, like if you want to make all of those. Um, Trying to think, yeah, the obviously like the pharmacist is good because you get the full heal, basically the stamina and spark of
Mm-hmm.
this game. Trying to think if there's any other ones that are worthwhile, but I can't really think of any. I mean, the pets, you get the pets, so that's worthwhile, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, this game also brought back the fucking prize wheel.
oh my god.
As if we needed that.
Okay, I am mad at the prize wheel because they made the like area trigger for that even bigger. So at least in the like you could so basically like at the part at the beginning when you're at the shrine and you need to run straight, you could run straight there and you were fine. No, not anymore. In this game, if you're anywhere near it, she stops you. And I'm like, why? For dear God, like no. And it's like again, I feel like the drop chances for everything in this game are just abysmal. Like I don't like even that has the same problem. Every time I've done it, I've gotten like the green ball, which is the lowest prize, and she just gives you a piece of paper.
Yeah. Well, the first time I tried it, I got like three of the four good prizes, like all the middle prizes immediately,
Hmm.
and then it was just the lowest prize for like the next 30 before I got the best one. It was so stupid.
Yeah, and I think I wouldn't mind it as much if it went faster, but it takes so long for it to like reset for you to do it again. It's kind of weird.
At that
I'm the
point,
worst.
Sorry,
Sorry.
go ahead.
I was just gonna say I'm the worst kind of person because I never once used it, the prize wheel, but I did obsessively pick up prize items because I kept telling myself I might want to use it at some point.
Yeah, I have like
It's a
800 of
shiny
them.
on the ground.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, eventually unlocks like the rare prize wheel. You can spend even more,
How do you
and
get the
it's
rare
still.
prize wheel? Do you just keep using them or?
I don't know if it's based on progression or what. Like it just at one point, they're just like, yeah, you can get more.
Maybe I had to keep doing it enough then, because I haven't done it that many times to be honest.
Maybe you have to get like all of the first set of rewards or something like that.
Yeah, that could be. I don't think
Wait,
I've gotten the first prize at all.
I'm kind of surprised. Are you saying that there's something in this game that requires you to do the same thing a lot of times in order to progress and unlock something else, or because that's very surprising to me.
Yeah, I mean, if you just want to sit there and you want to spin the wheel, it's the most literal grind I think the game has.
Yeah, and the wheel isn't actually required for any completion, so I didn't even do it in the original game.
Thankfully.
I only did it in this game because she stopped me because I was doing the speedrun route, and in the speedrun route you can run right by her, and now you can't. So I was like, okay, noted, I guess.
I just I was holding R1, holding Turbo A, and then whenever I needed to spin it, you just flick the wheel left and right instead of spinning it because it's
Yeah.
way faster. And I just like sat there watching something doing that for a few minutes until I was just like, all right, this is fucking stupid. I'm done.
What is even a good prize? Like, I guess if you could get like a Kiwami hammer from it, then yeah, hell yeah, I'll just sit there all day doing it, but no. Probably not going to
Uh,
give you one.
you can get a worn sword.
Oh, I guess
One of
that
those things.
yeah, I guess that's good cuz well, actually I don't know. In the original game they're really expensive, but in this game I don't know how much it costs. Based on everything else, probably like all your money.
I think it's significantly less than the cost to craft the good sword anyway. I'm looking
Hmm.
at the Sirik has a few of the rewards listed out. He hasn't grinded it out that much. One of the special prizes is the Enlightenment Manju, and I don't know what that is.
Oh yeah, I haven't even gotten the rare wheel, so I don't even know what.
I have no idea.
Ooh, you can get a gold hammer though. That's kind of good.
Now you want to do it, don't you? Now you're gonna grind it out.
But yeah, I guess like if you get a gold hammer like every like 50 like spins, then yeah, no, I'm good. I'll just take my chances with the battle dungeon.
Yeah, it's like you have to clear out all the prizes before it refreshes them. You
Oh,
only get
really?
one out of the list.
Oh god, yikes. Okay.
So you have to get the special prize before you can get another of the lower prizes.
That's oof.
Mm.
I did not know that. Yeah, looking at this, I think the only thing I've gotten is the cleansing water, the scrap paper, and that's it. I haven't gotten anything else from the thing. Literally gets nothing.
Mm.
It's so good. It's so worth it. Are we running out of things to talk about finally after like 8 hours?
Yeah, it's kind of. I haven't done much of the side content, so I didn't really know what to say. I mean, karaoke, I guess. It's cool that there's a pretty good translation of Iji Sakura, at least from the lyrics I've seen while trying to focus on the buttons. I think the translation is pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the karaoke in this game, just because obviously it's not really my kind of music. I do like the songs you use for the dance. Like those songs are pretty cool.
I don't like how all of it is capped at 30 FPS. It's very distracting when you're playing everything at 120 and it goes down to 30 for those.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
I don't even understand. I don't know what the reasoning is.
It's probably like either the speed of everything uh, would be fucked up, so it wouldn't match up with the music, or like the timing windows would be impossible or something like that.
Hmm.
Some stupid technical reason that they implemented it originally at 30 and never thought it was gonna run at anything else.
Mm-hmm.
But it's weird because I think some of the mini games are capped at 60 instead, and I don't know what the distinction is.
Actually,
Yeah, it's weird.
that's annoying because, for example, Koi Koi is at 60, right? But it really should be at 30 because at 60, the animations are so choppy because it's not made for 60.
Mm,
They literally took the game from like the rest of the series where it's 30 and they're just slapped it in there. I don't know. It's so awkward.
I did not play any Koi Koi.
It's it's weird. It's kind of like Kiwami has that gambling section in the middle with Haruka, where you play Chohan, and that's locked to 60. And I have
Hmm.
no idea why, because that entire thing takes place in engine.
It's
Like
also
I
like
mean,
it doesn't even work correctly at 60.
well, it doesn't work correctly at 60 on PC. It not working correctly actually has nothing to do with frame rate, because on PS4 it works fine at 60.
Interesting.
Yeah, and that's the
Yeah.
thing. That's a good point. I haven't actually played Koi Koi on PS5, but I can assure you it's probably absolutely fine, which makes me mad.
Yeah.
Re
Should we wrap this up?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
I don't really have
What if you had to place this in a Yakuza tier list? Where would you place it? Panda, you go first.
objectively or
There is no objective here. It's it's only your opinion.
I would put it in S, but that's just because I really love this game. It's my favorite game. Even though the story we'll just
I think
ignore
the
that
story
part.
is like mostly good. It's pretty
Yeah,
much just the ending
it's
where it
mostly
shits the
good
bed.
and then it gets Yakuza 5'd. Well, okay,
Really,
Yakuza 5's really bad, honestly, at the end. It's way
It's
worse.
definitely not as bad as that.
Yeah, it's not as bad as that. It's not an absolute train wreck. So yeah, I would say S just cuz I just love the side content. And I just like the characters. Like I think I've mentioned this before on stream, but I play this series for the characters. Like the story could be like I don't know about absolutely anything, and I just don't care because I just love the characters so much.
They're good men, except for all the
mm,
murder.
Yes,
yeah.
they are criminals, I guess, at the end of the day.
What about you,
Worse,
Nono?
they're cops.
Oh god,
Uh,
they are cops.
They are.
um, yeah, this is like honestly, I try to not be too, knee jerk or hyperbolic with these things because it's such a cliche. The guy who gets to the new game in the series and he's like, "Oh, this is the worst ever," and like it's hard for anything to be the worst ever when it comes to Yakuza because OG1 exists, and the first Yakuza is just so
Yeah.
bad.
It's so bad it's good.
well, it's so bad that it wraps around so bad it's good and goes back to just being bad.
The dub is so bad it's good. Everything else, not so
That
much.
is, yeah, that part I would agree with. To me, the problem is this: like, if you look at it so-called objectively from a technical standpoint, yeah, this is better than the first Yakuza. Yeah, this is possibly better than Fist of the North Star. Possibly better than Yakuza 4. Even that one, I'm not sure about. But what really gets me about this game, and specifically this remake, is it just has no ambition to it. Um, it's so content to just be a rehash of this game from 10 years ago, adding to it nothing that's not just apathetically stupid grind. And that's really where the disappointment is. Like, is this the worst game ever? Do I prefer to claw my eyes out than play it again? Of course not. uh, but do I feel like putting more time into this game is just a complete waste of my time? Pretty much. And that's where it really hurts because the thing with Yakuza games is even when they fumble, even when they don't stick the landing, I feel like I get something from playing them. I get this sense of there was some intent here, there was some passion here, and this honestly just feels like a product. This feels so cold at the end of the day, and yeah, I guess that's where I really come down on it. So might not be bottom tier in terms of like how I feel playing it, but definitely bottom tier in terms of ambition or any sort of ingenuity.
Hey man, they only had a $10 budget. What could they do?
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. How about you, Doctor T? Since you
Well, obviously, obviously, I don't have the original to compare to, so I'm kind of like just rating the whole package. But like
mhm.
when I finished the main story of this, like I was ready to be easy S tier. I had done like pretty much all the interesting content at that point, uh, and it was like I had a fucking great time with it, despite its issues.
Mm,
And then I played Battle Dungeon for another 20 hours, and it probably went down to A tier, but that none of that was necessary.
yeah. I should, yeah, I guess I did forget to say, if I was just rating the original isn't too high either, because, yeah, it's got a lot of problems, but, like, B tier, I guess? I don't know.
I just think the game's neat.
And that's fine. I forgive you.
I mean, okay, like
I don't forgive
let's
you.
let's wow. I thought we were doing the power of friendship, guys. You have to forgive him.
This is the point where Dr. T stops calling me No, and he goes away and says, goodbye, big son.
Big son.
I mean, I like Dead Souls, so that's the problem here.
I also like Dead
Who
Souls.
can you trust
I'm the
here?
problem.
Which actually that brings up a good point. Do you want the next time we do this to be about Dead Souls?
Sure.
I mean, I guess it depends on you when you want to play through that game.
Um
Now.
Right now.
never, but no, I can do it. I can do it. Yeah. I can do it if I believe.
Use the power of
Um
friendship.
I will. I will call upon my friends who have made me play this horrible game. No, I'll I
Call
really
upon the
will come
power
to
of
Dead Souls. Hmm?
call upon the power of either getting it on console or struggling through crashes on emulator.
Yeah, I think now that I have SSD on my PS3, I can make it through a console playthrough. I think I'll be fine. But yeah, that sounds good. So I guess we'll just do this again next time with Dead Souls. Will be a fun time for all
Cool.
involved.
Yay.
Yeah.
Yay.
All right. So thanks everyone for listening, watching, whatever. And Panda, are you gonna keep streaming?
Yeah, I think I'll play the game for a little bit, because I mean, let's be honest, I'm probably gonna get off here and do that anyway.
Fair enough. Then yeah, let's take it over to Panda. And for those watching on my channel, I'll see you around. Have a good one. Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, friends. Enjoy your stream.
Thanks, Dr. T. Discord, leave me alone. Discord's like, how was the call? Shit. It's all your fault, Discord. Alright. Dead Souls is the coolest Yakuza on premise alone. It's just silly. Yeah, I fucking love Dead Souls. It's absolutely, like, wacky. It's just a wacky game. It took all the, like, the weird wacky parts of Yakuza, and then it just, like, never came back, because I guess some parts are supposed to be serious, but it's hard to take them seriously. Bye, Lucy. I said for Discord to leave me alone. The world needs more silly games, yeah. I agree. I think it was just a welcome, like, when I got to that game, it was just, I don't know, nice. Sounds silly to call it a breath of fresh air, but I guess it kind of was. Let's play this game. Also, I love this image. I will cherish it forever. You know, no man, you heard on a podcast, Escape sucks. I've spent an undiscriminate amount of money on this. Yo, the escape rules. Majima's just living his best life, yeah. Pretty much. What? I brought up the capture card thing and then the audio dies. Way to go. Like really delayed. Oh god, it's cursed. Ruined. Yeah. Needs Jesus. Capture card has a hard life, y'all, okay? Also, I swear, whenever it does this, it's always with this game. It's always with Ishin. Any version of Ishin, apparently, and it's always the PS5. It's curse. Alright, sounds fine. Weird. Jesus is the way. Jesus will fix it. Oh yeah, how is everybody? Oh my god, I fucking love my mame loves to fucking, he just follows me around. It's so cute. Bork. You're exhausted after that, to be honest. That's fair. He's hungry. Yeah, we have a lot to say. Eat a lot. Yeah, he hungry. He refuses to play it. Yeah, but it does that with the original game too. It just hates Ishin apparently. Like you're in a very good mood. I'm glad. Can I pet this? Can I pet the dog? I have a feeling the answer is no. Oh my god, he pet the dog. It actually worked. Must have been starving for some warmth. Oh no. It needs an exorcism. It needs, yeah, it needs a lot of things. Like to just be thrown out the window. You don't know how remaking an entire game in a new engine is quick or a cash grabbing process. I mean, I honestly, I do think that they tried with this game. I feel like something somewhere got in the way, and I honestly feel like it was like upper management issue, to be honest. But I don't know, it's hard to know because, you know, none of them can probably talk about it because NDAs and all that, so. This honestly, I guess this just is from my experience with my own work, that this screams like upper level management issue to me. You think the devs did the best they could with what they had? Yeah, exactly. And what they had was probably not much, yeah. It basically almost always is. They just put all the money in the cards. Cannot stop laughing at the fact that they didn't even bother to allow Ryoma to touch the pets. Well, yeah, he doesn't in the original game either, which is interesting. I always thought that was kind of weird in the original game that they didn't like show you actually like petting them. So yeah, that was, I guess, interesting. What do I even need? I don't even know what we're doing anymore. Oh, sorry, Haruka. I didn't see you there. Okay, so we just need the ginseng, and we need... basically need to clear out this stuff so we can get more veggie ones. It basically almost always is, yeah. It's just... because I mean, I'm sure anyone who's been in the workforce probably has been in this situation, but like I've been in this situation plenty of times with my own work of releasing things to clients that I basically said this isn't ready to be released, and they were like, well, whatever, and released it anyway. And then their like surprise Pikachu face when we get like all these complaints back about the thing, and I'm like, I literally told you, I don't know what you wanted. Looks like you're in a very good mood. Can I pet the cat? I don't think I've been able to pet the cat so far. Nope. Cat said get fucked, Ryoma. I just want to pet the cat. Ship it and we'll just patch it later. Never patches it, yeah. He cut carrot. Almost 100. Not that it matters. You really just need to get it in that range and then whatever. You did it. Oh no, not this. Okay, I forgot about this sub-story. They put all these stupid things in the game, but like why? And then no touch cat and dog, because original didn't, so why should they remake it? Yeah, we talked about this on the podcast, but like one of the things that stuck out that was weird to me is like I feel like if they like I really can't figure out what they intended with the seal system like for the upgrades, and I guess like I just kind of feel if they were going to like if they wanted to implement a new system, that's fine, but if they were going to implement a half-baked system, I'd rather just have the original system. And like they wouldn't have to do anything, it was already made basically. So it's not like they would have to think about it from scratch, but yeah, I don't know. Who knows what happened there? Sir Saito, are you in there, Sir Saito? I guess. Who is it? Cat's like, oh, he just bumped the cat out of the way. I apologize for the sudden visit. My name is Akechi. I was sent here to convey a message from the great warlord Hazama. Hazama, what a name. Who's that? I beg your pardon? You've not heard of Lord Hazama's exploits? His mighty deeds? His ruthless cunning? Nothing? Sorry to disappoint you. This cannot be, but perhaps, yes, perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. Hmm? Nothing. Nothing, just a foolish man muttering nonsense. I've actually come to request a favor. Such as... Well, I would like you to prepare a sumptuous meal for me lord. Hold on, you want me to cook for a warlord? Indeed, you see, Milord has rather particular tastes. He only dines on what he deems exquisite and will travel far and wide in search of it. Now, as local rumors go, a delectable aroma is often found lingering about your abode. Those rumors spread like wildfire, and that is how you, good sir, have attracted Milord's attention. So that's what brought you. That's right. Now, if you're able to cook up something truly beyond compare, Milord will reward you handsomely. So, how about it? Will you lend your heart and hands in his service? Yeah, whatever. You're not gonna leave me. Thank you for that. Thank you, Logmaster. Adrian. I have a chicken head. Do you think I care about some lore? Yeah, for real. Fine, what have I got to lose? You'll do it? Oh, you were wonderful. My lord will certainly be most pleased. I'll have a fellow messenger send for him at once. Uncle Hajime, is something going on? I was thinking of heading out for a bit. You go right ahead, Haruka. Be safe out there. Will do. See you later then. Cooking Ryoma further. Alright. Well, perhaps we should head inside. Much preparation awaits. How do you know what I have to do? See, knives, plenty of firewood. What else? Ah, how could I forget? Today's principal ingredient. Purely grilled fish. See, you really did come prepared. Why wouldn't I? This meal may very well change the course of history. I hope you understand that. This warlord. Okay, Hazama. Who was it? Does he really have that much influence? Of course he does. How ignorant can you be? Have you any idea what kind of hot water we're in? Hot water? Oh, well... No point in hiding it now. Milord is a very strict man. The reason I came to your doorstep is because everyone who's cooked for Milord has perished. Perished? How? Well, you see, those who offend the great Hazama with an ill-tasting dish must pay with their lives. What? Your lord would really murder over a meal? I'm afraid so. I told you he's strict. With a white-hot temper to boot. Such is why no one makes him food anymore. Everyone is much too terrified. Why am I not surprised? At any rate, it goes against my judgment to serve a man like that, let alone cook for him. I'm going to have to refuse. Please don't do that. If you refuse, all of his retainers will be killed, including me. I beg of you, think of all the lives you could save by preparing a simple fish. I understand, but... Bro needs to hit up McDonald's. I like the idea that a chimkin is an historical figure in Japan, and with a time machine, Ryoma Chimkin began. Oh, my lord has arrived. This is it, Sir Saito. I'm counting on you. Yep, leave this up to chicken. Treacherous guy you are. So, here's our infamous warlord. My lord, this is the chef, Sir Saito. Saito, I'm told your cooking has some merit, at least for a bumpkin. I'm gonna already fight this dude. Think it can satisfy me? I can't say. What? Sir Saito? Haughty bastard. Do you even know who you're disrespecting? All I can do is cook, and let you be the judge. Curious fellow, this one. Very well. Proceed. Huh, this could very well be my last meal. Sounds like an interesting challenge. Sakamoto, the chicken Ryoma. But what if I were to purchase fast food and disguise it as my own cooking? Okay, for some reason, cooking this last fish on PC took forever, and it was weird. Because it didn't even seem to take that long on console, so that's interesting. Oh, egads, my fish is ruined. Hi Gax, how are you? Thank you for waiting. I call this, well, it's fish. Indeed. Go ahead, try it. Delicious. Me lord, he actually likes it. This simple, honest flavor, it embodies every quality of what a food should taste like. I want this every day for the rest of my life. How about it, Saito? Be my personal chef. No thank you. I'm not keen on getting killed over one wrong meal. Killed? You heard me. It's wrong to take a man's life over something as petty as taste. I have no intention of working for someone like that. Ah, I see what's going on here. Keiichi. Yes. Have you been spinning your spurious tales again? I have indeed, me lord. Forgive me. Wait, what tale? I see, so Akechi-san made the whole killing off your chef's thing up. All I wanted was to ensure a proper dish reached me lord's lip. I thought if I told you that, you'd be determined to put your best efforts in. That's so. Well, I understand your intention, but that's taking it way too far. Think about the pressure I was under. Right, and thanks to you, your spineless meddling, my reputation's been sullied. Tell me, how am I supposed to fix that? I don't have an answer, me lord. But consider this, were you not able to enjoy a delicious meal because of one small lie? I suppose. Anyway, Saito, thanks for a satisfying meal. It really is a shame I can't have a chef like you, but if you have a change of heart, you come right to me. You shall receive a lavish welcome. Maybe I'll hold the knife when I retire from the sword. Something to think about at least. Then I eagerly await your favorable reply. That I'm off. Farewell. No historical figure named Okehazama, but it was the site of an important battle involving, oh, Nobunaga, I see. I apologize for bringing such sudden discord into your home. Here is your promised reward. You do get a dragon whisker for this, so that's pretty cool. Pretty pog. So I don't remember. I think actually this is one of the I think this is one of the quests that you get a different reward depending on the outcome. But I could be wrong. I don't think you get a dragon whisker if you, I guess if he doesn't like, because you can technically just like leave the fish raw or just burn it. You were really something though. I didn't think you'd survive. You don't need to lie anymore, remember? Huh? Oh, right, lies. Okay, Hazama's voice. Hey, dimwit, how long do you intend to keep me waiting? Hurry it up or I'll have your home razed to the ground with everyone you love inside. No, no need for that, me lord. I'll be right there. Jesus Christ. Killing chefs who serve bad food. What a stupid story. Guess I was a fool to believe it. That's literally the premise of all of this stuff, Ryoma. Well, at least the man seemed satisfied. Plus I got a reward. I'd say that worked out in the end. What a bold man that chef was. Very bold indeed. Whatever you say, my dudes. God, see, this is what I mean. Look at the camera. Can't even turn the camera. Duck. Okay, so here's what I was talking about in the podcast. So like when you come out of here, it flips around because if you do this, it doesn't know what to like focus on. It seems like it's better on console, but it's on PC, it just keeps doing this. And I'm like, oh god, stop it. Yeah, exactly. Like, what's happening here? You want to play? I like how playing it, you just point at him. Dog's like, no. Wonder what else I need. Need turnips, spinach, and sweet potatoes. Need a lot of things. Spinach was one. Onion. Right, it was onion, burdock root, sweet. This is such a weird size. Better like this. Not really, but okay. Then we turn it. I love when you come outside and Haruka's humming though, it's so cute. What can we get now? Need the ultra deluxe one. Very cool. Now, with that, every time we come here, we should get an 8. Yeah, I think I'll just wait. I'll probably just finish the farm stuff first. Oh, we should get- I don't- This is another thing I don't know about. I don't know if you get the deluxe doghouse. I wonder if you have a better chance of them finding stuff or if it even matters. But it wouldn't surprise me if you do. I'm gonna go back, that way I can use manure. I should have some, okay. Gonna go to sleep? Okay, Garlic Dread. Have a good night and sleep well. Thank you for hanging out. Ginseng takes so long. I need the ginseng. Dog. Thanks, mommy. I think it's, I don't know, it hits me funny when you're at your house and you get like produce out of the pots because it's like, did you just put that in there yourself and you forgot about it or something? Or like what? Oh wow, wait, they already have another egg? I just picked up the egg. Wait, did they actually increase the drop rate? Because that would be pretty cool. Alright. We have... I believe we have the Peerless Pole now. So the one thing I want to do is... I would like to... get the cat. Get the last cat and the last dog. The last dog is almost done. But... I actually have only been to the cat one time, but I believe one of the times we need a tuna, so I guess we should just go get one. Yeah, I think for the final one you need a tuna. Cause he bougie. Oh god. Well, never mind. Can I switch to nighttime right now? That is another thing with this game. I don't understand why it makes it so hard for you to like see like the fish in daytime. It's like absolutely awful. I cannot sleep right now. I guess we're just gonna have to fucking figure it out. I can't remember. Are we at the... Yeah, we're okay, so we're going... This is where we're doing Okita's. Which... I don't know. I guess we can do that? Do I have a package? Guess I should get one before I leave. Oh, over here. Then yeah, since I have to go there, I guess I'll just go through... Yeah, I'll go see the dog. How have you been? Let me take a look. You're doing great. One more treatment should be all you need. Almost there. Great, that should do it. I'll come check on you again soon. So one more. Alright, and the package we need to deliver is like literally right here. But I'm gonna praise. Still need to talk to this guy. Oh wait, she's... Here's your package. Then we will just, yeah, I guess I'll just progress the story, that way I can be nighttime, because when you go to do Okita's raid, it's nighttime, so that'll work. Oh wait, I probably have to do that during the day. Maybe I should just go see the old couple. Found one. I have. There's one in my garden, actually. How about we bury him there? Really? Are you fine with that? Sure. The only unfortunate thing is that tree is dead, so it won't grow flowers anymore. It's dead? Well, I think it's still okay. That tree has a lot in common with Kazukichi. It won't bloom in this world, but I'm sure it's covered in blossoms in the next world. Aww, oh no. You just might be right. Let me take you there. Follow me. Alright, let's go, darling. This should be good. Meanwhile, our dog's sniffing around. Kazukichi, thank you. Ah. Hush, darling. What's gotten into you? Oh. Magically bloomed. There's a petal, but I thought this tree was beautiful. Honey, did you just... So small, yet so beautiful. It's been an eternity since I've heard that laugh. You were right, honey. It's gorgeous. The prettiest petal I've ever seen in my entire life. It's as beautiful as your smile, which I don't see enough these days. Happy for you both. Thank you. This is more than I could have hoped for. Kazukichi gave this to us. Yes, Kazukichi made the tree flower, even if just a little. Maybe it's his way of saying thank you to the both of you. That's what I think, at least. Kazukichi, I love you. No. Oh, I'm so glad it brings me back here. I was actually thinking about that for a second. I was like, wait, does it even take me back here? Oh, Tom. Sensei, it's been a while. Tom, how are you? Still got some time before the ship leaves, so I was just wandering around and I heard you were looking for troopers. Yeah, I am. Well, if you all of the people need extra guy, if you of all people need extra guys, I want you to help out a bit. It'd be good training for me anyway. Enhances all currently active. Oh, nice. Alright, cool. That'd be great if you could help out. Great. Glad to be aboard your ship instead of the other one. Tom is too pure for this. Meet me in the warehouse later for our date. Ooh. I want to keep it cozy. Me and you, Hajime-chan. Okita, please. Okita, what are you planning? Well, I'll meet him at the warehouse when I'm ready, I guess. Yay. So now we can do the 5,000. tier, 5 Rio tier. Oh, there's nothing in it. Nothing in this one. Nothing in that one either. Okay. Blade Wolf, thank you for the follow. Thank you for that pass.
よう待っとったではじめちゃん俺に話ってのは相変わらず愛想がないのまあええわところではじめ
Why did you bring me here? For our date, of course.
彼女って名前
Thank you for the hydrate.
戦国いや知らねえな戦国は今日で指折りの呉服商や伏見にごっつい豪邸構えとるはじめちゃんも見たことくらいあるはずやそれでその戦国の屋敷に勤王派の志士がぎょうさんかくまわれとる戦国は裏で勤王派に貢いどる危険人物っちゅうことやそれを取り締まるってことか当たり前やろわしら新選組やで
Thank you for the stretchies.
ならなんで
Appreciated.
話すんだ手柄の分け前減らしたないんやせやから副長にも言うとらわしとはじめちゃんだけやほんで今晩二人で戦国の屋敷に踏み込むあんた何を企んでいるなあ組む相手は俺でなくても構わねえはずだ長倉でも東堂でもはじめちゃんは天然理心流を追ってうちに入隊したんやろ金目当ての男やないっちゅうこっちゃそしたら分け前で揉めることもあらへんええか夜になったら戦国んちの前に集合やちゃんと準備してくるんやではじめちゃん
Alright. Okita seems pretty sure of this plan. If I don't join him, he might end up in an emergency or cause one. Sengoku's mansion must be the one in Fushimi. I'll kill some time before I head there. So... Should just be good then to go back and go to sleep. I think this quest over here, I think this is the last part of the Aguri one. Over there. Damn it. No, he's all beat up. Aguri-san. Is this human-shaped thumb knuckle dumb or what? All the fight went out of him the moment we threatened the girl. You always tick me off, you know. You talk all proper, but you look like the inside of a muskmelon. What is a muskmelon? Aguri the fuck, yeah. It's kind of oof. Do with me what you will, just unhand Suzu-san. You really think I care about your pimply ass? I'm here to teach her never to look a gift horse in the mouth. What? I'm a gift, and she's the horse. You are all horses next to me. Look, everybody shut up so I can think. I say, we make her watch while we kill him. Ikesuge-san, you are horrible. Horribly beautiful, you mean? Oh my god, this fucker. That was a good one. Okay, I'm tired of talking now. Let's do this. Ah, arg. Guy became a pirate, I'm kidding. Sir Saito. What the? Nobody attacks my minions. You want to die here too? Eyebrows? Eyebrows? He looks like a chicken with eyebrows. You were living proof that a handsome face can't hide a monstrous soul. Ooh. What was that? You saying my soul isn't fuckable? What? Sir? Excuse me? What? You what now? What? Yeah, it kinda is. What? Oh my, okay, never mind. Aguri, look after Suzu. I will, thank you. Posse up. Let's bury our swords in this guy's media core. What is this? Meanwhile, the ghost fuck. I'm like, my first thought was like, sir, that sounds illegal. This is BS. I'm out of here. Just leaves all of his friends. Ugh, get out of my way, you walking vomit chunk. All my life I envied those blessed by auspicious gods of beauty. Yet, look where such charms led you. What are you babbling about now? Heh, fine. There's not much left of you after beating you took anyway. Even I can finish you off. Ikesugi, you shall find no quarter from me, not after hurting the woman I love. Aguri-san. Die, Aguri! Ah! These ruffians. No way. Rip. He's dead. Once again, I have cut a worthless object. You made taking Ikesugi down look easy, even with your injuries, but I guess love can do that to a man. Sir Saito, I beseech you, mock me not. Aguri-san. This plot is so dumb, I love it. Yeah, exactly. Suzu-san, I hope you're not hurt. No, I'm fine, but about what you said, I think it was something like, there'll be no quarter for hurting the woman I love. Aguri-san, do you think you could say that again to my face this time? Oh my god, don't do this to me, sir. Believe in yourself, Aguri. Suzu-san. I love you. Aishiteru. Yeah, not Daisuke. Aishiteru. I'd give anything to go out with you if you'll have me. I would be happy to. Eh? You will? Really? Even though I'm ugly and a dork? You're not a dork, Aguri-san. I mean, a little, but that's not what's important. What's inside that matters after all. Suzu-san. Good for you, Aguri. Aguri-san. Wow, I'm so happy. Hey, calm down. Sir Saito, your help has been inestimable. Alright, that's a word. You didn't do anything, you just needed a little confidence. Good luck to the both of you. Modesty is an ill reward for your valorous deeds. Perhaps this more befits your honor. Oh, he gives you a Gion hood. Nice. Farewell, Sir Saito. Does it make weird sounds when you... Because this is the hat that when you wear it... Wait, no, the Gion one is the... Wait, which one is this? Now I'm confusing myself. Yeah, this is the gain money while you walk. But does it make weird sounds? No. Wait, how much money do you get though? Okay, I have 5150 mon. Now I have 5168. I mean, that seems like a lot, because you walk a lot in this game. Okay, I'll take it. Alright, since I'm here, I guess I'll give a vegetable to this kid. Yeah, honestly, that's what I love about this game so much, is like, the side content is like, I don't know, like, the plots are so fucking dumb and cheesy, I love it. It looks so sad, yeah. But now they'll be happy together. The cucumber. Like what I give him every time. Ooh, one of my favorites. I'm pretty sure you'd say that no matter which vegetable I gave you. Wait a minute. If you just gave him an onion, he's just gonna munch on this onion. Could you imagine just munching on an entire raw onion? Like, I like onion, but mm. We need to go back to Fukimi, and then we can, yeah, go to sleep, so it's night. And then I can fish in peace, while actually being able to see the fish. You knew someone that munched onions? Wait, really? Oh wait, I guess I can... I wonder if the ginseng is done. Probably not, but I like to dream. Can dream, guys. It's been a long time since I had a 9-hour stream. Your brother's ex-girlfriend? Really? She liked to munch on onions? That's interesting. Oh, it looks like everything is done. Nice. I feel like every time they whine, they want food. You and your bro were like, what the fuck? Yeah. Like, I love onion rings, right? But it's like, no, it's not nothing compared to like just eating an onion. Yeah, see, now that we have the best chicken coop, we'll get an egg every time we come here.
たくさん食べろよ。
Pork. No, wait. Oh wait, I guess I can put this stuff away. Got a bunch of virtue though. Guess I should just finish this off. Alright, so we have like all the farm stuff because I don't know, I guess we can have that. Yeah, I guess we can do... I guess the cooking one next. Honestly, I think the cooking one, all it does is it just makes the timing easier. Like for, doing the minigame.
Taksan tabero yo.
Be hungry. Yeah, I guess honestly, it's kind of funny that I guess May can tell that these cats are like fake or something, because like she never reacts to any of the cat noises in these games. Alright, that's only 2 things, but I think doing that'll at least refresh vegetable one. Let's see. Yeah, because after a while, yeah, there you go, reset. After a while, when you're doing this, you basically have to fulfill like all of the vegetables to have it reset. So garlic, green onion, 2 green onion. Still are missing 3 pill puffs. Sorry, Haruka. Maybe. Wait, did I? Agriculture. Alright, now we can go to bed. And then fish in peace. Say that like someone's gonna bother me while I'm trying to fish, but really it's just you can't see the fish in the water during the day. For whatever reason, the just water looks so fucking shiny and weird. Oh, I'm assuming it's like an Unreal Engine oddity. Which is that's actually gonna be a problem because there are some fish that only show up during the day. So that's gonna be fun. The big boy. I don't know what May is doing. May, what are you doing? Hold on. He's doing? Maybe. She's, I don't know. I guess she's like I guess she's ready to eat, but she doesn't eat for like another 2 hours. Because her breakfast goes off at like 4:45 a.m., I think. So I guess she's like licking the floor. Yeah, she's like licking the floor around the feeder. I guess hoping and praying there's crumbs. You had to use the high-end bait. Yeah, they're usually back here. Like all the way back here. I don't think I have any bait on me though. I have some bait, but I don't have any of it on. Fish is so weird. Yeah, oarfishes, they look... A right eye flounder? A what? Okay. Oh, I thought it went down. Rip. What is that long boy? So this big boy? This is the oarfish. Oh, okay. I thought I was too close. I was like, well. Yeah, now it sounds like she's inspecting the feeder by trying to tear the top of it off. As of course. Yeah, these fish look weird too. What was this? Is this thing the same thing? It's probably the same. Oh no, it's this thing, the right-eyed fawn. This thing looks so weird. I want this fish. I don't know what it is. The one that keeps swimming through here. I think it'll come back around. Kinda small. Oh. It is small. Is this a different fish? This one? I think it's right here that it'll come back around. This might be the same fish from earlier, though. Yeah. We get this one. Also, there's another fish here that is like hidden that will come out if you put it here, but this fish is in the way. There's actually a few fish that are like that, where you just like happen to throw the thing out. And then there's like a fish there. I know there's one like in this vicinity because I saw him earlier, but I'll have to figure out where he is. The problem is this guy here because like I feel like if you throw it in the spot to get that fish though, you usually attract this one instead. Or that. Rude. It was like here, but I don't know how. Yeah, no, I don't want you. Go away. What? Where did he come from? What? Are you kidding? Can y'all stop like zooming? What the fuck? I mean, yeah, that's a hidden fish. That's not the hidden fish I'm looking for, but okay. Maybe he is over here. Oh my god, no. I'm gonna back up some. Cause yeah, if you find him, it'll be pretty quick. Like, they're not gonna just like sit there. Yeah, it was one of the times I went to get this fish here, and he just happened to be like, oh, hey. But of course this fish was closer, so you get this fish instead. Alright. Maybe he'll stay away for a while. Oh my god, no! Debated. I thought he would just keep swimming, because it would be too close to him. He literally was like, nice bait you have here, it'd be a shame if something were to happen to it. No, now he's back, god damn it. Where are you, sir? I saw you earlier, I know you're here. Hey, Oldred, how are you? Nope, not you. Ruined. There he is! Okay. I'm not insane, guys, I swear. Okay, what is this? Oh, it's a crab, okay.
今一だ
Goddamn spider crab. Be gone? No more? You did 90% of sub-stories in Ishin, chapter 10 now? Nice. That's good progress. Hello? Where'd he go? You only get one. Am I too far up now? No, 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 not you. I feel like, did I even have to move the rod, to be honest? Where? Fuck this game. Where did you come from, you fucker? Get out of here. Oh my god. I hate this game. I just want the crab. Get out of here. No. Oh, what? I'm gonna drop kick this fish. Don't ask me how that's even gonna work, but I'm gonna do it. What? There was a hidden eel one. Wait. It was here? No, goddamn it, you leave me alone. We just start punting fish, yeah. What? No, I want the eel, not you, you bastard. Thank you. Watch it be like the same thing we've been catching all night. Oh, god damn it. Oh, but it was a gold one. Oh, okay. Well, at least it was a gold one, I guess. Alright, I guess I need bait. Seriously, that fish, the fuck. You're almost done with landlord payments. You have 2 left. You already have 30 Rio, so you'll pay 20 and then grind for the rest. And you started buying platinum plates from the shrine with virtue points to sell them? Nice. Need bait. Really? What? Every time I get a package from this dude, he tells me to go to the same place. Is leveling up the crafting grindy? Honestly, I think if you want to level it up, you should just buy swords from the weapon seller nearby. Just buy like 200 swords at a time and then just donate all of them. And then repeat. It's kind of expensive though, because for 200 it's basically 20 Rio. I wanna go here. And yeah, and as like Dr. T said earlier, you can buy all of the cheap weapons. So any of the weapons that are 1,000 won, basically. I know you sell the bait I want. Okay, that's the wrong menu. I don't want to sell stuff to you. I want to buy stuff. Oh, I don't know if I need that many. He's probably. I wonder if they fix this, because I haven't gotten this to work yet. Great, nice. Take the virtue point. Yeah, no one's. Oh, well, I'm here, so I guess I should deliver the package. Are you gonna do 100% as well, Aldrin? I'll go back this way because I think this is the last interaction I have to do to get the last dog. Oh, actually, no, wait, hold on. Back up. Back. If that's the case, I should give, the fish. To give the fish to the cat. No, don't pick up the thing, I want to talk to the cat. Fuck you, Ryoma. This cat's hopeless, that's mean, Ryoma. I love the purr, though. He's so cute. Oh. Hello. Uh-oh. I wish I could get his sword from him, but they never block. Like, he blocked that one time. Can you stop taunting? What is wrong with this man, sir? Are you okay? Yeah, I can do the sword one. I haven't leveled up sword at all though, so I don't have it. Actually, that's something we didn't talk about in the podcast that I forgot about. But in the original game, the gun disarm works just as well as the sword one. So I don't understand what the fuck happened with this game, where the gun one just doesn't work at all now. Like, I think in the total, so I have over like 200 hours playing this game now, and I've gotten like, I've gotten like 3 swords basically using the gun disarm. Yeah, there's disability. Or no, it's up. Yeah, this one. You have to learn it from Ginryu though. Don't you feel better now? You know it. Taking care of this dog is the best kind of stress relief. Taking care of the dog?
Oi.
Hey, what happened? Those men will pay. I like the discrepancy in my levels, yeah. If those two are hurting this dog, they'll pay. With the dog. Wait, can I... Is this one I can save reload? Because some of these you can, which is kind of weird. Yep. So yeah, that's something you can do in this game. I don't think you could do this in the original, but yeah, if you want to progress something, you can just like save and reload for a lot of them. That's them. Come on, whine, you dumb mutt. No. I made it cry the loudest. Pay up. Damn it, give me another shot. Stop it. Huh? Who the hell are you? So you two are the ones who've been hurting this dog. What do you care? It's just some stray. Yeah, we're being responsible, cleaning up the streets. This is stress relief. With taxes as high as they are, shit's gotta trickle down somehow. Oh my god. Man's got a right to take his anger out where he can, so why don't you piss off? You both make me sick. I don't care about your problems. Nothing gives you the right to terrorize that animal. Huh? This guy's really starting to stress me out. Why don't we try kicking his ass instead? Now that sounds good. Don't you dare beg for mercy when this is over. Huh? What a prick. Let's break him. Well, rip that guy, I guess. Alright, come here. No, I'm gonna grab you. I'm gonna do it. You can't stop me. Fuckers. Shit. Next time you're feeling stressed, come find me. Well, we'll be good. Yeah, sure. Somebody help us. It's alright, it's over now. Seems really scared. I can't just leave him like this. Hey, why don't you come with me? You can stay at my home. No one will hurt you there. How about it? No. Yeah, he's all clean now. I think that's a yes. Champ. Okay. Happy. I mean, I don't know. Tofu's kind of cute. I wonder what this- I don't remember what this dog was named. I only remember dog. I only remember that Mame was Mame and the dog that was barking was literally named Dog. Alright. Oh. I guess I should pay off... Oh, actually wait. Because we're on another chapter now. I think I'm still too early though. I don't know which chapter he starts selling the next gun. You didn't know about the save load strat. That's not how it works. Yeah, it's wacky. It doesn't work on everything, because there are a few where, like, it'll work for the beginning parts, but then, like, the game literally requires you to leave the area. So if you... Basically, if you load back into the same area, it doesn't count. Oh wait, hold on. Second floor of Mukuro Guy. Really? I just fucking came from there. Really? Whatever. I'm fishing. You need to get the other doggo and the cat. Yeah, that was the last dog. Now I just need the black cat. Whoa, 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 whoa. Big boy. This could be a marlin, though. He just said, fuck you, bye. So wait for them to wrap back around. Oh, or he can just turn around, that's fine. Here? Oh, a shark, okay. Totally what I wanted. The fuck? Yeah. I think this is another shark. Once you've fished long enough, the same fish will do like the same, like, basically the same exact thing with the bobber. Oh, marlin. Dudes are everywhere. You haven't gotten a marlin yet? Yeah, the problem with the marlin is it's like the same shadow size as the tuna, so it's like... I feel like you either get one or the other. Sometimes both, I guess. Hey, there's my boy. Because for the cat, it won't matter what size it is. So that's fine. Because, unless I'm misremembering, I think for the very last fish you give the black cat, it has to be a tuna. He bougie. What is with- look at the red box at the beginning. Hello? Why is there, like, extra bits of red in front of the fish shape? Is this a tuna? Did I only get one? Oh, it's on all of them. Yeah, this one has it too. What the fuck? Sea bream and a tuna. Oh, I see. I had a sea bream, but I don't think I have one now. What is this thing? What is this big boy? He did not give a fuck. He gave 0 fucks. No, not you. And now he went lower, you fucker. Rude. Wait, I think I accidentally threw it in the same spot. No. Yep. Oh no! Thought it was too high. Debated myself. That fish is like the fuck. Okay. Hello, I guess. Okay, I want this thing. Alright, there we go. Probably a shark again. Probably. Oh. Okay, I wasn't expecting a tuna that close, but alright. Just like 40 sharks in this one bit of water, yeah. Oh, there's a peanut. Is this a crab? Is this the crab I spent so much time trying to find and now he's just here? I think so. Yep, you fucker. This fish is facing an interesting direction. I'm just gonna get the crabs while I can. I think at the other place is where sea bream. Unless I do actually have one and I forgot, but I really don't think I have one anymore. Who are you? This is the I don't give a fuck fish. No fucks were given. Fish is just going through the rock. How does that work? Okay, that works, I guess. Wasn't what I wanted, but whatever. Well, that was too late. That was a weird angle. Alright, I want this dude. Come on, my dude. Yeah, but I really do feel like the water be looking weird in this game. But it was like one of the fish that was swimming back and forth, so. It looks real bad, yeah. Yeah, and the water looked really, like, it looks really good in the original game. So it's just kind of weird. I got all the sea breams now that I think about it though during the day, so might be a problem. I wonder if I can get them at like midday then. You an octopus? That seems to be what you get around the rock, is either like a squid or an octopus. Oh, whoops, that was way too long. Oh, okay, well, it worked out anyway. I think all these guys are too small. Oh. That's a speedy peanut. Where's he going? Assuming that other fish is gonna come back around. What is you? Are you another octopus? Maybe the ones that are going fast are the squid. Oh, it's those guys. Interesting. So they're not even a fish shape? They're a peanut. Yeah, I think it needs to be day for them. I'm gonna see if it can be like evening though. Because I'm assuming in the evening it would still be easier to see. I don't know, during the day it's just so fucking hard to see any. Yeah, all of these look too small. Hidden peanut. What the fuck? Rude.
よしいまいちだよし
They're really gonna make me fish during the day.
よっしゃ
That's too. Oh, okay, never mind.
よっしゃ
Because it wasn't like a huge fish shadow, but it was like a bigger size one swimming back. Alright, just till noon, I guess. You had to check, and goddamn, the pierce seal really does make the gun just do massive damage to armor. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's almost like night and day, really, for like the gun with shooting people with armor. God, it's so bright. I hate it here. God, what the fuck is that reflection? Why is it right there? What the fuck?
いまいちだ
You had gotten 0 drops of it all game. You think the gun you get from Aizawa has it, you can scrap. Yeah, that's actually, yeah, you raise a good point. That is exactly where I got them from, was from that gun. Because I did 2 playthroughs, so I basically just took all of them from the 2 playthroughs I did and put them in the gun. Yep, I forgot all about that. Oh my god, can you stop debating me? What the fuck? Sir, are you okay? I don't think I've ever been debated that hard. That was pretty impressive. So this dude's still here. Oh my god, can someone fix the water at this game? Like, I can like barely see any. Speedy boy. Oh, sister. Whatever the hell this thing is that was rude to me is back. Still being rude though. You're just gonna flip around. You only put one in, and even at 10%, it's like 10 times the damage. Yeah. Hey, Foxhound. Thank you. Hope you have a good night and sleep well. Thank you for hanging out. Hey, night. Alright, I don't even know what the fuck this is, but now I want what you make me. Of course it's a tuna. What the fuck? Why was the tuna that? What did I do? Why was he so rude? Yeah, it's really hard for me to tell though, like, it's in the right spot, because this water sucks. It's just like, I don't know, I guess super reflective? Rude. I'm guessing this is another tuna. And I can't tell if you can actually get it there or not. Because it looks like it is kind of under the water, but... seem to have like a very tiny period though. I don't know, hold on. Maybe I'm wrong, but... What? Yeah, I don't know. We're in the right. You're in the right spot. Because you're supposed to be here. Where are they? Yeah, I'll have to go find that. So there's another guide for this game that I use that's in Japanese, which it's for the original game. Oh, there you are, finally. It's for the original game, but the fish are probably the same, so. But yeah, that guide was really good because it pretty much tells you like exactly like where in the water you can catch what fish, basically. Because there is like, I know there was like a few fish that like you could only catch in very specific spots here, which is kind of silly. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we just kept getting unlucky and getting the whatever the flounder one was instead of the sea bream. Yeah, that one. I want the other one. Free. Peanut. Okay, that was a sudden stop. God, I hate that glare right there. What the fuck? Yeah, I can't tell what's happening there. Night night TK, thank you for hanging out. Have a good one. Keep well. Yeah. Well, I guess we're done because we got the fish we needed, but like, Jesus Christ, I cannot see. Fishing during the day sass. Alright, well, with that, I am dunsies for today. Yeah, honestly, had a lot of fun. The spoiler cast was fun. We did some progress on this. My controller is dying. What do we have now? Still have 17 out of... We didn't get any trophies, but... We yeah, we just need this cat, which is what I was catching the fish for, so that one should be good to go now. We just need to actually keep going back to give him the. And yeah, like most of the other, we'll have to like specifically go out of our way to do a lot of the other friend things because they're kind of just out of the way. Yeah, no problem. Thank you for hanging out, Magmaster. But yeah, as always, it is now the dreaded Sunday, so no stream. So let's just go say hi to Momoko. Yeah, see you, Dr. T. Thank you for doing the Spoilercast with us today. It was fun. Playing Played Up, which is always kind of to watch. It was a good time, even if NoNo was wrong. Have to show him the error of his ways. Alrighty, but yeah, thank you guys for hanging out. And I will see you on Monday unless something changes, but have a good Sunday. Night night, sleep well.